Thank you, Wolf. Tonight, most polling places in Florida have just closed in the high-stakes primary election there. All polling places will be closed within the hour. We'll have results for you coming up. We'll be live at all the candidates' headquarters. The latest on the Democratic presidential campaign, all the day's news, and much more straight ahead here tonight.
This is Lou Dobbs Tonight. News, debate, and opinion for Tuesday, January 29th. Live from New York, Lou Dobbs.
Good evening, everybody. Voters in Florida turning out in huge numbers for what is likely to be a turning point in at least the Republican presidential race. Senator John McCain and former Governor Mitt Romney spent the day fighting for last-minute votes in the primary. The winner of today's primary goes into next week's so-called Super Tuesday contest as the front-runner of the party. Meanwhile, Rudy Giuliani tonight is fighting for survival in his presidential campaign bid. Giuliani staking virtually his entire campaign on Florida's primary, but opinion polls suggesting Giuliani has virtually no chance of winning. We'll have complete coverage of that, as well as the latest on the Democratic presidential campaign. Is President Bill Clinton toning down the rhetoric? Did Senator Obama snub Senator Clinton? We begin tonight with Dana Bash in Miami covering the Republican primary. Dana.
Lou, there are 57 delegates at stake here tonight, by far the biggest prize so far in the Republican race, and that is why on TV, on radio, and in negative calls to voters, the two men vying for the top spot have been fighting it out to the bitter end.
At a polling station in St. Petersburg, one last chance for John McCain to convince Florida Republicans their security matters most, and Mitt Romney's not their man.
The real key, I think, here in Florida is who can keep America safe? Who is it that is got the experience and background and knowledge to take on the challenge of radical Islamic extremism? Governor Romney has no experience there.
Thank you. In nearby Tampa, Romney said the struggling economy trumps all else, closing the deal as the businessman who can help, warning McCain cannot.
One of the candidates out there running for president said that the economy is not his strong suit. Well, it's my strong suit.
The biting personal jabs, evidence of Florida's high stakes. The winner, likely the GOP frontrunner. But for voters asked to choose between one candidate for the economy and another on national security, it's not that simple.
For myself, it's the economics. I do believe the war is also a deep consideration.
Cue Rudy Giuliani.
I'm the only one that's also managed an economy and been able to take it through a crisis.
But after putting all his eggs in Florida's basket, he sat with a bowl of Raisin Bran and deflected questions about whether a dismal finish will bring his demise.
We're not going to deal with any hypothetical questions. It would be counterproductive to do that. We're going to win. We are going to win today.
As for Mike Huckabee, he isn't expecting a strong Florida showing, yet used a voter handing him a golf club to take a primary day swing at a rich rival.
I wouldn't know what. Now, let's see, you hold this in? Or it'll be like Mitt Romney eating fried chicken, right?
But the fight for momentum out of Florida really is between Mitt Romney and John McCain. And for John McCain, if he does well here, if he wins here, not only would perhaps make him the front runner, it also could put to rest some of the questions about whether or not he really does have appeal among conservatives in his own party. And if Mitt Romney wins here, it could reset the race for him, but also make it clear that he has by far the most delegates so far. And of course, that is what you need to get the Republican nomination. Lou?
Dana, thank you very much. Dana Bash. As Florida voters went to the polls, Mitt Romney accused John McCain of supporting policies that are neither conservative nor Republican. Mary Snow with the Romney campaign now reports from St. Petersburg. Mary, what is the mood tonight in the Romney camp?
Anxious, Lou. You definitely get the feeling that it's going to be a nail-biter, and the only predictions being made here is that it's going to be a very close race. Mitt Romney's campaign believes if he can win here, they believe he could be the nominee. But there's a plan B. They say if he does not win, they believe that he'll have a strong enough showing here in order to go on to other states. But the Romney camp believes that the economy helped Mitt Romney's candidacy here. They said he picked up momentum, but they believe, in their view, that it was hurt in the past couple of days by this bitter fighting with Senator John McCain. Lou?
The bitter fighting, it's becoming sort of the characteristic of both campaigns, Democrat and Republican. Anything particularly unique about the, as you described it, the bitterness in the Republican contest between Romney and McCain?
I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you, Lou, but because the crowds are winding up here. But in terms of that bitterness, the Romney camp believes that, yes, it could hurt him because it took his message of the economy off track. Instead, they're fighting what became the centerpiece in these last couple of days.
Mary, thank you very much. Mary Snow, reporting from St. Petersburg. We'll be hearing more from her and Dana Bash throughout not only this broadcast, the evening. Rudy Giuliani tonight is optimistic about his prospects in Florida, despite some opinion polls that show he's lagging far behind both Romney and McCain. Dan Lothian, following the Giuliani campaign, reports now from Orlando. Dan, the Giuliani campaign, the optimism is strong this evening as we approach the total closing of all polls in Florida, as it was earlier in the day?
Yes, Lou, they do remain optimistic. In fact, all they've been talking about all day long and into the evening is winning, winning, winning. And whenever he is pressed about the poll numbers, he points to New Hampshire and he says, look, going into New Hampshire, everyone thought that Obama was going to win. He was way ahead of Hillary Clinton there, and then look what happened. He's also hoping for that big surprise here. So he's not pulling back. He's not talking about stepping down out of this race. He really believes that he can win, and he's even talking about moving forward, going to California, taking part in the Republican debate there. Lou?
All right, Dan. Thank you very much. Dan Lothian with the Giuliani campaign. Democratic presidential candidates in Florida are taking part in what some commentators are calling a beauty contest. That's because the Democratic Party is holding a primary without the blessings of the National Democratic Party, and the Democratic National Committee says those votes simply won't count. State Democrats defied the National Democratic leadership and advanced the date of their primary. Senator Clinton is, however, expecting to win this primary, and she'll be in Florida tonight, hoping to boost her national campaign with a victory celebration. Senator Barack Obama today dismissed reports he deliberately last night snubbed Senator Clinton. Obama's remarks follow pictures that show Obama with his back turned toward Clinton just before President Bush's State of the Union address. Tonight, Senator Obama is in Kansas, where he picked up another key endorsement. Suzanne Malveaux reports now from Kansas City.
Well, hey, Lou, obviously the Obama camp is really trying to build on the momentum from the Kennedy endorsements. There's a new ad that's been released today, all the major cities, New York, as well as Los Angeles, and all of those cities obviously trying to gain the momentum and the attention of the Kennedys. But all the buzz is about what happened last night.
The headline was all about the so-called snub. This picture of Senator Barack Obama turning away from Senator Clinton as Ted Kennedy, Obama's new best friend and key endorser, extended his hand. The moment captured and dissected, reflecting the atmosphere of high tension and drama in the campaign. Today, Obama denied any slight, saying he was distracted by another senator.
Sort of me turning away. I was turning away because Claire asked me a question as Senator Kennedy was reaching forward.
It was not a snub. I had a ringside seat. It was one of those accidents that just happened and that caught on film. And it's frankly, you know, everybody's spoiling for a fight.
Out of Washington and on the road, his first stop, his grandfather's hometown of El Dorado, Kansas, where he picked up a key endorsement from its governor.
We're among friends here. We're family.
Not just a trip down memory lane, but for strategy. Kansas is one of several Republican-dominated states he's targeting to convince Democrats he can compete where others have traditionally failed.
We're going to have to bring not just Democrats, but independents and some Republicans together into a working majority.
Obama dismissed Senator Clinton's strategy of recognizing Tuesday's Florida primary, where delegates won't count.
It's a beauty contest. It's similar to a poll in terms of where people currently are at in Florida.
And Lou, Obama is going to be heading to Colorado as well as Arizona, really trying to build support beyond his base, going to new voters, independents, Republicans. That's why you'll see him hitting some of the states with the smaller delegates. They realize that every single delegate is really going to count when it comes to this, and clearly this is going to go on for months. That is the assumption here. Also wanted to mention as well, Caroline Kennedy, that ad being released, a television ad, major cities across the country, obviously trying to capitalize off of the kind of Kennedy and the Camelot and all the excitement from yesterday. Lou?
And any word from the Obama campaign on whether or not they would like to push for Florida's delegates to be awarded on the basis of tonight's vote?
Well, we were certainly asked them about that earlier today. They say they're sticking with their position that those delegates numbers will not count out of Florida until, of course, after the nominee is chosen. So they're going to stick with that position. Obviously, it's one that would benefit them if Obama does not win in Florida, which is expected. Lou?
Thank you very much, Suzanne Malveaux with the Obama campaign. Coming up here next, more on the Florida primary results beginning to come in. We're live at the campaign headquarters of Mitt Romney and the other Republican candidates. We're expecting first results soon. Also charges of outright corruption and criminal behavior in the mortgage crisis that's devastating working men and their families across the country. Christine Romans will have our report. Christine.
The FBI has opened criminal investigations into 14 companies for potential subprime mortgage fraud, probing insider trading and accounting fraud. Lou?
Thank you, Christine. Christine will have that report upcoming. And a Chicago church, again, breaking immigration laws, giving another fugitive illegal alien sanctuary. We'll have that special report, tell you what the government is doing or not doing. Stay with us. We're coming right back with the latest for you from Florida. A Chicago church is once again projecting itself into the center of the national debate on illegal immigration, defying federal law, giving sanctuary to yet another fugitive illegal alien. This is the same church that gave sanctuary to illegal alien Elvira Arellano, who lived there for a year with her American-born son. Casey Wyan has our report.
6 months ago, criminal illegal alien Elvira Arellano was arrested and deported after publicly claiming sanctuary in Chicago's Adalberto United Methodist Church for a year. Now the same church is offering sanctuary to another fugitive illegal alien, a friend of Arellano's, Flor Crisostomo.
I believe with all my heart that Mexico and the United States need to change the system.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement says Crisostomo left her children in Mexico and illegally entered the United States to work in 2000. She was arrested in 2006, along with more than 1,100 other illegal aliens during ICE raids at 40 IFCO systems plants that make pallets.
She's a single mom here without her children, and you think that she wants to leave them behind? She's here because she wants to support her children.
An immigration judge allowed Crisostomo to voluntarily leave the United States by January 2007. She filed an appeal which was denied, and she was ordered to surrender by Monday for deportation. Instead, she sought sanctuary in the church, a concept not recognized by U.S. law. ICE said in a statement that Ms. Crisostomo will be taken into custody at an appropriate time and place, with consideration given to the safety of all involved.
No one should think that Flor came here for an adventure and came all the way to Chicago because she likes the climate. She came to feed her family.
Lozano's husband, Walter Coleman, is pastor of the church. An ICE spokeswoman said the couple may face consequences as well because it is a federal crime to harbor a fugitive illegal alien. We asked ICE if they now plan to go after church officials and activists who harbor illegal aliens. A spokeswoman would not comment other than to say that ICE prioritizes its enforcement actions based on national security and public safety. Lou?
You know, well, one, I think, could easily make the case that ICE, rather readily and convincingly could make the case that ICE simply lacks the manpower and the resources to do its job properly. It works hard at what it can. And is handled, I mean, they handled the Elvira Arellano case, I thought, perfectly. There were no difficult scenes. There were, you know, she sort of resolved it herself, if you will. This is, frankly, a publicity stunt, is it not?
Absolutely, it's a publicity stunt. These supporters of illegal aliens and the illegal alien herself, they're basically daring ICE to come into this church and arrest them. They know that the public spectacle might win them some sympathy in some quarters, as you saw with that state lawmaker who's perfectly willing to accept the law breaking of these people, Lou.
Yeah, and the reality is that this church has become something of a signpost for radicalism of its own, and you know the consequences I think should be carefully judged by ICE on this. As I say, I think they've done a tremendous job in handling a difficult situation, and I really believe that every American who watches this spectacle understands all the more clearly these issues and the motivations of the people involved. So to that end, I think we got to give the government in this case very high marks for constraint and reason.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Casey Wyand. Since her deportation, you might be wondering, Elvira Arellano continues to push for amnesty for illegal aliens in this country. Arellano went on a hunger strike in Mexico City last November, trying to bring attention to her demand for amnesty for millions of illegal aliens in the United States. She also joined a pre-Christmas protest at the border with the United States, where she and others prayed for amnesty. Arellano told a Mexican newspaper she would attend a May Day amnesty march in Washington, D.C. It is certainly not clear by any means how, as a deported felon, Arellano would plan to re-enter the United States without arrest. It turned out to be certainly a bad day for a group of suspected illegal aliens who were making their way through Phoenix today after being smuggled across the border. The minivan in which the 11 illegal aliens were riding rear-ended two vehicles on Interstate 10 in Phoenix, and one of the vehicles hit the one it hit, in fact, directly in front of it, carried officers of the Federal Protective Services, an arm of the Department of Homeland Security. An Immigration and Customs spokesman tells us the FPS officer checking for injuries became suspicious when 11 people were in the van, and he called for assistance. Maricopa County officers and ICE agents responded. The 11 suspected illegal aliens taken into custody. They're being held and processed for removal from the United States. Talk about bad luck. Next, we'll bring you initial results from today's Florida primary. That's coming up here in just a few minutes. The FBI has opened a criminal investigation into 14 companies who have a role in our mortgage crisis. We'll have the latest for you, and the criticism may have hit home. Was it a kinder and gentler President Bill Clinton on the campaign trail today, or was it very good politics? Or both? We'll have the story and more. Stay with us. We're coming right back. Well, we are starting to get some results in as the polls are closing now in Florida. Now, we're going to show you some early results that are less, it represents less than 1% of the vote, but it may in fact be indicating to all of us what we have in store for us throughout the evening. Right now, again, with less than 1% of the votes in, Senator John McCain with 29% of the vote, and former Governor Mitt Romney with 28%. And talk about separation. The fact is that Rudy Giuliani is holding with 18%, and Mike Huckabee also with 18%. Again, very early numbers, but it could be interesting and instructive about what we have in store for us throughout this evening. And over on the Democratic side, where no delegates are at stake, but which you know, it looks pretty interesting, at least in terms of the early results here. 58% of the vote, again, with less than 1% for Senator Clinton, and 21% for Senator Obama. So that is shaping up as sort of an interesting race, and it certainly explains why some of these other folks are calling that a beauty contest, and Senator Clinton is preparing to celebrate a victory in Florida tonight. And we will keep you up to date on that. Wolf Blitz, our entire election team, standing by to bring us the very latest throughout the rest of this broadcast and certainly throughout the rest of this evening. The FBI today opened a criminal investigation into companies involved in our subprime mortgage crisis. The Federal Bureau of Investigation now looking into more than a dozen companies accused of accounting fraud and other possible wrongdoing. Christine Romans has now our report. Christine?
Lou, some 14 companies in the crosshairs tonight of an FBI investigation into mortgage fraud, an investigation that includes insider trading and accounting fraud, suggesting companies profited from the mess that has already led to more than 2 million foreclosures in this country.
As foreclosures spread across the country, mortgage fraud complaints are skyrocketing. A result, one FBI official says, of, quote, good old-fashioned greed. The Bureau is conducting criminal investigations into 14 companies and fielding more complaints than ever before. Suspicious activity complaints have soared from 3,000 4 years ago to 48,000 last year, and already this year on track for 60,000 complaints. FBI investigations into mortgage fraud are up 50% over the past year. The FBI only investigates fraud involving $500,000 or more.
This foreclosure crisis really isn't a crisis of individuals taking advantage of the lenders, but really an industry that was so poorly regulated that it really allowed greed to just get completely out of hand.
The FBI says California, Texas, Florida, Georgia, and Ohio are among the mortgage fraud hotspots, but the problem is spreading nationwide.
Let's not forget the average American homeowner who's really getting caught in this squeeze here, that they potentially, who are caught in this fraudulent schemes, have potentially no recourse if these companies have gone out of business or basically don't have enough capital on hand.
The FBI is not naming the companies under investigation, but this investigation suggests fraud pervaded the subprime crisis.
Either when a loan was written or later when homeowners fell victim to so-called foreclosure rescue scams, and now by companies themselves profiting potentially through accounting fraud and even insider trading, Lou, as some of these company executives knew that the subprime loans that they held were almost worthless, and so we're trading on that information. The FBI is investigating whether that happened.
Well, the FBI has got a large project in front of it because the scope of the criminality here is extraordinary by any historical standard that we've experienced. But it's good they have begun the process.
Indeed.
Christine, thank you. Christine Romans. New reports tonight confirm what many middle-class Americans already know. American homeowners are deeply in trouble. Home ownership dropped by record numbers last year. The proportion of households that own homes fell to 67%, down more than a percentage point from the previous year. And foreclosures soared last year, up more than 75%. More than 400,000 families lost their homes last year. 2 million are at risk this year. In California alone, 66,000 people lost their homes to foreclosure. The House of Representatives today passed that $146 billion economic stimulus package. The legislation with strong bipartisan support, approved less than a day after the president called for quick action. Most taxpayers will be receiving rebates of $600 to $1,200 once the Senate approves it and the president signs it. Well, the bill is headed to the Senate, where they are expected to refine the legislation, as they would put it. One proposal adding billions of dollars for senior citizens and the unemployed. The Senate plan would also cut the amount of those rebates and allow the nation's richest taxpayers, people such as Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, to collect the rebates as well. The House legislation barred such rebates for the rich. Up next, President Bill Clinton tries to present a kinder, gentler image on the campaign trail. We'll have that report, and Senator Hillary Clinton. She's headed to Florida. She'll be there to attend a victory celebration in the Democratic primary, a primary the party's national leadership says won't count. We'll see. And we'll have the very latest for you on the Republican primary. You're looking at Romney headquarters right now in St. Petersburg. We are looking at with less than 1% of the vote counted, and the results are starting to build, and we'll have an update for you when we come back. But showing right now, Romney and McCain locked in a tight battle in Florida, as expected. We'll be back with the best political team anywhere and a lot more. Stay with us. McCain and Romney locked in what is a tight battle in Florida tonight. Less than 1% of the vote still in. But with those early numbers, we're going to Wolf Blitzer in our election center. He's got the latest results for us. Bring us up to date, Wolf.
We're about a half an hour, a little bit less than a half an hour when all the polls, Lou, in Florida close. But let's show you what we have right now. Most of the polls in the state are closed. And right now, with about 1% of the precincts in Florida for the Republicans reporting, John McCain and Mitt Romney, they're tied right now with 30% each. And look at this battle underway for third place between Rudy Giuliani with 18%, Mike Huckabee 16%. Here are the hard numbers that are coming in as of right now. And remember, it's only 1% of the precincts. 32,600 or so for McCain, 32,400 for Romney, Giuliani with 18,800, Huckabee 16,700, Ron Paul 3,500. Very, very early, but it looks like a fight is underway if those numbers are indicative. On the Democratic side, this is not a fight for delegates because the Florida Democrats have been stripped of their delegates by the party because they moved up their primary. But right now, as expected, Hillary Clinton is way ahead with 53% to Barack Obama's 27%, John Edwards 16%. This with 3% of the precincts reporting. She's got nearly 50,000 votes to almost 25,000 for Obama, 15,000 for Edwards. Mike Gravel, the former Alaska senator, with 300 votes, but Hillary Clinton with 3% way ahead. We're going to stay on top of all of these numbers. Once the polls throughout the entire state, Lou, close at the top of the hour, we'll certainly have a lot more to report. But that's it for now. We'll be on top of this story for you.
I know you will. And Wolf, I have to believe that Howard Dean and the Democratic National Committee is getting agita because they're looking at Hillary Clinton. They know she's going to have a big celebration there tonight if this lead, which seems insurmountable with 1% of the vote, holds up. I mean, this is great fun.
She's coming into Florida to celebrate. Even though she wasn't allowed to campaign there, the other Democratic candidates couldn't campaign. They could fundraise in Florida, and they did, but they didn't campaign. But we're going to see how those Florida voters feel about all of this over the course of the next several days and weeks.
They snuck a couple of ads in, but that really wasn't campaigning, right?
A little bit.
Well, thanks. We'll be looking forward to your reports as soon as we have some new numbers and throughout the evening here on CNN. That brings us to the subject of our poll tonight. The question is, do you believe it's appropriate that both the Republican and Democratic parties have disenfranchised their primary voters in both Michigan and Florida? The Republicans cutting the delegates by half. The Democrats saying to hell with both. In both states, to hell with the delegates and not permitting them any kind of representation. Do you like that idea? Yes or no? Cast your vote at LouDobbs.com. We'll have the results here later in the broadcast. Up next, did Barack Obama give Hillary Clinton a cold shoulder? Did he snub her at last night's State of the Union address? And as the results come in from Florida, we'll be telling you which issues are concerning voters the most in Florida. We'll hear what three of the top radio talk show hosts in the country have to say about the primaries and this campaign to date. All of that and a great deal more still ahead. Please stay with us. Votes are coming in. We're getting 3-4%, just about 4% of the precincts now reporting in, and it is tight as it can be. John McCain, 33%, Romney, 31%, and we're going to have an update for you. We'll be going to Wolf Blitzer in the Election Center here as we start to see any greater number of votes tallied up here. Joining me now, three of my favorite radio talk show hosts in Washington, D.C., Joe Madison, WOL Radio, XM Radio. Great to have you with us, Joe.
Thank you very much.
In Chicago, Steve Cochran, WG in Chicago. He's on the air right now and allowing us to join him while he works double duty, if you will. Steve, great to be with you.
Well, it's good for both of us.
Absolutely. And here in New York, Mark Simone, WABC Radio. Mark, good to have you with us.
Good to be here.
Let's turn to this poll tonight. Joe Madison, the Democrats don't get to count it. They don't get any delegates down in Florida. What in the world?
No, autocratic, and they're just setting themselves up for a fight. I was just talking to Donna Brazil and tried to get her to educate me on what do you do after Super Tuesday, after Wisconsin, and you're going to have to talk to Donna because I couldn't follow it, so I don't know. I did not.
Well, one thing you can bet, Donna has the answer.
I know she does, but it's you know what? It's autocratic. It was stupid. And they've set themselves up for a big fight in Denver, I think.
Steve Cochran, do you believe for a moment that the Democrats and the Republicans, the folks from Michigan and Florida, are going to sit there in that national convention and say, you know, it's fine, just ignore us, two of the most important states in the country?
No, absolutely not, because I know a lot of pushy people in Florida and Michigan, and they're not going to put up with it. But the system's broken. It's what Joe was just talking about. You have a very small number of states who are on the verge of knocking off possibly Mayor Giuliani tonight, and a very small number making a very big decision here, and it just doesn't work. I mean, can anybody explain the delegate thing? You got to know a secret handshake. You got to know a password. It's an insane system, and it needs to be fixed.
And these parties act like they're some sort of government organizations instead of partisan entities. Mark,
The only reason you have these primaries is otherwise you'd have these smoke-filled back rooms at conventions, and the thinking is that they'd choose these horrible crony candidates. Of course, they chose Roosevelt. They chose some of our great presidents.
Yeah, those smoke-filled rooms did pretty well for a lot of. You're bringing up a really great point here, Mark. I mean, when you look at since 1968, depending on who you want to talk to, I'm not sure we can point with pride to great presidents that have, sort of graced the White House and the leadership of the nation. What do you think, Joe?
Oh, they've had their moments, but the reality, I mean, if you're going back to the Roosevelt, I mean, I think Bush made a serious mistake yesterday in not giving us the future. You know, unemployment, more money spent to build the infrastructure in Iraq than at home, not including seniors in this. You bring up Florida. Giuliani might as well now retire with other New Yorkers in Florida because he is through. So find a
state, Joe. Did Joe Madison just take a shot at New Yorkers here?
Yeah. I said other New Yorkers. No, although I'm for New England in the Super Bowl. But and that's my Super Bowl analogy. What a failed strategy. How dare you not be part of the playoffs and then show up in the Florida Super Bowl of politics and think you're going to win? You just blew it.
I think that's going to be the story tonight, if in fact he is done. He had a lot of awfully smart people who should have known better, and it really has become a collection of who gets the most headlines, who creates the most buzz, and you can't run around Florida and expect, well, others are collecting the headlines, not to pay a price for that, but you got 1 million votes out there, at least, of absentee ballots and early voters, and that's going to be interesting to see where they fall.
And speaking of headlines, I mean, whoever is running Obama's campaign, they know how to bundle the headlines, man, to come out of South Carolina, then get the Kennedys to support you, bundle that at American University at a big rally. I mean, he trumped the president's State of the Union speech yesterday.
Well,
yeah, he's hot.
People keep talking about these State of the Union speech. It's like analyzing the Golden Globe Awards. I mean, who cares? It's irrelevant. I've gone back and looked at State of the Union speeches for 40 years. It's the same speech every year. We're going to get health care. We're going to end our dependency on foreign oil, and it never happens.
Well, I thought it was kind of interesting that real quickly, I thought it was interesting that the shortest speech, in addition to George W. Bush's, was his father's. I'm sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Well, I was just going to say, for Mark, and apparently Lou, you've done this as well, analyzed a lot of State of the Union speeches. I think you both need to get out more. Maybe see a movie, maybe get out and experience other things, because it's a big world out there, fellas.
We're going to do our best to grapple with it. Joe Madison, thanks for being with us. Steve Cochran, as always.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, guys. A reminder now, please vote in our poll tonight. The question is, do you believe it's appropriate that both the Republican and Democratic parties have disenfranchised primary voters in both the states of Michigan and Florida? Yes or no? Cast your vote at lidodds.com. We'll have the results here later. Up next, polls in Florida closing in 15 minutes. All of them will be closed. Most are now. We'll have for you what's on the minds of voters in that state. And with now 7% of the vote in, it is an extremely close race. We'll be looking at the importance of this primary with our panel of political analysts, the best in the country. Stay with us. We're coming right back. We'll have those results next. Well, in Florida now, 9% of the vote is in, and McCain and Romney, McCain with 34% of the vote, and Romney right behind. It looks with 30%. It looks like we're going to have a very interesting battle over this evening. I'm joined now by four of my favorite folks, political analysts and military analysts, certainly, here in New York. Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist, New York Daily News, Michael Goodwin. Michael, syndicated columnist Miguel Perez. Miguel, good to have you with us. And one of the country's most distinguished former military commanders and Blue Times Tonight military analyst, General David Grange. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Well, and in Tennessee, I just want to say, Professor Carol Swain, I'm used to counting to 3, partner, and I just got, I'm overtaxing my intellect here tonight. Professor Carol Swain at Vanderbilt University. Professor Swain, professor of law and political science, also the editor of Debating Immigration, a very important book. And Professor, it is great to have you here.
Thank you.
You know what, I'm going to try to make amends by starting with you first.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I hope it has nothing to do with my age either, Carol. But the reality is we've got a very tight race here. Do you think that this, do you think the voters in Florida and Michigan should be disenfranchised?
No, of course not. We know how much attention that the Democrats have spent discussing the disenfranchisement of voters in Washington, D.C., and that's one of the core issues that they talk about, voters and their right to vote and the democratic process. So you wouldn't expect them to be the party that would disenfranchise anyone.
And Rudy Giuliani has said, Professor Swain, that the winner of Florida wins the nomination. Do you agree?
No, not necessarily so.
All right. How about you, Michael?
I think she's right that it may not be determinative for the Republicans, because a close second by either McCain or Romney coming out of here keeps them both alive.
And as we look at these exit polls, one of the things that's, to me, absolutely fascinating, and I suppose expected, but also troubling, is the fact that the economy has supplanted the war in Iraq and its conduct as the #1 issue for voters in both parties. General Grange, what's your reaction?
Well, the thing about the war in regards to the economic conditions of the country is that it affects the economic conditions. I mean, war is expensive. And so you really have to tie it together. And I think it's important that the candidates talk about the war in relation to the other requirements, like a good economy, a healthy economy, and other issues.
It appears right now, Miguel, that John Edwards is going to run third with a significant victory for Senator Clinton in Florida. The import of that to the Edwards campaign, is it wise? Is it, do you think, to be expected? He will continue to be the third man in this race.
Obviously, he's hoping for a brokered convention. There's a good chance, the way things appear right now, that we might have one, and he wants to be the kingmaker. He will have a good percentage of the delegates to be able to say, okay, it'll be Hillary or it'll be Obama. So that's what he's running for now. I don't know if he's looking to be the next vice president under one of those two, but he does have that power. He could have that power.
It looks a bit like Obama has said he doesn't want to be Senator Clinton's vice president, giving her the cold shoulder at the State of the Union address last night. Nearly everyone, I'm sorry, Carol?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the strongest ticket for the Democrats would be Edwards Obama, and for the Republicans, McCain, Huckabee, McCain, but they should all just pair up.
With that, we're going to come right back, Professor, with our panel. We'll be back in just a moment. We're going to have the latest on today's high-stakes Republican primary. John King is in the CNN Election Center now, and as we watch those results come in, John, what are we all looking for?
Well, Lou, let's be emphasis first on what we do know so far, and they are very early results. Let's show you up on the board here. 10% of the vote counted in Florida, most of the polls closing at 7 o'clock, of course, with 10% of the vote counted. A very close race so far. Senator McCain leading in the early results, but again, very, very early on in the night, so don't put too much stock in that. What are we looking for? Senator McCain, Lou, if he is to win, needs to do very well down here, and as you can see, this is white. Miami, Dade County area, still no results in at all. McCain has to do very well here. He needs to do very well over here in the Tampa Bay area, where you have a high percentage of military veterans, and also up here in the Pensacola area. This is where John McCain learned to fly in the Navy. He's counting on the military veterans up in that area. Those areas in blue, key to John McCain. If you're Mitt Romney, you need to win down here in Southwest Florida. You see he's already running ahead in the early returns in Naples. He's down right now in Sarasota. That would be a troubling sign for the Romney campaign if that continues, but again, it is very, very early on. And the key conservative battleground for Mitt Romney, right up here in the Jacksonville area, Lou, you see he's already winning in the very early returns right around Jacksonville, but the people live here in the center of Jacksonville. That is critical. And right here in Orlando, this is a key area for Mitt Romney. He needs to run up some numbers right in the central part of the state. Orange County here, just below Orange County, Osceola County. This will be a key county to watch, perhaps the impact of the Mel Martinez endorsement. This is your non-Cuban Latino vote is centered right here in Osceola County. That is one of the places we will watch tonight. But Lou, it is very early on, as you can see. Most of the populous areas down here in the Miami area, over here in the Tampa, in Orlando as well, have yet to report. So a long night we expect ahead, and we'll watch these key areas as all goes on. Lou?
All right, John, thank you very much. John King, he'll be following the results very carefully with analysis for us throughout the evening here. Up next, we'll be back with more from our panel. Stay with us, and we'll have the results of that poll. Stay with us. We're back with Michael Goodwin, Miguel Perez, General David Grange, Professor Carol Swain. Miguel, you've been thinking about what you watched in that State of the Union address.
I was keeping count and taking notes of all the times that there were standing ovations, people sitting down, pretending to look interested, and it was amazing how divided this Congress is, and that's why they're not able to do anything. It was very clear from that speech and watching the reaction how the Republicans were giving the president standing ovations several times, and the Democrats were trying to, look, twiddling with the booklet they were handling, trying to look busy. But it was very, very obvious that they don't agree on anything.
Your reactions?
Well, I think there should be some kind of unity of purpose when you're working in a government position and you're representing the American people. There's some things people should get together on for the better of this nation.
Oh, you mean like race, gender, all of the issues that are bubbling to the surface here, in some cases doing more than bubbling to the surface?
Well, I think that's what we all hope this election will bring, an end to the divisions and partisanship in Washington. And really, traditionally, that's what...
And how would that happen?
That's what elections are supposed to do, is they're supposed to end a fresh start, and people from both sides come together.
Professor Swain?
It just seems to me that I don't have a whole lot of hope that that will happen with any of the candidates, because it's so ingrained, the types of behaviors that you can predict from Democrats and from Republicans. And it will take something to just really shake up the system, I believe, before we go beyond that. People have lost sense of a national interest and a reason to come together.
Miguel, watching the Hispanic vote issues and the Latino vote with the imprimatur of Senator Kennedy now, the impact for Obama?
I think it will have some impact, especially in California and out west with the Hispanic vote. Let's remember that the overwhelming majority of Latino elected officials have already very early on jumped on Senator Clinton's bandwagon. Right. And some of them are beginning to regret it now, because Latino voters, a lot of them are for Obama. So the leadership wants one thing, and the voters, the Latinos, a lot of Latinos are supporting Obama. So now you got Kennedy jumping in, and the Kennedys have always had a tremendous following in the Hispanic community, and I think it will help Obama.
Miguel? I'm sorry, Michael. Miguel says that it's going to have an impact. Do you agree?
I do. I think the Kennedy endorsement is important for a couple of reasons. First of all, I think the notion of the establishment getting on the Obama train now makes it more than just a youth movement, makes it more than an insurgency. It makes it something real, something big. And don't forget, how important was Kennedy? It was important enough that the Clintons wanted it and fought against it. That's how important the Clintons saw it.
And we're looking at live pictures now of Senator Obama at a campaign rally in Kansas City. Professor Swain, you just heard what Miguel and Michael said. Your thoughts?
I think that Senator Kennedy's endorsement may help him with some voters, but it will hurt him in red states. And I also believe that if Senator Obama doesn't get the nomination, that there will be a low turnout probably among blacks, young people, Hispanics, that it won't be good for the party.
And David Grange, we'll give you the last word.
Well, I would just like to see some candidate represent the United States of America where we go to new heights, get to another stage of success. It's just very disappointing.
We thank you very much, gentlemen, and I think we all agree with you. The results of our poll tonight, 80% of you responding it is not appropriate that both the Republican and Democratic parties have disenfranchised voters in both Michigan and Florida. Thanks for being with us tonight. CNN special election coverage continues right now.
We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. We're at the CNN Election Center. We've got an important primary underway in Florida right now. Right now, it's what, 2.5 minutes till all the polls in the state of Florida are closed. Most of them actually closed almost an hour ago at 7 p.m. Eastern. The remaining polls in the Panhandle will be closing in the next couple minutes. We're watching all of this unfold right now. We have reporters standing by throughout the state at McCain headquarters, Romney headquarters, Giuliani headquarters. We're also following the Democrats. There's a Clinton rally underway, an Obama rally. All of that is happening. We also have Anderson Cooper and the best political team on television. They're standing by at the Reagan Library out in California with Roland Martin, Gloria Borger, and Bill Bennett. Here in Washington, more of the best political team on television. In New York, that is John King, Amy Holmes, Jeff Toobin. They're here. Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider, they've been going through all of the exit polls right now. We're going to share the numbers with you, what motivated these voters on this day in Florida. Let's take a look and see what we have right now. As I said, the polls, most of the polls in Florida closed almost an hour ago. On the Republican side, and this is relatively early, with 15%, 15% of the precincts in Florida reporting. There's a battle underway between John McCain and Mitt Romney. Right now, John McCain with 34% of the votes to Mitt Romney's 31%. There's a battle underway for third place between Mike Huckabee and Rudy Giuliani. 13% for Huckabee, 17% for Giuliani. Remember, 15% of the precincts have reported. If you take a look at the hard numbers, more than 177,000 so far for McCain, 157,000 for Romney. Giuliani with 89,000 or so, 66,000 for Mike Huckabee. Ron Paul, 16,628. On the Democratic side, this is a vote, largely a beauty contest, because the Democratic National Committee stripped Florida Democrats of any delegates that will be apportioned as a result of this vote. But still, it's a significant race. Hillary Clinton with 19% of the precincts ahead, with 48% to Barack Obama's 30%. John Edwards at third place with 14%. Mike Gravel actually has 4%, the former governor of Florida. Hillary Clinton right now with 248,900. It doesn't look like she has much of a battle underway in Florida right now. Based on the exit polls that we have, we can make a projection, first of all, that there is a battle underway, a serious battle underway among the Republicans, Mitt Romney and John McCain. Mitt Romney and John McCain are fighting for first place right now. They're competing. We cannot make a projection who will win this Republican battle based on the numbers that have come in so far or the exit polls. We can tell you this. It's not a good night for Rudy Giuliani, not a good night for Mike Huckabee. They're locked in a battle right now for third place, and that is obviously not what Rudy Giuliani specifically wanted. He hoped to win in Florida. We can project Rudy Giuliani will not win. On the Democratic side, we can project that Hillary Clinton will be the winner of the Democratic primary in Florida based on the exit polls that we have, as well as the actual numbers that have come in so far. About 15% of the precincts have actually reported, but this is a win that won't result in any delegates for Hillary Clinton. It will give her perhaps some momentum. Kenny Crowley is watching this story for us. She's at a Clinton rally. They're going to spin it, the Clinton campaign, as a huge win for Hillary Clinton in Florida. Even though none of the candidates could campaign there, they couldn't spend a whole lot of time there except to do some fundraising, but they're going to say the people of Florida have spoken, Candy.
Absolutely right. They're going to say, I can tell you, and I've already said, more people voted here in Florida than any of the other states combined, that this is the most diverse state that has voted thus far, that in fact it's important for people's voices to be heard. Now, you know, last week Hillary Clinton said that she would tell her delegates at the National Convention to go ahead and seat these Florida delegates. Obviously, they've had a bad week. You had Barack Obama's significant win in South Carolina. You had the endorsement of Teddy Kennedy. So in some ways, what they're hoping here is to kind of stop that momentum in its tracks and change the headlines, frankly, change the conversation. So they say, look, this is a very important race. It says a lot about how the country is feeling about things. And I can tell you at Camp Obama, they're saying the bottom line is this. It's a tie. 0 delegates for Hillary Clinton and 0 delegates for Barack Obama, Wolf.
To you in a second, Candy. Stand by. Suzanne Malveaux is out in Kansas City, Missouri, right? Kansas City, Missouri, at a Obama rally. What are they saying out there, Suzanne? Hillary Clinton, we project, will win the Democratic primary in Florida, even though no delegates will result for her at the convention in Denver.
Well, sure. Barack Obama was actually asked about that earlier on the flight on the way over here. What does this mean? Should it be ignored? He said, no, it should not be ignored. But of course, they're trying to downplay this, saying that this is simply a snapshot of what Florida voters are looking at and what they know about the candidates. He called it a beauty contest. He says that, look, he hasn't been out there campaigning. He pledged not to, that he will keep that pledge. And he also said that when it comes to the general election, he cares about the people in Michigan. He cares about the people in Florida. That's when he will outline his record to those voters. I also spoke with the communications director of the Obama campaign, who says, look, this is a fight over delegates. So the score is 0-0 tonight. Obviously trying to play this down. They do not believe, or at least they do not hope, that she gains momentum from this win. Wolf?
All right, we'll check back with you, Susanna, as well. I want to go to Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider. They're standing by. You've been looking at the exit polls that we've been doing, Soledad, and you're looking at how Hillary Clinton managed to win tonight in Florida.
Yeah, that's a question we start out with this evening, which is really, how'd she do it? How was she able to pull it off? And I guess for that, you just go right to the exit poll numbers, which are pretty clear on why she won. Let's start with the first one. How did white voters vote?
Well, this was a very clear victory for Hillary Clinton. She dominated the vote among whites in Florida, 53. Obama got 22%, which is just about what he got among white voters in South Carolina. But white voters in Florida were 2/3 of the vote. They were less than half of the vote in South Carolina. So this clear, big lead among white voters makes it a strong state for Clinton. And Obama's share, a little less than a quarter, strong, but not enough.
African-American voters, Democratic side.
They're the Obama base, and we see here that he did very well with African-American voters. 70% Obama, 27% for Hillary Clinton. Again, she got a healthy share of the African-American vote. It isn't totally racially polarized, but in Florida, only 18% of the voters were African-American. In South Carolina, it was 55, 3 times the proportion as in Florida.
Healthy percentage, not that many actual in number.
Exactly.
When you go to the Latino voters, that really spells trouble for Barack Obama.
It does. Take a look here at the Latino voters in Florida. Now, these are Democratic voters that were mostly not Cuban Americans who tend to vote in the Republican primary. Latino voters in Florida were 2-1 for Hillary Clinton. Clinton 59, Obama 30. Now that's a problem because in some of these big Super Tuesday states coming up, you've got big proportions of Latino voters.
California, certainly.
California, Arizona, New York, a lot of Latino voters, and Obama is just getting here less than a third.
That's going to be a big problem for him. So as we look forward to Super Tuesday, as you analyze the numbers, especially of percentage of white voters, what does that mean?
It means that Obama's got a big problem in Super Tuesday. We did a calculation based on Obama doing what he did in South Carolina, about a quarter of the white vote, 80% of the black vote. If that continues on Super Tuesday, he doesn't get more than a third of the vote in any of the Super Tuesday primaries except for deep South states like Georgia, where he gets a bare majority based on his solid support among black voters. If he doesn't increase his share of the Latino and the white vote, he's going to have a problem.
But you're looking at numbers for Obama's support in Florida, a state where he did not campaign and he was not well known. Doesn't that kind of throw a wrench in these calculations?
Well, he did not campaign here, and that, of course, is what he's arguing. In a state where he didn't campaign, he couldn't make any inroads.
All right, well, we'll see how it turns out. Wolf, back to you.
All right, they're certainly celebrating over at Hillary Clinton at a rally in Florida for Hillary Clinton. They're making it sound like this is a huge, huge deal for her, even though no delegates, once again, no delegates will be going from Florida to the Denver convention unless the DNC decides to change all of that. I want to show you what's happening on the Republican side right now. We've projected that Hillary Clinton will win the Democratic primary in Florida. But on the Republican side right now, 22% of the precincts on the Republican side have reported, and there's a battle underway. John McCain so far has 34%, Mitt Romney 31%, Rudy Giuliani at 16%, Mike Huckabee at 14%. If you take a look at the actual numbers, and if we drill in and show you those numbers right now, McCain with about 217, almost 218,000 votes to 198,500 for Romney, 104,000 for Giuliani, Huckabee with 88,000 or so, Ron Paul 20,000. You can see 22% though, only 22% have reported, and we're going to continue to watch this very, very closely. 57 delegates are at stake in Florida on the Republican side. Let's go over to the best political team on television, get some assessment. First of all, John, on the Republican side, it's got to be a huge disappointment for Rudy Giuliani. We've projected he will not win. He will not come in second. He's got a fight on his hands right now now for third place with Mike Huckabee.
And Wolf, he has said that he will get on a plane tomorrow and fly out to California, where CNN is hosting a Republican debate tomorrow night. But there is a serious conversation within his campaign and serious conversation among his friends here in New York City about whether Rudy Giuliani should think about getting out. He himself has on the record said it yesterday, I believe he repeated it again today, that he thinks the winner of Florida will be the Republican nominee. He is not going to be the winner of Florida tonight. He has spent more than $30 million, approaching now somewhere in the vicinity of $40 million. He will be 0 for 7 after tonight. He bet everything on Florida, everything on Florida. It is a repudiation of the Giuliani strategy. There's
a huge loss for Rudy Giuliani tonight, Amy.
It's got to be a heartbreaker. When he started this campaign, he was ahead in the national polls. He was even ahead among evangelicals early on. But, you know, all the political experts told him that if you skip those early states and you lose, it's going to be very hard to come back and win in Florida.
What happened, Jeff? Because only a few months ago, he was the front runner among the Republicans, especially in a state like Florida, where he had huge name recognition, the America's mayor after 9/11. What happened?
The more people saw of Rudy Giuliani, the less they liked him. I mean, I think it's as simple as that. He just was not a good candidate. I mean, he didn't not campaign in New Hampshire and Iowa. He actually did campaign a little bit there. He spent a good deal of money on television in those states and went down in the polls. He went to Florida and went down in the polls. It is, I mean, I think it's clear this is the worst campaign of this millennium. It may be the worst campaign of the last millennium as well at this rate.
Look, Phil Gramm ran in 1996. He spent $26 million and he got nothing. Phil Gramm was a conservative Republican. In a sense, Phil Gramm's was a bigger failure in that he fit the national profile of the base of the Republican Party. We're in New York City. We talked about this in 2006 when Chris Shays, Olympia Snowe, Susan Collins, there is a breed of Northeast Republicans viewed as the liberal or moderate Republicans that is dying. Well, that is what Rudy Giuliani is. And in New York City, tip your hat to him if you're a Republican. He was the mayor of an overwhelmingly Democratic city, and so a source of pride in the party. He is not on the issues a national Republican. This is to be the national nominee of the Republican Party.
And John and I, we were talking before the show. It was never clear to me what was Rudy Giuliani's natural constituency in Florida. He talked about those snowbirds, those New York transplants, but many of them are Democrats. We saw that back in 2000 with the whole vote recount. So, Giuliani's strategy down in Florida was always a big question mark.
Let's not lose sight, Jeff, of the competition that is going on in Florida for the first place, and that would be between John McCain and Mitt Romney right now. About 25% of the votes are in, 34% for McCain, 31% for Romney. Based on that and based on our exit polls, we at CNN cannot yet project who will emerge as the winner tonight.
I think this is the most important Republican primary so far, because if John McCain wins, he is also leading in virtually every Super Tuesday state. So a victory here would almost certainly help him in those states where he's already winning. Plus, you have the Republican Party set up, the rules such that the leader gets more than his share. It's set up to make the leader a consensus candidate. So I think if McCain hangs on to this lead, he's in very, very good shape.
It sets him up as the front runner. And also Florida will tell us where those Thompson voters went. There was a lot of discussion with the conservative Thompson voters. If they go to McCain, he's shoring up his appeal among those voters. Also, after Florida, it will tell us where the Giuliani voters go.
I want to go out to Anderson Cooper. He's got more of the best political team on television as well. Anderson, give us a little sense of what you're seeing out there. I know you're getting ready for a huge Republican debate tomorrow night.
That's right. We're actually right in front of the old Air Force One, which Ronald Reagan used to use, a remarkable set that we've constructed here at the Ronald Reagan Library for tomorrow night. But, of course, tonight all eyes are on Florida and the panel here, eager to talk, particularly about Rudy Giuliani. Bill Bennett, you were shaking your head when Jeffrey Toobin was talking.
Yeah, I was looking for the meal tray I left on Air Force One. That's right.
That's all right. Brings back old memories.
They cleaned it out. Yeah, they cleaned it out. Luckily. Yeah, we can forgive Jeff, a New Yorker, taking a shot there at Rudy's with some satisfaction. But Jeff actually makes a good point in that the campaign wasn't good. A lot of people were disposed to Giuliani, and it surprised me at the beginning how many evangelicals, how many pro-life people said they would have supported Giuliani campaign.
When you say the campaign wasn't good, you mean the candidate candidate himself on the trail?
Wasn't good. He did not wear well. I think Jeff is right on that. And the more people saw, the less impressed they were. There were a couple other problems. I think it was too much New York. You know, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. He needed to talk about his vision for the country, not just talk about what he did on 9/11. Then he got stuck in this business, the Bernie Kerik, the police commissioner scandal, the stuff about using city funds for the now Mrs. Giuliani. And he couldn't seem to get out of that. He seemed to get boxed in that. Then it seemed like a certain kind of interest or enthusiasm about the campaign and for the campaign just kind of dropped.
I talked to people who used to go to his rallies in New Hampshire who said he didn't seem enthusiastic.
No, he doesn't like the retail politicking. You know, he liked it in New York well enough, I guess, but not nationally. And I don't think you can win a presidential race by just dropping by sometimes.
Let me say one thing and then yield to Gloria. If Justice Holmes says one place, you got to want something fiercely and want it all the time. My sense with him was he said, well, let's give it a try. Let's see how it goes. Otherwise, I have this great business. I have this great company. He didn't seem to enter into it whole hog in the way Romney has totally entered into it. You see Romney
or McCain.
Or McCain now. Both of them. You'll see that tomorrow.
And I think the big question now, though, for Giuliani is when does he get out? Does he get out before Super Tuesday, before getting annihilated, possibly, in the state of New York? Does he throw his support
would be not only
to John
embarrassing,
McCain?
but in terms of his business would be hurtful.
Wouldn't be wise.
Yeah, sure. This hasn't helped him in any way, shape, or form.
You know, I will use one word to describe the Giuliani campaign: arrogant. It is arrogant to think that somehow you can ignore early states and then decide to run in one state. That is the height of arrogance. Not only that, imagine the Patriots on Sunday saying, we're going to pull all our starters for the first 3 quarters. We're so good, we're going to come back in the 4th quarter. He had a natural lead. People did like him.
Yeah, but it looks arrogant now. You know, to you. If it had worked, though, it would have been brilliant, and everyone would have said he was
I still think it's kind of arrogant, though.
But nobody, to be fair, let's be fair, nobody thought of Mike Huckabee. Nobody had any sense that Mike Huckabee was going to come out of Iowa and that he was going to be, you know, the king for a day, and that then it was going to be so chaotic, which could have benefited Giuliani, by the way, with his strategy if he had been a better candidate.
Well, I will say this, you know, I didn't think he was going to win Iowa, but about 11 months ago, I would say that's the guy to look for, a Southern governor from Arkansas, evangelical. And some friends reminded me of that. But again, Huckabee obviously was a key. But when you have we have a head start like that. You allow your opponents to catch up. That's what he did. He allowed them to catch up and bypass him. He did not even build upon his natural lead.
It also seems, I want to bring in New York Amy Holmes if she's standing by. There is also a certain momentum which builds up for a candidate over time as you're competing in these early states. Yes. And he seemed just never to get any lift from that. I mean, he wasn't taking part in it, so he never got any of that. And by the time Florida rolled around, he seemed kind of old news.
I think that's exactly right, Anderson. And, you know, he didn't get a good headline for months. And so where does this enthusiasm go? And we really even didn't see New Yorkers saying, you know, we want our hometown guy to win. So he was nowhere in this calculation. But in Gloria's point, also in fairness to Giuliani, he didn't expect the resurrection of John McCain coming down to Florida and really giving him now this run for the money. So he was counting on John McCain's campaign being dead, and then he'd be competing against, you know, his other competitors.
I just want to get a sense from our panel in New York and also hear what Rudy Giuliani does now. I mean, does he assuming third place, does he drops out? Does he drop out tonight? Does he drop out tomorrow?
I think in your debate,
McCain.
that's when he does.
Oh, that's right.
I think he endorses McCain.
But you think before the debate tomorrow night he will drop out?
Yes, and it'll be interesting if he endorses, how quickly he endorses McCain. If indeed he does it, I think he will.
It serves no purpose for him to debate tomorrow. It serves no purpose. And so, frankly, he will be in the way. Tomorrow night is going to be a two-person conversation. McCain, Romney.
Well,
Is Ron Paul here?
Yes.
3-person.
Okay, well.
But I do think that you know, New York and New Jersey are two very important Super Tuesday states for the Republicans. They're winner take all, and Giuliani could really be a big help to John McCain.
An endorsement by Giuliani would matter for John McCain.
It would really matter.
Well, yeah, sure, yes. Yes, I mean,
Big time.
if McCain wins tonight, if he wins tonight, and he gets an endorsement of from Giuliani, it's going to be very hard to stop it.
John King in New York, you agree with that?
I do. And Rudy Giuliani, remember, Anderson, since day one has said if he were not running for president, he would be supporting John McCain. There is no question where his loyalty lies in this race. They're going to have a conversation with all of their key staff members, with their contributor community, with his friends here in New York City in the morning. He'll probably have some of those conversations tonight now that he has a pretty good sense of what the results are. And again, they have said publicly they are getting on the plane and going to that debate. That could be influenced by whether McCain or Romney wins in Florida tonight. Rudy Giuliani might think if Romney wins that he wants to be there to help join the anti-Romney combat, if you will. But it is a political calculation. There is no expectation. This is a man who is very proud. Most people believe he does not want to lose in his home state of New York and lose in New Jersey. So it is a matter of when, not if so much. But again, they will wait for all the results to come in tonight. We're still very early in the results there. But it is a big question. He was, as Amy said, he thought he would be the only security candidate by the time the campaign got to Florida. He thought Romney or somebody else would come out of South Carolina, not John McCain. He thought John McCain would be wounded by now. So the McCain resurgence essentially is a complicating factor for Mayor Giuliani.
Just to add to make a tactical point here, I think it would probably be better for both McCain and Giuliani if he waited a couple days to endorse, because then he could dominate the news cycle right before all those primaries. But it's a question of when, not if.
That's a very good point. And we also know from polling data that Giuliani and McCain supporters, that there's a great deal of overlap, that Giuliani supporters like McCain and vice versa. So this is a natural fit.
All right, we've got a lot more to talk about in this night, which may be a very long night indeed. The races you can see on the board right now, very close between Senator McCain and Governor Romney. We continue to follow it. When we come back from break, John King is going to show you the state of Florida with district by district, county by county view. We'll take a quick breakdown of the numbers of where things stand. Take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Almost a third of the precincts have now reported, and it's a very close race unfolding on the Republican presidential primary between John McCain and Mitt Romney. 32%. 32% of the precincts have reported John McCain with 34% of the vote to Mitt Romney's 33%. So far, a very disappointing 15, now 16% for Rudy Giuliani, 13% for Mike Huckabee. Another percentage point has just gone up. 33% of the precincts have now reported. 322,801 votes for John McCain to 304,889 votes for Mitt Romney. Rudy Giuliani's down at 147,000. Mike Huckabee, 126,000. Ron Paul has 29,000. Once again, we cannot project a winner in the Republican presidential primary based on our exit polls or on the precinct so far reporting. We're watching this very closely. As we reported, we can't project a winner on the Democratic side. Hillary Clinton will win the Democratic presidential primary, but will get 0 delegates out of Florida. That state's Democrats were stripped of their delegates because they moved up their primary before the February 5th Super Tuesday date, and they got some punishment as a result of that. John King taking a close look at the state of Florida and this Republican fight that's underway now between Mitt Romney and John McCain.
Doesn't get much closer than this, Wolf, although McCain has opened up just a little bit. But we're looking at about 18,000 votes is the margin right now, 18,000 votes. And let's show some key areas. If you're the Romney campaign, you're looking at this. Orange County is where Orlando is, in the middle of the state. He spent a lot of time there. If you are the Romney campaign, you're looking at Orange County, and this is worrying you. Romney needed to win Orange County by a decent margin. He's essentially running in a dead heat at the moment with 91% reporting in. So that's a bit of a trouble sign for the Romney campaign right there. This is where John McCain needs Wolf, and needs big. Miami-Dade County has just started to come in. We're only at 7% of the vote so far in Miami-Dade County. Let me block you out up here. You see John McCain, again, very early, but 44% to 12%. It is Giuliani just behind McCain down there. That is, as they say in Florida, the further south you go, the further north you are. This is where the transplants are from the north. They're more moderate Republican voters. If John McCain can keep that margin there, where I'm told turnout was quite high today, if John McCain can keep that margin, he will be happy tonight. That is worth watching as we go on. Another key area for Mitt Romney is down here in southwest Florida, Collier County, where Naples is, just above it up there. You see Governor Romney running up big margins, but 92% of the vote in already there, Wolf. The places where the vote has yet to come in, Miami-Dade is a place where you expect McCain to do well. A key area that is still white on our map, Tampa. The I-4 corridor right here is where the people are. They swing a general election. They're also very important in a Republican primary. Tampa, Hillsborough County, again, I'm told turnout was pretty good there for a Republican primary, a little more than 6% of the state population. The McCain camp believes if it wins Tampa, it wins the state. We don't know what's going on there yet. One more quick other place to look, and let's clear the screen so there's no confusion. This, again, has to be a bit of a trouble sign for the Romney campaign. This is conservative country across the panhandle, Georgia and Alabama. This is more of a southern state. Down here you have more moderate voters. This is the conservative part of Florida up here. And if you're looking at this, if you're Romney campaign, you're very happy about this. Duval County, about 5% of the state population. You're running well ahead. The suburbs around Jacksonville, Romney country right now. Clay County, a bellwether suburb. He's running well ahead there. That's a good sign if you're Mitt Romney. But out here, you see McCain's colors out here. This is conservative country out here. And this out here in Pensacola, Wolf, is where John McCain trained as a Navy pilot way back many years ago, more than 4 decades ago. If he can get the military veterans vote out there, that is a key to his performance. So as we watch the vote come in, let's come back to the full state now. Come on back out here. We're up to 33%. Again, it's a matter of a little under 20,000 votes there. But this Miami-Dade will be key, and the votes are coming in slow. Only 7% reporting. If John McCain can keep that margin, a good margin, obviously Governor Romney's placing 3rd there, but that's key to John McCain. If he keeps that as that 7 climbs up into the teens, the 20s, and the 30s, they'll be encouraged in the McCain campaign. If you're the Romney campaign, you are looking right here for more votes and right here for more votes as they count them, and you hope to best McCain out here in conservative country.
Is it too simplistic, John, to say that Huckabee was challenging votes with Romney and Giuliani was challenging for votes with McCain?
No question on the latter point, that Rudy Giuliani's drop has been to McCain's benefit. Now, Giuliani was there the whole time, so it's hard to say that Giuliani is costing McCain votes. It's more that McCain is taking votes from Giuliani. But no question, if John McCain loses the state narrowly and Rudy Giuliani runs this strong down in Miami-Dade, that could be the difference. Now,
I asked the question because if Rudy Giuliani coming in, let's say a disappointing 3rd or maybe even 4th, if he were to leave, I assume that potentially nationwide would help John McCain.
Further out, although if Mitt Romney wins tonight and gets the momentum, John McCain poured a lot of money into Florida in the final days to try to keep relative parity with Mitt Romney on television. There's not a lot of money in the McCain bank account leaving Florida. He needs the win, because if Mitt Romney gets that win, he'll raise more money and he's willing to spend more of his own money.
Even if it's a very, very close outcome, this is a winner-take-all state. The Republican delegates, whoever wins, even if they win by 1 or 2 votes, even 1 vote, then that individual, whether it's Romney or McCain, gets all the delegates.
The winner gets 57 delegates. Half of the delegates were penalized from Florida moving up, but the winner gets 57 delegates and the right to say they won the biggest, most diverse, ideological, geographical state in an all-Republican primary, which is key to John McCain. And you mentioned earlier Governor Huckabee. These are counties being won by Governor Huckabee. Again, you're just south of the Georgia border here. These are very small counties. They're rural counties. This is where you do have an evangelical vote. It'd be interesting to look at the exit polls to see who the second choice of Huckabee voters up in that area were. He could have it in a very close race. Huckabee's not doing very well statewide, and he's obviously only winning those 2 very small rural counties right now, but in a very close statewide race. Remember the impact Fred Thompson had in South Carolina. Governor Huckabee could have an impact up here. Mayor Giuliani down here in the South. As you watch this map, Wolf, we're up to 35%. It is up to about 20,000 votes right now. Again, if I'm the Romney campaign, I'm a little worried about this. Splitting, essentially tying with John McCain in Orlando, an area that he had hoped to win. And if you want to see the non-Cuban Latino vote is centered right here in a Republican primary. John McCain winning just a little tiny bit there. Mitt Romney had Spanish language radio ads up. Perhaps the late endorsement by Senator Mel Martinez helping John McCain, but again, relatively small amount of the population. So we have a long way to go in this county.
Our viewers, if our viewers are interested, they can go to CNNpolitics.com and they can watch this unfold county by county. These counties out in the western part of Florida, the Panhandle, they just closed. They just closed at the top of the hour, so they haven't reported yet.
These votes tend to come in a little late. They're just coming in, and that's important. And again, up here for Governor Romney, he needs to pad everything he can up here in the conservative
This is Miami-Dade County. This is Broward County. Right. I'm wondering why Palm Beach County so far hasn't reported anything, because there's a history in Palm Beach County, John, as you were, and our viewers will remember going back to the year 2000.
We will have no hanging chad
That's right.
tonight. 7% of the state population. That's a big deal.
That's right.
It's a Democratic county overall, so it's a smaller vote on the Republican side. But you're right, there's no vote in yet in a close race statewide. Even these counties that are likely to be Democratic in the general election could be decisive in the Republican side. And again, this is an area where John McCain expects to do well. Over here is where this is critical to Governor Romney, and we'll wait on these counties in the middle that are still white. But John McCain running well here, and Tampa is starting to come in. Wolf, we said earlier, we were waiting for Tampa to come in. Let's take a quick look over here. See what the early margin is. Hillsborough County, it's again almost 6.5% of the population.
It's only 2% of the precincts reported.
12%.
12%,
yeah, 12%. That's a little hidden. 12% in. John McCain, they wanted a little bit more of a margin in Hillsborough County, but given that's a pretty decent margin for them right there. Still a long way to go, though, Wolf.
Here's a thought, John. Here's just a thought. If it's really, really close between Romney and McCain, and winner gets all, winner take all in Florida, who knows what's going to happen if they want to recount or anything like that. We've been there before. We've done it. We'll watch in the course of this night.
A small margin. We could well have a recount, but we've got a ways to go. We'll see.
We certainly do. All right, John, we're going to be checking back with you very much. Let me show you what's going on. This is a Hillary Clinton rally that's underway in Davie, Florida right now. They're very excited there. We're expecting to hear from Hillary Clinton at some point. She'll be speaking there, and once she does, we're definitely going to want to hear what she has to say. She'll be touting this as a big win tonight. Once Hillary Clinton goes out there, we're going to see what's going on. That's a rally underway for Hillary Clinton, even though there are no delegates at stake, because Florida, on the Democratic side, was stripped of any delegates because it moved up its primary, just as Michigan did, and the Democratic National Committee decided they would not be able to seat delegates at their convention at the end of the summer in Denver. So that's one of the things that's going on. Despite that, Hillary Clinton will no doubt say this is a huge win for her. In fact, here she is. She's walking out right now, getting ready to speak to her supporters in Florida. You would think that based on this rally and this excitement that they had been campaigning every single day, every single hour, but they were not allowed to actually campaign in Florida under the rules, and none of the Democratic candidates did campaign there, but they did go down there from time to time to raise some money. They could do fundraising in Florida, but they couldn't actually go out and campaign. Those were the rules. That's what they said. They abided. She came to Florida after the polls closed, she said, in order to be at this rally, because the earlier polls in Florida showed she was going to win this contest. You see her there right now with some members of Congress who are up on the stage, including Senator Bill Nelson, who's up there. While we wait for Hillary Clinton to speak, Anderson Cooper is out at the Ronald Reagan Library in California with some of the best political team on television. They're going to say, Anderson, and I just want to alert our viewers, you're going to hear Hillary Clinton say this is a great win for her tonight in Florida. And I don't want to belittle the Florida voters, the Democrats, by any means. They went out there, hundreds of thousands of them. They voted in good faith, and dare I say, a lot of them had no idea that the delegates would not be seated as a result of this. They wanted to vote. They went and voted, and in very, very big numbers, and clearly Hillary Clinton has won that vote in Florida.
We're certainly going to hear her take on it, her spin on it. Let's get a little bit of the take of the best political team on television. Gloria Borger, should people be taking Hillary Clinton's win seriously in Florida?
Well, I agree with Wolf that lots of Democrats turned out, which gives you some sense of the energy of the Democratic Party in this election, because, of course, none of the candidates campaign there. However, this is a talking point for Hillary Clinton. This is not a huge victory. This is not going to give her tremendous momentum going into Super Tuesday. This is a talking point.
But impressions do matter, and here you have her picture in front of an adoring crowd with the sign, you know, victory in the state of Florida. And most people aren't paying attention to the details here.
Right, but it's our job to say she's doing that because she does want to have that picture as somebody after, particularly after South Carolina. Now, sometime down the road, Anderson, if this is contested, she could maybe then say, these delegates are mine and you better seat them at the convention.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. I mean, I've talked to folks on the Democratic Party, and they say, look, forget that. We're not going to allow that to happen. And something also important. I think the people of Florida and also Michigan need to understand their leaders failed them. Okay, everybody thought that after Iowa and New Hampshire, the race was going to be over, so everyone rushed. Obviously, we had no idea this was going to transpire. You see now why people also wait. Wouldn't it have been interesting had Florida and Michigan gone after February 5th, how amazing in terms of the competition for those delegates. But it was the legislatures in those two states and the governors of those two states, Republican in Florida and the Democrat in Michigan, they failed the people by moving those primaries up, knowing full well the party said no.
Bill Bennett, the significance of Hillary Clinton in Florida?
I'll pass on that. Could I talk about this other thing as part of 1/18 of the best political California, go California's side of the political team. This is a monumental event for John McCain. I mean, remember the old story of the lady or the tiger? You know, he opens one door, he gets if he wins this, he is on the road to the nomination. I think it'd be very hard to stop. But if he loses, that may be the end.
Exactly.
Although he's ahead in this polling.
Just because of the money.
He doesn't have money. Doesn't have money. And then Romney can say, I told you John McCain could not win in a close primary. He doesn't have the support of enough conservatives and Republicans. But if McCain wins, he turns it around and he says, you outspent me 9-1. I was declared dead, and I've won. And then that advantage he has in those February 5th states.
And then what, does he try then to reach out to more conservatives?
Oh, you bet.
In a big
that's
way.
A big part of the story. You bet. He has to then extend the hand, and he has to hope that enough hands come back.
But doesn't he then also extend the hand, I mean, further to Democrats and independents? I mean, to win on a national race, doesn't he also have to kind of... He seems he's only got two hands.
Who, John McCain?
Yeah, John
He's
McCain.
been doing fine on the Democrats.
Right.
He's fine on Hillary Clinton, but he's terrible. He's horrible to Don Rumsfeld. Now I know Don Rumsfeld's a favorite whipping boy, but what conservatives say is, could you give some of this juice to some of the people who disagree with us on everything? The attacks always seem to be on Republicans. That's the complaint.
Anderson, if McCain does not win tonight, I think he really runs out of money and has a hard time staying in and doing well. But Romney can go on forever.
But there's running out of money, and there's running out of money. I mean,
check.
Mike Huckabee, seemed to run out of money a long time ago. He's still around.
And McCain will continue.
He's done. He just doesn't know he's done.
But it's very difficult for McCain.
Well, what's also interesting about this whole notion of McCain and Romney, I'm just very surprised when I hear these conservatives basking in Mitt Romney. The guy's a fake conservative. I mean, he had to spend a lot of time trying to convince people, no, I really am against abortion now. I really am against gay marriage. So I find it interesting, the biggest conservative.
How do you know he's a fake conservative? How
Well,
do you know that?
Who has been conservative longer?
You can't, well, all right, longer.
And he's been consistent.
He's been very consistent about taxes. He's been very consistent on the policies that he put in place.
Okay, boys, break it up.
No, but I mean, that's, he's a fake conservative. You don't know that. People change their mind. They change their positions. He was honest about changing his positions. John McCain has changed his positions, too.
We're going to take a short break, and our coverage continues just a moment. CNNPolitics.com. You can follow online, even during commercial breaks, as the results come in. As we're watching the numbers come in, you can watch them, too, online, CNNPolitics.com. We'll be right back.
Clinton's about to speak at a rally in Davie, Florida. We'll go there shortly, but let's update you on what's happening in the Republican presidential primary in Florida right now, with 39% of the precincts reporting John McCain with 34% to Mitt Romney's 32%. Rudy Giuliani, for him, a very disappointing 15% so far. Mike Huckabee, 14%. Let's take a look and see how many people are voting so far. Remember, under 40% of the precincts reporting McCain with just more than 368,000 votes. Mitt Romney just more than 342,000. Rudy Giuliani down at 164,500. Mike Huckabee, 144,600 or so. Ron Paul with 33,556 votes. Once again, 39% of the vote. 39% of the precincts in Florida have now reported. We'll update you on this. It's a close race. Let's go find out why this is emerging as such a close race on the Republican side. Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider are here. We can't project a winner yet based on the exit polls that we've done or on the actual numbers that have come in, Soledad.
It is too close to call at this point. So the $64,000 question here is, well, why is it so close? And I think you can find the answer in that as you look more closely at some of these exit poll questions. So let's start first with those who said economy is their top issue. What did you see?
This was the top issue. This was what all the fighting was about. And here is an enormous surprise. Look at this. Among voters who said the top issue was the economy, McCain snatched it away from Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney always advertised himself as the better candidate on the economy. He had business experience. He had run a state. But look, it didn't pay off for him enough. McCain on managing the economy, and that was an issue McCain, by his own acknowledgement, said wasn't his specialty.
Yeah, he was sort of quoted on that, wasn't exactly where he was the most comfortable. Then you have this split, the conservative, moderate split, and that plays a role too.
Yeah, well, conservatives are the base of the Republican Party. They were a majority of the voters in Florida today, and Mitt Romney dominated that category. That's why he's doing so well. 37% for Romney. McCain does respectably, 27%. Mike Huckabee, this has got to be a big disappointment because he's a true conservative on social issues and and many other issues, not so much on economics, but he's doing very poorly in that conservative category. Mitt Romney is dominating it. If McCain wins the Florida primary, he will have won without carrying the base of the Republican Party, the conservative voters.
Speaking of doing poorly, let's look at Rudy Giuliani's numbers when you're talking about moderates.
Moderate Republicans, they were a good number of Florida Republican primary voters, about 40%. McCain dominated this race. Now, no Republican wants to be called a moderate. I once called a Republican candidate a moderate, and I caught the devil from him. He said, "Don't call me such things. It's a terrible word. They all want to be called conservatives." Well, this is a problem. McCain dominated the moderate category, leading Mitt Romney in that group by almost 2-1. Now, of course, Mike Huckabee is not doing very well at all. We don't show Rudy Giuliani here, but Rudy Giuliani also did poorly among the moderate Republican category, where he might have been competitive with John McCain, but McCain, whether he wanted to or not, dominated moderate Republicans.
So it's kind of a long answer, Wolf, to your question. Why is it so close? Because you have people stealing from other people's categories where they were comfortable and confident, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing.
Fascinating numbers. I know you're going through a lot more of these exit polls. Guys, thanks very much. I want to go to Davie, Florida. Hillary Clinton is now speaking to her supporters. She's won this Democratic presidential primary, even though no delegates will be accorded to her in Denver.
This has been a record turnout because Floridians wanted their voices to be heard on the great issues that affect our country and the world. I am thrilled to have had this vote of confidence that you have given me today, and I promise you I will do everything I can to make sure not only are Florida's Democratic delegates seated, but Florida is in the winning column for the Democrats in 2008. I want to thank my friends, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Congressman Elsie Hastings, Mayor Manny Diaz, and my great friend of so many years, Senator Bill Nelson. You know, this has been an intense election because people really care about what's happening to our country. So many of the people who talk to me every single day are worried about the economy. They're worried about their health care. They're worried about their college education for their children. They're worried about whether we can restore our leadership and standing in the world. Well, I am convinced that with this resounding vote, with the millions of Americans who will vote next Tuesday, we will send a clear message that America is back and we're going to take charge of our destiny again. I am so grateful to the countless Floridians who, on their own, organized, worked hard, talked to your friends and your neighbors. You made a very big difference. And we know that as we move forward in this campaign, all of your voices will go with me, because I am not only going to take my 35 years of experience to the White House. I'm going to take your voices, your concerns, your hopes, your dreams. We have a lot of tough decisions to make, but we're Americans. We can make these decisions. We can meet our challenges and seize our opportunities if we start acting like Americans again. We roll up our sleeves, we set about solving our problems, and I want to ask you, do you agree with me? Because here is what I believe. I believe everyone who works full-time in America should bring home an income that lifts that person out of poverty and gives them and their children a better chance. I believe.
All right, Hillary Clinton declaring her victory in the Democratic presidential primary in Florida. As you can see right there in Davie, Florida, she won impressively in Florida right now. Unfortunately for her, she's not going to get any delegates because the Democratic National Committee decided that because the Florida had moved up its primary, they were not going to be given any delegates at the Democratic Convention in Denver at the end of the summer. But still a victory for Hillary Clinton in Florida right now. And she's speaking to her supporters. We're going to be speaking, by the way, with Senator Clinton later tonight as our coverage continues. If you want to continue to watch Senator Clinton at this rally, by the way, in Davie, Florida, you can go to cnnpolitics.com, and we're streaming it live there as well. On cnnpolitics.com, you can also go county by county by county in Florida to see what the Republicans are up to right now. We cannot yet project a winner among the Republicans. There's a competition underway for first place right now between Mitt Romney and John McCain. We're watching that very closely. But I want to go to our Suzanne Malveaux. She's at an Obama rally, at least outside an Obama rally, out in Kansas City, Missouri. Missouri being one of those Super Tuesday states a week from today. What exactly are the Obama people saying about Hillary Clinton's win in Florida? Suzanne.
Well, if they're really kind of laughing at it, they are looking at the victory rally and they see that this is really a hollow victory. I asked them about the numbers, the breakdown here. Obama performing very well with African Americans, but significantly not doing as well as Hillary Clinton when it comes to women, to whites, Latino community, very important voting groups that Obama needs. And Bill Burton, one of the spokesmen of the Obama camp, saying the exit polling numbers are completely meaningless. There was no campaign and no way to analyze what's inside the numbers. He said we are still winning with pledged delegates. We're campaigning for those February 5th state that will award the delegates right now. They are quite frustrated with this kind of picture of a victory here because they say, look, there really wasn't any campaign to begin with in Florida. Obviously, they are looking at those numbers, but they are saying this doesn't really mean anything because they didn't have a chance. Nobody had a chance really to present themselves. They say Hillary Clinton has name recognition that Obama doesn't have. If they had an equal shot at this, that perhaps those numbers would look different, Wolf.
Thanks very much, Suzanne. We'll be getting back with you throughout the night. At the bottom of your screen over here, you're seeing Rudy Giuliani headquarters down in Florida itself. These are not a bunch of happy campers, as you can see right now, not even all that many of them, but we're expecting to hear from Rudy Giuliani momentarily. Once he speaks to his supporters, we'll go there live. We'll hear what the former New York City mayor has to say. We're watching all of this very closely. Remember, the results are changing moment by moment on the Republican side. You can track everything what's going on. CNNpolitics.com. That's the place to go. Much more of our coverage coming up from the CNN Election Center, including Rudy Giuliani's speech. That's coming up to his supporters. We'll see what he has to say. He's not going to come in first. He's not going to come in second. Maybe he'll come in third. A very, very disappointing night for the former New York mayor. We'll be right back. Disappointing night for Rudy Giuliani. He will not win. He will not come in second in Florida. We're standing by to hear what the former New York mayor has to say. We'll go to his headquarters in Florida shortly. Let's update you on what we know right now on the Republican presidential primary, with almost half of the precincts reporting 46%, reporting John McCain maintaining his lead, 35% to Mitt Romney's 32%, Giuliani at 16%, Mike Huckabee at 13%. If you take a look at the actual numbers, the tally that's come in, 404,000 for McCain, 366,000 for Romney, 177,000 for Giuliani, Mike Huckabee, 153,000 or so, Ron Paul, 36,000. 57 delegates are at stake for the Republicans in Florida right now. This is Rudy Giuliani headquarters down in Florida right now. You see the Rudy sign up there. You see a few of his supporters, not very many, sort of not all that crowded, pretty empty, in fact, for Rudy Giuliani right now. It's a huge disappointment. He was hoping, of course, that he would win, but that is not happening. Mike Huckabee, by the way, has not done all that well in Florida either. I think he's speaking to his reporters. Let's listen in briefly.
And it's about 50-mile-an-hour winds and snow out here. I wish that I had brought the Florida weather with me today. I think we would have all enjoyed that very much. Well, I think we're all aware that the situation in Florida is that we're going to be in a position looking at either third or fourth. Now, for those of you that think that I should be discouraged, let me just remind you that going into tonight, we were second in delegate count. And more importantly, we're playing all 9 innings of this ball game. Even the Cardinals occasionally have a rough inning. But they know how to win championships. And what I want to express to you is next week, when we are going to be in Missouri and Oklahoma and Arkansas and Tennessee and Alabama and Georgia and all of these states where we're leading in the polls, and we're still going to be leading next week, we're going to have a great opportunity to start taking it all the way home to the nomination and to the White House. And it's going to happen a lot because of Missouri next week, and we appreciate the great support we're getting. I want to say thanks to the people of Florida. You know, there's going to be probably before it's over maybe up to 300,000 people down there who work their hearts out for us. And those people, I can't tell you how proud I am of them, because they had no resources. Others have spent millions and millions of dollars. We knew that we wouldn't have those kind of resources to play there. So we went out there and just worked with people who would come out, put their own signs out, buy their own T-shirts and hats. Lady in Pensacola, she and her daughter put out 700 signs, just the two of them, in one day. Unbelievable. And that's the kind of thing that's happening across this country with our campaign that a lot of people still haven't figured out. And when you look at what we have done with what we have, it's a remarkable story that is not even close to being over. In fact, we like to believe we're just really getting started. There are some great folks down there. Our chairman, Senator Daniel Webster, and our co-chairman, House Speaker Marco Rubio, and a host of great Floridians who have been extremely dedicated to our task. I don't want them to feel discouraged. I want them instead to feel very proud of their effort and be half as proud of their effort as I am of them and the wonderful work that they've done for us. I know it's a little tight in this room. We really anticipated that we might have 100 people. We thought that about half of this would be enough, and we did not expect the weather to be this bad. And I don't know if you're coming here because you're escaping the cold and the heat's out of your house, but because of the weather, we've got to get to California tonight, so our exit will be a little quicker than we had wanted it to be, and I apologize in advance for that, but I'm sure you understand that we've got to be at the Reagan Library tomorrow night. So we're flying out as soon as we leave here, headed to California, because I'm going to be on that stage tomorrow night. I'm not sure everybody's going to be there, but I will be. And I need you here in Missouri to join with us in being a part of a wonderful volunteer army across this country who believes that it would be a better America if we did not have the IRS making it tough for us. And that believe it would be a better America if we did stand up for human life and traditional marriage. And that it would be a better America if we actually sealed our borders and became energy independent within 10 years. And that it would be a better America if we had a country about Democrats versus Republicans and the left versus the right and liberals versus conservatives. It's about Americans building a better future for their kids and their grandkids and taking this country up and not down. And that's why people are with us. And across this country, we're finding homemakers and truck drivers and people who wait tables, as well as folks who work in the lines of the factories and people who run their own businesses. And I want to be the president who reminds America that that small business owner out there every day working hard and taking risk is the person that ought to believe that his government is going to be out there to undergird him, not undermine his every move. And we're going to make sure that happens in this country, and you're going to help be a part of that. I wish we had cooked food for all of you. I bet right now you're wishing it too. Fried chicken. Fried chicken. I gave it up a few years ago. But I do know how to eat it if I ever get it. That's right. I want to again express my thanks to Ray Wagner and all of the folks here in Missouri who have been working with us, Jeff Rowe and so many others who have just helped us have great confidence that between now and 7 days from now, there's going to be something that we'll all be shouting about. And it won't just be a Missouri victory, but also that same night, there'll be one in Georgia and Alabama and Tennessee, and there'll be one in Arkansas and Oklahoma, and maybe a few other places that people aren't even expecting it to happen. Thank you, folks, for being here. God bless every one of you. Pray hard, work hard, get the votes out. Remember this, if they're going to vote for me, make sure they come. If they're not, don't let them out of their driveway next week. Thank you, folks. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, Mike Huckabee making it clear he's not dropping out of this race by any means. He says he's in it. These are still the early innings, he says, and he's going to go all 9 innings. He'll be at the CNN debate at the Reagan Library tomorrow night. Mike Huckabee, the former Arkansas governor, he's part of this contest despite coming in perhaps 3rd or 4th, depending on the actual turnout. Let's take a look and see what we know right now. Almost 50% of the precincts have reported, 47% to be precise. McCain maintaining his lead. It's been pretty consistent for some time now, with 35% to 32% for Mitt Romney, 15% for Giuliani, 14% for Huckabee. Let's go to Anderson Cooper. He's out at the Ronald Reagan Library with the best political team on television. Huge disappointment for Rudy Giuliani. We're waiting, Anderson, to hear from him shortly. He's going to be speaking to some supporters. You saw that room, though. It was not very active and certainly was not very crowded.
Yeah, certainly not the scene Rudy Giuliani had wanted when he began that campaign, though. Also, the question, we know Governor Huckabee is going to be here on this stage with us tomorrow night. The question is, will Rudy Giuliani? Gloria Borger, you've been making some calls. Your thoughts? What have you heard? What do you
Well, there is a Time.com report tonight that just came out that says that Rudy Giuliani could endorse John McCain as early as Wednesday. That's something we were talking about earlier. I just spoke with a senior advisor to John McCain who would not confirm that but did not deny it either, Anderson.
And Bill, I mean, that's what you guessed, basically.
That's what I guessed. That's what I think. It has to do with Giuliani's real regard for McCain, and I don't think there's any love lost between him and Romney. So to maximize it, I think he'd do it soon. Can I comment on the Obama thing? I think that he, you've got, I guess, Wolf moderating that debate Thursday night. That's really going to be something. Obama has shown himself, this is my opinion, shown himself to be certainly smart enough, charming enough, eloquent enough to be president. Is he tough enough? This was an ambush in Florida. This was not a competition. This was not supposed to be a competition. When I was in Texas, they had these things called Aggie jokes, and one of the Aggie jokes was Texas. All right, you
Class 91.
Equal time.
Texas A&M.
I'll flip it around. It's Longhorn jokes. Texas A&M and Texas play a football game. Texas doesn't show up, and 30 minutes later, the Aggies score a touchdown. Okay, there was no field here. There was no competition.
Right.
There were no teams. And she is declaring victory. Now he has to. I know he's got this elegant style, and it's terrific. But he is in a, I don't want to say it on TV, a match with people who play very hard ball, and he needs to show that he can stand up to it. I think even more than he did in that last debate. This was no victory, and he's got to do something more than be derisive and laugh about it.
On the story of Rudy Giuliani, let's check in with Dana Bash, who has been talking to some folks, doing some reporting. She is down in Florida. Dana, what are you hearing?
Well, what I'm told from a Republican source, Anderson, familiar with discussions, is that there are discussions, and that is the headline. There are discussions, we are told, that have been ongoing between Rick Davis, he is John McCain's campaign manager, and some people inside Rudy Giuliani's camp. Now, what I'm told by this source familiar with these discussions is that they have been ongoing, but as of about an hour ago, nothing had really gelled yet. They were hoping to get some kind of endorsement from Rudy Giuliani, perhaps as early as tomorrow, tomorrow, as is being reported. But what I am told is that it's not 100% sealed yet. But the headline is, we are told that these discussions are intensely going on to try to get Rudy Giuliani's endorsement for John McCain. And as you've been talking about all night, these are two men who have been very good friends, who have known each other for quite some time. They campaigned together for George W. Bush in the last election. They campaigned for congressional candidates together. So they really are quite close and call each other friends. There have been some interesting moments that have frankly been a little bit surprising, as it has gotten kind of intense, where John McCain has questioned Rudy Giuliani's experience when it comes to security. He kind of pulled back from that sort of fast. But for the most part, between these two men, even though it has been intense at times between all of these Republican rivals, they have kept a pretty good friendship. So again, we're going to wait and see what happens. Obviously, this is a very sensitive thing because of their friendship and because of, as you can imagine, the respect that John McCain wants to have for Rudy Giuliani, because it's not an easy night for Rudy Giuliani tonight, Anderson.
That is the headline from Dana Bash, that talks, discussions have been underway. I want to check in with John King. John, what will that look like beyond just an endorsement? Will Rudy Giuliani go out on the campaign trail for John McCain in the next weeks and months?
That is one of the key questions, Anderson. And let me back up Dana's reporting. She said she had a source from the McCain side of the equation. I just got off the phone with a Republican source I can identify only as very close to the Giuliani operation, someone who has been receiving information on these same conversations. So we now have it from the McCain side and the Giuliani side that these conversations are underway. This person described it to me as ongoing conversations to try to bring this about as early as tomorrow in California. Not a done deal as yet. We are expecting a conversation at some point between Senator McCain and Mayor Giuliani, and based on my last conversation just a few moments ago and based on Dana's reporting, we don't know that conversation and do not believe that conversation has happened as yet. As Dana noted, Rudy has said from day one that if he were not running for president, he would be supporting Senator McCain. The question now is, what role would he have in the campaign? And again, we are being told, though, to look for this to happen out in California. If you look at our latest poll in California, it is McCain on top with about a 12, 13-point lead over Governor Romney. Rudy Giuliani running in third place. Both are friendly with the governor. Both Giuliani and McCain are friendly with the governor. Arnold Schwarzenegger, look for him possibly to have a role in this campaign at some point as well. But again, we should let the negotiations continue. But all indications are that the conversations are underway, and we are told they are positive, productive conversations about bringing about a Giuliani endorsement, Anderson, as early as tomorrow out where you are in California.
Well, John, let me ask you, any chance he'll do it on the stage here in the middle of our debate?
Well, and then you could turn to Governor Romney and Governor Huckabee and ask them what they think of the impact. I suspect Senator McCain would have a different answer than the two rivals. I suspect not. Our indications are that they plan to do this during the daytime. Obviously, they're very sensitive negotiations, as Dana said, so we need to keep track of them. And these things can collapse, especially when sensitive source conversations are being reported in public. So we'll have to keep track of it in the hours ahead. But all indications are that this will happen, and that it will happen sometime tomorrow in California.
Fascinating stuff. Now we're getting it from all different sides. Dana Bash is reporting, Gloria Borger and John King. John King, you're at the board right now. Looking at the board, a lot of deep red there. Why can we not call this race at this point?
Well, Anderson, if you're looking at this board and you're in the McCain campaign, you are very encouraged. If you're looking at this board and you're in the Romney camp, you are increasingly discouraged. But we cannot call it yet for a number of reasons, and let's look at them. Up here in the Jacksonville area, Duval County is one of the areas where Governor Romney is running well. Still only 24% of the vote in there, so we want more vote counts up here. We're in the conservative part up here, where the darker red, that is Governor Romney. Down here in Orlando, though, 91% reporting, essentially a tie. Romney just barely winning in Orlando. That is way below the performance levels the Romney campaign said they needed, and this is the key area right here. Governor Romney ran heavy advertising all across the state, spent about 10 times what Senator McCain spent on advertising, especially in the Orlando market and the Tampa market. But if you look into this market right here, I want to clear this out and pull this out. Hillsborough County, about 6% of the population. Senator McCain running ahead by 6 points right now with 32% reporting. If that number holds as we get up into 60 and 70%, very hard to see Governor Romney winning the state. Especially, let's come out to Pinellas County as well along the western coast. Only 18% in here, a smaller gap, but again, again, Senator McCain running about 6 percentage points ahead of Governor Romney. If those numbers hold as the votes come in, it gets very hard to see Governor Romney pulling it off, because Senator McCain is winning, Anderson, all across the Panhandle, which is a surprise, including out in Pensacola. That is where John McCain trained to be a Navy pilot. The first results just coming in out there. It's a very small county, but John McCain is winning it by a sizable margin so far, 15% of the vote in. So in these areas, Anderson, where we still have the preliminary votes in the teens, perhaps in the 20%, we need to look at it a little bit longer, because overall the margin is still about 50,000 votes between the two gentlemen. But the McCain lead is growing, and we are still waiting for results from where the people are. Down here in Miami-Dade, up to 60% now. Look at that. Senator McCain getting almost half of the vote in Miami-Dade County. Governor Romney running in third place. Move up a little bit to Broward County. Senator McCain getting 40% to 24%. It is actually Rudy Giuliani has slipped to third place there. And we're still waiting on Palm Beach County right here. 7% of the state population. Nothing in as yet. But if you look at the entire coast, it's a pretty safe bet, based on everything we've seen along the coast here, that too will be McCain country. So if you are Governor Romney, you need more votes to come in up in the conservative areas of the state. Let's clear that and pull this out. Up in here is where Governor Romney needs the votes to come in, and he needs to turn things around here in the Tampa area, Anderson. So we'll check back in as the vote totals mount, especially out here in Hillsborough and over here. And again, this is striking right here in the center part of the state. This was supposed to be Romney country, and you can see he's winning Orlando, but just barely. Senator McCain right now leading in Tampa, leading along the coast in St. Petersburg, leading down in Sarasota. So if these numbers hold, it looks like John McCain would win the state narrowly, but again, we need to see more votes come in those areas. But at the moment, if you're watching this from the McCain camp, you are encouraged, but still some vote counting to do, especially in these populated areas, up to 42% now, though, in Hillsborough County, Anderson.
And 2 points to make if you want to follow along at home, county by county, CNNpolitics.com, that's the site for that. Also, we are anticipating comments from Rudy Giuliani shortly. We, of course, will bring those to you live. We'll be very curious to hear what he has to say tonight. Already, based on reporting from Gloria Borger, from John King, from Dana Bash, from multiple sources, hearing that he may be endorsing John McCain as early as tomorrow. We have our eye on Giuliani headquarters. We can now project. Let's take a brief pause.
CNN is now ready to project that John McCain is the winner of the Florida Republican primary. John McCain, the war hero who spent almost 6 years, more than 5 years, as a POW in Vietnam, the longtime senator from Arizona. An important win for John McCain in Florida right now, beating Mitt Romney. John McCain needed this win badly, and he has emerged, according to our projections, based on the exit polls as well as the actual votes that have been tallied so far. More than 50% of the precincts have reported, and CNN can now project that John McCain will beat Mitt Romney, will emerge tonight as the winner of the Republican presidential primary. Let's go to Dana Bash. She's been covering this story for us. She's at the McCain headquarters. 54%, Dana, of the precincts have now reported, 36% for McCain, 32% for Romney. But this is a win. This is a badly needed and impressive win for John McCain tonight. He will go forward 1 week from today, Super Tuesday, with a big win in the state of Florida.
You know, talking to John McCain's advisors before this, they said if John McCain wins, he is, quote unquote, unstoppable as he heads into the Super Tuesday primary states. And certainly you can imagine that is a thing that makes them feel incredibly good here tonight, because of the fact that they understood that they wanted to be cautious. Even though he did very well, he won New Hampshire, he won the state of South Carolina, he would not use the F word, so to speak, front runner, to describe himself, because they understood how crucial this state of Florida was for so many reasons. Obviously, just because of the numbers, 57 delegates at stake here, but because of the fact that John McCain has had to prove, even with those couple of wins, that he is somebody who doesn't just appeal to moderates, doesn't just appeal to independents. He had to prove that he can do well in a very diverse state state like the state of Florida among just Republicans, and that's what this win here in Florida gives John McCain. And I can tell you, it didn't come easy, Wolf. As you know, he and Mitt Romney have been at each other for the past 48 hours or even more in a very intense, very personal way. Not just what we saw on the stump. I can tell you that, talk about some negative campaigning. John McCain's campaign, they approved and paid for some phone calls to go to voters about Mitt Romney's record, saying that he supported taxpayer-funded abortion. We know that he had some pretty tough radio ads just in the past couple of days about Mitt Romney on the economy. So this was a hard-fought win. The McCain campaign does not have a lot of money, but they spent a lot of money, and it seems to have paid off here in the state of Florida.
And there's no doubt a win in Florida. This win will certainly help John McCain. Looking ahead to next Tuesday, Super Tuesday, as it's called, he'll get some money as a result of this. The fundraisers will be active. Dana, stand by as soon as we hear from Senator McCain. I assume at one point he'll be walking out there. We'll bring those remarks live to our viewers. Let's bring in Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider. You're looking at the exit polls. Tell us how John McCain did it tonight. We project John McCain beats Mitt Romney, Rudy Giuliani, and Mike Huckabee, and he will capture the Republican presidential primary in Florida.
You can look more closely at the exit polls to really figure out where his support was. Why did he win? Why was he able to pull it off? So let's go first and foremost to where he had a lot of support, and that was seniors helped him out in a big, big way.
He is a senior. They his peeps. He's over 70 years old, and the vote, that's a big part of the vote in the Republican primary in Florida. It's about half the voters. Take a look at this. He dominated the senior vote. Voters 65 and older, 38% for McCain, 31% for Romney, with Giuliani trailing.
Cubanos went for John McCain.
Cubans, just 7% of the Republican primary, but they're a very influential group, and they voted very strongly for John McCain. He was endorsed by Mel Martinez, Cuban-American senator, by 3 Cuban-American members of Congress. And look at this. John McCain clearly dominated the Cuban-American vote by a big margin, 50% for McCain, 34% for Giuliani. Romney came in terribly among Cuban Americans, just 10%. Could be the flip-flop on abortion. We don't know.
Yeah, I think that actually might have a lot to do with it. If you look at veterans, where I would have thought McCain would be way out in front, the numbers are actually kind of close.
They are kind of close. The veterans vote, which McCain tried to appeal to very, very strongly, went for McCain, but by a narrow margin. McCain 40, Romney 35, with Giuliani trailing. This was a McCain vote, but it wasn't as big as he might have expected. A couple of things about McCain's vote, though, that were really very striking. One is, as in other states, McCain's vote was personal. The voters said they were voting for him personally. It wasn't values, it wasn't issues. And this is yet another state that McCain has won without carrying conservatives, without carrying the Republican Party's base. That's very important for him as he goes along the road trying to get to that nomination.
Bill Bennett said tomorrow he starts reaching out the hand, and as Anderson said, well, he's only got 2 hands. He's got to start handing them out and really reaching out to get conservatives.
He hasn't carried conservatives yet.
Well, the other side of that question is, why did Giuliani fail? We're going to take a look at that a little bit later.
All right, good tease. And we'll get back to you. I know you're crunching all the numbers, Soledad. And Bill, thanks very, very much. Once again, CNN has projected that John McCain, the senator from Arizona, the winner tonight in the Republican presidential primary, with 58% of the actual votes now recorded. The precincts recorded 36% for McCain, 32% for Romney, 15% for Giuliani, 13% for Huckabee. But a win is a win is a win, and congratulations to John McCain for a win tonight. Anderson Cooper is watching all of this together with some of the best political team on television. I think he can breathe a little bit, he can breathe a lot easier right now that he's captured the Republican primary in Florida.
And what an extraordinary win when you consider a couple of months ago he was walking through the airport carrying his own bags after, his campaign had financially at least imploded. A remarkable night.
Well, he almost died in a prison camp in Hanoi.
It's all relative.
So this was nothing, you know. No, but he was described as politically dead, and he came back from a dogged determination. He said, "We just keep going, we just keep plowing ahead." But look at the big numbers. He has won in the competitive states: South Carolina, New Hampshire, Florida. He has got the most delegates. He goes in with lead in Super Tuesday. This is the most important event in the political primaries for Republicans. He is likely on his way to the nomination. but he has got, back to the two hands you and Soledad were talking about, he has got to mend his fences with conservatives, because now you do not want a convention where there are a lot of unhappy people. He's really got to reach out, and then he can do fine in the general, since 6 or 7 or 8 of his issues are not part of the conservative.
Amazing, Gloria Borsch, when you look at some of those exit polls, that on the economy, McCain got more voters than Mitt Romney.
You know,
38,
it's interesting. That's right. It's interesting about John McCain. His support is about his character. His support is personal. His support is about who John McCain is. And remember, long ago, in 2000, he was the original maverick. Then he became the establishment candidate of the Republican Party. That didn't work out so well for him. So he went back to being the maverick. That did work. And now, of course, he's on his way to being the establishment again. But this is a fellow, while he's changed in that sense, his ideals have always been solid. This notion, he always polls well. When you ask voters, do you believe what he says? This is the candidate in the Republican field who always does the best on that question.
Just want to tell our viewers, we're showing you on the right side of the screen there on the big board, Rudy Giuliani. We will bring you his comments. Let's listen in.
Thank you. I think that comes from the great American philosopher Yogi Berra, right? It's not over until it's over. Well, thank you all for your hard work, your spirit, and your support. A New York Republican named Teddy Roosevelt once said, "Aggressive fighting for the right is the noblest sport the world affords." Like most Americans, I love competition. I don't back down from a principled fight, but there must always be a larger purpose. Justice for an individual, hope for a city, a better future for our country. Elections are about a lot more than just candidates. Elections are about fighting for a cause larger than ourselves. They're about identifying the great challenges of our time and proposing new solutions. Most of all, they're about handing our nation to the next generation better than it was handed to us. This is our opportunity, and this is our obligation as American citizens. So, you've participated in that process, particularly the young people that are here, and you should be very proud of your participation in that process. You're making your state and your country better. I want to congratulate each of my opponents on a hard-fought campaign here in Florida. I want to congratulate Senator McCain, who I believe has been declared the winner. I spoke to Mitt Romney and told him my regard for him as well. These are honorable people. They're accomplished public servants, and they're good men. And we should, as well as Mike Huckabee. So let's applaud them all. They're our opponents, and Ron Paul, who won all the debates. On that thing where you call in all the time. I used to watch it afterwards at night when I'd go back to my room, and Ron Paul would win all the debates. But they are truly all honorable people, honorable men who are fighting for what they believe in. They have different strengths, they have different things to contribute, like I do, and I believe that our party will be stronger as a result of the competition that we're going through. But win or lose, our work is not done. Because leaders dream of a better future, and then they help to bring it into reality. The responsibility of leadership doesn't end with a single campaign. If you believe in a cause, it goes on, and you continue to fight for it, and we will. I'm proud that we chose to stay positive and to run a campaign of ideas in an era of personal attacks, negative ads, and cynical spin. We ran a campaign that was uplifting. You don't always win, but you can always try to do it right. And you did. That's what the American people deserve, a return to honesty and substance in our political discussion. I believe that the ideas of our campaign, the 12 commitments that we made to the American people, Wayne, in New Hampshire, first, clearly identify the great challenges of our time. First, America needs to stay on offense to win the terrorist war on us. It's not optional. We can't wish it away. We can't hope it away. It's there. It's a reality. And America must always remember that the best way to achieve peace is through overwhelming strength. America also needs to stay on offense to achieve economic security. We need to embrace the global economy, not shrink away from its challenges, but turn them to our advantage. We can compete and we can win through a commitment to pro-growth policies like lower taxes, less government spending, reasonable regulations, and less lawsuits. Please, less lawsuits. Thank you. You sound like my mother. If she were here. If we unleash the genius of America's free market economy, if we encourage the entrepreneurial spirit, we can create not just a growth economy, but a growth society. I said it many times during the campaign. America has to be a country in which young people can look up to the sky and they can say, the sky is the limit. There is no end to what we can accomplish. I hope Congress passes our tax bill that was introduced already by David Dreyer and by Senator Kit Bond. It would be the largest tax decrease, tax reduction in American history, and it would be a one-page optional tax form. Wouldn't that be great to be able to fill it out on one page? Just think of how that would, about how that would stimulate our economy. We have got to strive for energy independence. We have to strive for health care through private options. You know the 12 commitments. I think they outline the challenges for America for the next 4, 8, and 10 years. And I'm very proud that we conducted our campaign around them and around ideas, and ideas that will enliven America and that will make America stronger. Finally, we need to reestablish very, very clearly the idea that the Republican Party, the party of Lincoln and the party of Reagan and the party of Bush, that the Republican Party is a party that is and has been from the beginning, when we do it right, when we are on our game, when we're making our contribution, when we're being our contributor to America, we are the party of freedom. We are the party of the people. And we're a big party. We're a big party. And we're getting bigger. I'm even in this party. This is a big party. We understand that America is not great because of our centralized government. America is great because of self-government. It's great because of you, the people. And we believe government works best when it empowers people to take responsibility for their own lives. These are great ideas. Whether it's moving people from welfare to work or something that I think our party should be dedicated to. I think our party should be dedicated to having parents decide the school that their child goes to. You want to reach out for votes in urban America. You want to reach out for votes across all kinds of lines of different kinds, ethnic, racial, religious. Then you have an America in which the parent decides the school the child goes to. Public, private, parochial, charter, or homeschooling. These ideas unite not just Republicans, they unite the vast majority of Americans. And they're the key to building a stronger and broader party. We must be a 50-state Republican Party. We must compete in all 50 states. We have to compete for urban, suburban, and rural votes, conservatives and moderates, men and women, all races, ethnic groups, and religions. We have answers to help each of them because our answers are not based on class distinctions or religious distinctions or ethnic or racial or religious distinctions. Our answers are to Americans, and they work for all Americans. And we have to reach out to all Americans. That's the way to break through the red state, blue state divide and win the White House and the Congress.
The former mayor of New York, speaking to his supporters, a very, very disappointing loss for him tonight. We're going to go over to Mitt Romney headquarters in Florida. He didn't win either. He came in second. Let's listen in to the former governor of Massachusetts.
Now, I just got off the phone with Senator McCain, and I offered him my congratulations. And I'm sure that you are excited here this evening, but a little disappointed as well. And you know, my guess is when you left your home this evening, you put a son or a daughter to bed, and probably that's happening across the country. Moms and dads are putting kids to bed, or already have, and they're sleeping peacefully. They're probably a bit like my grandkids, full of big dreams and plans, excited about every tomorrow. I remember when I was growing up, I always knew that America was the greatest nation on earth. First nation to the moon. Our cars and movies and technology were the envy of the entire world. And freedom and opportunity was just like the air. It was everywhere I went. I believed there was nothing I couldn't do. And I knew there was nothing that America couldn't do because we led the world. Now, America's leadership didn't come without cost. It was won by the greatest generation in the history of the world. They defeated fascism, and they built the world's strongest economy. My mom and dad are gone, as maybe yours are as well. What they and their generation left us is the greatest nation in the history of the entire planet. And now it's our turn. What kind of nation will we leave our children and our grandchildren? We can leave future generations a nation that's even greater than that which we inherited. But to do that, we're going to have to overcome a new generation of challenges. Our world is under attack from violent radical jihadists. Our jobs are being sought by new competitors, countries like Asia and India. And here at home, our government is spending too much. We're using too much oil. Our healthcare system leaves a lot of people behind, and our schools are failing way too many. And even our values are under attack. We've looked to Washington for leadership, but Washington has failed us. We've asked them to fix illegal immigration. They haven't. We've asked them to get the tax burden off our families and businesses. They haven't. We asked them to end our dependence on foreign oil. They haven't. We asked them to maintain high ethical standards. They haven't. We asked them to fix Social Security. They haven't. We asked them to stop spending money on pork barrel projects. We asked them to balance our budget. They haven't. We asked them time and time and time again, and they just haven't gotten the job done. You see, Washington is fundamentally broken. And we're not going to change Washington by sending the same people back just to sit in different chairs. I think it's time for the politicians to leave Washington and for the citizens to take over. It is time for a change in Washington, and here's some of the things we're going to do. First, we're going to strengthen our families. We'll make sure that every citizen in our country has affordable health insurance that they can't lose. Private, free market insurance, not socialized medicine, not Hillary care. We'll make sure our kids have great schools. We'll treat teachers like the professionals they are, and we'll put our kids first and the unions behind. And to build strong families, we'll teach our kids that before they have babies, they should get married. So we'll strengthen our families and we'll strengthen our military. We need more troops, we need better funding, we need better equipment, and we need better care for our veterans. And let's point out to all those who criticize President Bush that it's thanks to him that we've been safe these last 6 years. So strengthen our families and strengthen our military, and finally we need to strengthen our economy. I spent my entire life in the real economy. I know why jobs come, I know why they go. I've been doing business in 20 countries around the world. I've run small business and large business. The economy is in my DNA. Many of the people across our country are worried about their retirement accounts. They wonder if they can pay for the college education of their child. They see their largest asset, their home value, dropping. Some wonder if their job is going to be secure in a new global economy. Americans wonder how they can afford the rising cost of health care and gasoline and taxes. These are real challenges. At a time like this, America needs a president in the White House who has actually had a job in the real economy. You see, at a time like this, knowing how America works is more important than knowing how Washington works. The Democrats think that America's greatness flows from our government. They're wrong. The source of America's greatness is the American people. Hard-working, innovative, risk-taking, family-oriented, God-fearing, freedom-loving American people have always been the source of America's greatness, and they always will be. And so the right course for America isn't to strengthen our government, but to strengthen our people. And to do that, we're going to have to change Washington. And change will begin with us. This presidential election in November of '08 is not about yesterday. It's about tomorrow. It's not about refighting the battles of the past. It's about winning the future for our children and their children and for America. When you go home tonight and you go and kiss your son or your daughter before you go to sleep, you can promise them that this generation will meet the challenges of our time, that we'll leave them a stronger America. And you can tell them to dream big, because for the children of America, every dream will be possible. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Mitt Romney, the former governor of Massachusetts, coming in second in the Republican presidential primary tonight in Florida. He's making it clear, though, he's not going anywhere. He's staying in this race. He'll be at the Republican presidential debate tomorrow night that Anderson Cooper is going to be moderating together with the winner of the Republican primary in Florida, John McCain. Mike Huckabee earlier saying he's on the way as well. He's not dropping out. I assume Ron Paul won't be dropping out. But interestingly enough, from Rudy Giuliani, who did not do well, did not come in first, did not come in second in Florida. We heard him just a little while ago, and he was sort of non-committal, didn't say he was leaving, didn't say he was coming. He was sort of up in the air right now. A huge disappointment for Rudy Giuliani as we go forward. He didn't say he's suspending his campaign. He just didn't say what he's doing in the course of his remarks to his supporters, but he did speak on several occasions in the past tense about his campaign, sending perhaps a signal about his intention. He always said he was going to win Florida. He was going to devote his energies to Florida. That didn't happen. He's the loser tonight. John McCain, the big winner tonight. And remember, Florida is a state where the winner takes all. Look at this. The CNN delegate estimate for the state of Florida, 57 total delegates. That's half of what they were supposed to get, but they were stripped of half of their delegates because they moved up their primary. But all 57 of the delegates who were at stake tonight in Florida, all 57 will go to McCain, 0 to Romney, 0 to Giuliani, 0 to Huckabee. 57 delegates. That's an important pickup, a very important pickup for John McCain. We're waiting to hear from John McCain. He's going to be speaking to his supporters at McCain headquarters, a decisive win right now. We're also going to be speaking to Hillary Clinton. That's coming up here from the CNN Election Center. She won the Democratic presidential primary in Florida tonight, even though she will receive no delegates as a result of that win in Florida. Much more of our coverage coming up from the CNN Election Center right after this. And don't forget, you can always go to cnnpolitics.com for all the latest information, including live streams of all the candidates. We'll be right back. A big win for John McCain tonight in the Florida Republican primary. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Will Flitzer reporting. John McCain, the longtime senator from Arizona, decisively wins in Florida tonight. John McCain wins over Mitt Romney right now with 72% of the precincts reporting 36% for McCain. He's had a steady lead throughout this evening. Romney with 31%, a huge disappointment for Rudy Giuliani with only 15%. Mike Huckabee 14%, 72% of the precincts reporting. If you want to take a look at the actual numbers that have come in so far, a big win for John McCain, 573,000 to 497,000 or so for Mitt Romney. And Rudy Giuliani, 239,000, 212,000 for Mike Huckabee. Ron Paul, 50,000. He's walking in right now with his family, John McCain, to his headquarters down in Miami. And there he is with his wife, Cindy. They're getting ready to celebrate a win. They needed this win tonight. And there's the governor, Charlie Crist, the senator, Mel Martinez. They're all there. He got a lot of support from the establishment, the Republican establishment, including the governor, Charlie Crist, and that was critical. Senator McCain is going to speak to his supporters right now, and I want to make sure we get a chance to hear what he has to say. He needed this win tonight to go forward with some significant momentum towards next Tuesday's Super Tuesday primaries. He will get all of the 57 delegates. Here's Senator McCain.
Thank you, Florida Republicans, for bringing a former Florida resident across the finish line first. And as I have been repeatedly reminded lately, an all-Republican primary. My friends, I've always loved this beautiful state. From the time I was a young naval aviator learning my trade in Pensacola, to the time I commanded the largest air squadron in the United States Navy at Cecil Field. Most of all, I've always been indebted to Florida friends and neighbors in Orange Park for taking such good care of my family while I was away. While I was away on a longer than expected tour of duty. Florida has always been a special place to me, and it is all the more so tonight. Our victory might not have reached landslide proportions, but it is sweet nonetheless. I am deeply grateful. I'm deeply grateful to everyone who worked so hard to make it happen. Time will only allow me to thank a few of our Florida supporters by name, but to everyone who in good times and bad devoted much time, energy, and hope to keeping our candidacy competitive, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And thank you, of course, to the great governor of Florida, Governor Charlie Crist. My dear friend, Senator Mel Martinez. Thank you, Mel. To Congresswoman Ileana Ross-Lehtinen. Congressman Lincoln and Mario Diaz-Balart. Representative Marcelo Llorente, Commissioner Mildred Fernandez, Representative Adam Hasner, Senator Darrell Peden. Thank you, Senator Darrell Peden. Representative Ellen Bogdanoff, and Council President Darrell Davis. And thank you so much to our tremendous Thank you so much to our tremendous statewide volunteers, leadership who stuck with us for 18 long, very long months. And as always, I want to thank my family for their extraordinary support and encouragement. My wife, Cindy, daughter, Megan, and son, Doug, and my children who are not here. It's obvious to me, as it should be to everyone, that I could not have done this without you. My friends, this was a hard-fought election and worth fighting hard for. But I've been on the other side of such contests before and experienced the disappointment. I offer my best wishes to Governor Romney and his supporters. You fought hard. You fought hard. You fought hard for your candidate, and the margin that separated us tonight surely isn't big enough for me to brag about or for you to despair. Governor Huckabee and his supporters, as always, brought to this campaign conviction and passion, and something we don't always have enough of in these contests, good humor and grace. Thank you, Governor Huckabee. And I want to thank my dear friend Rudy Giuliani, who invested his heart and soul in this primary, and who conducted himself with all the qualities of the exceptional American leader he truly is. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, Rudy, for all you have added to this race and for being an inspiration to me and millions of Americans. My friends, in 1 week, we will have as close to a national primary as we've ever had in this country. I intend to win it and be the nominee of our party. I intend to do that by making it clear what I stand for. I stand for the principles and policies that first attracted me to the Republican Party when I heard in whispered conversations and tap codes about the then governor of California, who stood by me and my comrades, and who was making quite a reputation for standing by his convictions no matter the changing political winds or thought and popular culture. When I left the Navy and entered public life, I enlisted as a foot soldier in the political revolution he began. And I am as proud today to be a Republican conservative as I was then. I trust in the courage, good sense, resourcefulness, and decency of the American people, who deserve a government that trusts in their qualities as well and doesn't abrogate to itself the responsibilities to do for the people what the people can and want to do for themselves. We Republicans have always known that the first responsibility of government is to keep this country safe from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And the American people, unburdened by the heavy hand of government that spends too much of their money on things they neither want nor need, while failing to do as well as we should the things none of us can do individually. Government must defend our nation's security wisely and effectively because the cost of our defense is so dear to us, measured in losses so hard to bear, in the heartbreak of so many families. Government must respect our values because they are the true source of our strength and enforce the rule of law, which distinguishes successful democracies from failed societies and is the first defense of freedom. And the judges we appoint to federal benches must understand that that is their only responsibility and leave to elected officials their responsibility to make the laws they enforce. We believe government should do only those things we cannot do individually, to tax us no more than necessary and spend no more than necessary, and then get out of the way of the most industrious, ingenious, and optimistic people in the history of the world so that they can build an even greater country than the one they inherited. My friends, as I said the other week in South Carolina, there's nothing in our country that is inevitable. We can overcome any challenge as long as we keep our courage and stand by the principles that have made our party and our country great. Our party has always been successful when we have, like Ronald Reagan, stood fast by our convictions, and we've only suffered when our allegiance to our principles has not been as steadfast as it should. I intend to make my stand on those principles, and I am confident we will succeed in this contest and in the bigger one in November against against anyone the Democratic Party nominates. Most importantly, Most importantly, I promise you again, I will always put America, her strength, her ideals, her future, before every other consideration. Tonight, my friends, we celebrate. Tomorrow, it's back to work. We have a ways to go, but we're getting close. And for that, you all have my profound thanks. Good night, and God bless you, and God bless America.
And less than 24 hours from now, John McCain will be on this stage here at the Ronald Reagan Library in Simi Valley, California, sitting where right now the best political team on television is sitting. Bill Bennett, as you listen to that speech, he talked about Ronald Reagan, he talked about judges, he talked about the road ahead. The work begins tomorrow. What work does John McCain now have to do to reach out to conservatives?
He has to talk to conservatives, and from the line about judges, it sounds to me as if that was an effort to begin that conversation. The anger and bitterness at John McCain is extraordinary among a lot of conservatives. There are, I think, one or two conservative talk show hosts, I'm one of them, who have said nice things and good praise to John McCain, where it's certainly where it's deserved, though noting disagreement. But many of the talk show hosts and many of the people who listen are just angry.
Rush Limbaugh famously.
Right, Rush Limbaugh, Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity has been pretty tough on him. I went an hour and 20 minutes on my talk show this morning, basically a center-right audience, before someone called and said something nice about McCain.
An hour and 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, he has got to reach out. You don't want the prospect of a convention. He will, of a convention where a lot of the conservative base is unhappy. He has to make the distinction. It's John McCain, so you know you're not going to get everything you want. But he can say, I'm willing on principle to compromise. I'm not willing to compromise on principle, but let's talk.
I also want to bring in Donna Brazil for the first time this evening. Donna, it's good to have you here. John McCain, as he considers running against Hillary Clinton or running against Barack Obama, what are the different calibrations he has to make?
Well, first of all, John McCain has to unify the Republican Party, ensure that they won't attack him for his position on immigration and perhaps his non-support of the Bush tax cuts. I think going forward, the Democrats clearly can talk about the economy, whether the party has an edge on not just the Republicans, but also Senator McCain, and whether it's Obama or Clinton. I think the Democrats are well positioned to have this fight. Look, there's no question that John McCain has a strong resume. He's seen as an effective leader. He's seen as a maverick. He's seen as someone who can draw independence. So it will be an uphill battle, but I'm convinced at the end of the day the Democrats could still carry the day.
You know, when John McCain was going through that map, what I kept looking at was coalition building. I kept seeing in terms of what kind of coalition can he build in November. Absolutely, he must be able to reach out to conservatives who have a problem with him. I was getting some text messages from conservatives who said, look, tonight did not clear up that answer. But the wild card here is this. If Senator Hillary Clinton is the nominee, she serves that purpose. She serves a purpose to harden conservatives. I just think they dislike her more than they dislike McCain. Now, granted, he still must reach out to him, but conservatives also must answer a very critical question. Do you want to be so hardcore in principle that you don't hold on to the White House?
You know, this isn't a fight that just started yesterday with John McCain and conservatives. This is a fight that's sort of gone on a long time. And he's not a fellow who sort of says, okay, your way. Well, he fights his fights. And sometimes he makes people really, really angry. I mean, we noticed tonight, sitting around this table, that he didn't seem to mention Mitt Romney in that speech. And that's, unless we missed something, but that's a little bit of John McCain there. That's right. And he's got that fight in him, and you know he's going to reach out. You know he's going to try and build those bridges. But the question is, will conservatives trust him? And the other question is, of course, where do they go?
John King in New York. John, what does the road ahead for John McCain look like?
Well, Anderson, the road ahead is Super Tuesday, but I want to quickly look at the map of Florida, because to the very point you're talking tonight, there is no question John McCain faces a skeptical conservative base. But I want you to look at the sweep of his victory here tonight. These are the counties won by John McCain in Florida. Now, we're at 76%. There's still some vote coming in. But many thought Governor Romney would win in here. These are swing voters, conservatives in the Republican primary, but this is the part of Florida that will settle a very close competitive election if it is a competitive election in November. John McCain did very well along the I-4 corridor, incredibly well, including winning up in the Orlando area, down through the Tampa area. This is what settles Florida in a close general election. McCain did very well. Now, you're talking about his problem with conservatives. This is not liberal country. This is just south of Georgia, just south of Alabama. John McCain is winning all the way across. Romney wins Jacksonville. McCain wins everything else all the way over to Pensacola. Those are conservative voters. They are Christian conservatives. They are evangelicals. They are rural Republicans. And so he has not completed the sale tonight. He has a great deal of skepticism to come ahead, but that is a fairly sweeping win for John McCain. And we're looking at Florida right here tonight. You're all talking about what comes next, and there it is on Super Tuesday. There are more states like Florida in terms of the composition of the Republican Party on this map than there are states that are more, say, like Georgia and Alabama, where you have a much more conservative base, fundamental conservative base. And the problem for Mitt Romney going forward, they view this, the Romney campaign views this as a two-man race now. Well, the most conservative states on this map are the states where Mike Huckabee is going to play. He was in Missouri tonight, the Right to Life movement in southern Missouri, the southern states, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee. So as Romney tries to establish himself as the conservative alternative to John McCain, number one, we expect Giuliani to endorse McCain as early as tomorrow. And number two, Governor Romney, in trying to seek that conservative territory, not only will have to deal with McCain's outreach to conservatives, but will still have to deal with Governor Huckabee across the South.
Very tough for Romney, very tough.
Very tough for Romney. Bill Bennett is saying we're going to take a short break. On the other side of this break, Will Blitzer will be talking to Hillary Clinton. Interesting, she canceled a number of interviews last night, both with CNN and the other networks. Apparently tonight she feels she wants to be available, touting no doubt what she calls her big win in Florida. We'll hear from her shortly in a moment. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. We're here at the CNN Election Center. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Joining us now from Florida is Democratic Senator Hillary Clinton, the Democratic presidential candidate. She's got a big smile on her face because of Florida. Senator, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you, Wolf. It's great to talk to you.
Well, Barack Obama and a lot of other Democrats say, you know what, you won in Florida, but really it has no significance because no delegates from Florida will be going to the Democratic convention in Denver. The candidates, you yourself, you couldn't campaign there. Barack Obama couldn't. John Edwards couldn't. So why is this a big deal?
Well, it's a really big deal because Florida's a big deal. Just like Michigan before, these are two states that Democrats have to try to win in November. And I am thrilled that so many Floridians came out to vote today, you know, several million apparently. And we had a tremendous turnout in the Democratic primary. Obviously, the people of Florida thought this counted. And I have said that I will do everything I can, if I'm the nominee, to make sure that the Florida delegates are seated. Because I want people in Florida to feel empowered and part of this process. We're going to need people to be excited about this election. And I'm going to do everything I can to convince my delegates and others to vote to seat the Florida delegates as well.
If it's a very close contest in Denver at the Democratic convention, a brokered convention, as they call it, and those Florida and Michigan delegates could be decisive, would you go to court to get them seated?
Oh, Wolf, this is all pretty premature. We don't even know who the nominee is going to be yet, but I just want to underscore the principle here. It is both a matter of principle that we let people have their voices heard, and I think that in the case of both Michigan and now Florida, people turned out. Nobody campaigned. We didn't have the opportunity to ask for their votes, but they obviously felt so strongly about this election, and the reason is because there's so much at stake. You know, the challenges are huge, and I think we need every American to feel part of this year, because as the election moves forward, we're going to hopefully have a huge turnout in November, which will give us the support we need to make some of the tough decisions that will await the next president.
John McCain is the winner on the Republican side. You know him quite well. In fact, your husband, the former president, says if it were a contest between Hillary Clinton and John McCain, it would probably be the most cordial in history, given your very good relationship with him. The fact that you don't necessarily disagree on a lot of the substantive issues. Is Bill Clinton right about that? Do you have such a great relationship with John McCain?
Well, I have a very good one, and I look forward if that is the case, to campaigning on the issues. There are big differences between us. Obviously, we have different approaches about what we should do here at home and around the world. But I think the American people are hungry for an election about specifics. I want to be held accountable, Wolf. That's why I talk very specifically about what I want to do when it comes to the economy and education, energy, health care, because I want people to know that when the cameras are turned off and the speeches are done, I'm going to do everything I can to deliver for the American people, to help us fix our problems, because otherwise I think we're going to continue to drift, and I don't think that's healthy for our country.
Is former President Clinton, your husband, since South Carolina, taking a sort of kinder, gentler tone now? Have we seen a shift in your strategy and his?
Well, you know, he has always been a great promoter and defender of mine, as the spouses of the other candidates are as well. And he has certainly a record that proves his commitment to civil rights and human rights and women's rights and so many of the other big issues of the last decades. I take responsibility for my campaign. If anything was said by anyone that caused any offense, you know, I certainly am sorry for that, because it was certainly not intended. But what is intended is that we stay focused on the big issues affecting the American people. You know, I think Americans remember that when Bill was in the White House, he got up every day, went to work on behalf of, you know, the people of this country. That's the kind of president that I want to be, representing everyone, you know, rolling up my sleeves, solving problems, and bringing the country together.
We heard President Bush last night tell Congress, and you were there, that the State of the Union remains strong. What is your assessment of the State of the Union right now?
Well, the State of the Union is not a speech once a year by the president. It's, you know, what's in the hearts and minds of the American people. And of course, we are a resilient country, but as I travel around talking with people in their homes and restaurants and other gathering places, I have a lot of, I hear a lot of insecurity. I hear a lot of people worried about losing their homes to foreclosure, or losing their health care, or not getting their insurance company to pay for what the doctor says they need, or after having saved, still not having enough to send their child to college. So I think that the president's view of what's happening in the country is not the one that I have. And that's why, again, in this campaign, I have talked very specifically about how we're going to get the economy going and create new jobs with rising incomes, how we're going to have health care for everybody, and a new energy policy that will make us independent and more secure and deal with global warming. And, you know, all of these matters are not ones that, I sit in a room and say, well, this is a good idea. It's what people tell me. I listen and I learn from what's going on in the lives of the American people. And I don't think that what we heard last night really reflects the real concerns that Americans have today.
All right, one final question. I know our time is brief. You're a president. Let's assume you become president of the United States. Day one in the Oval Office, what's the first thing? What's your top priority? What's the first thing you do?
Well, I've outlined, number one, I'll ask my Joint Chiefs and Secretary of Defense and Security Advisors to begin working immediately on a plan to bring our troops home within 60 days. I will reverse a lot of the executive orders that I think gave too much power to the presidency at the expense of the rest of our government and the rights and civil liberties of the American people. I will immediately ask the Congress to send me bills that President Bush vetoed, like the expansion of the Children's Health Insurance Program and stem cell research, and I will send a message around the world that we're going to start working to find common ground and rebuilding our relationships and alliances, and of course begin to work with the Congress on the agenda that I've put forth in this campaign that I think would make our country, safer and stronger and richer and fairer as we go forward.
Sounds like you would have a very, very busy day on that first day in the Oval Office.
I would, Wolf.
All right. Thanks very much for coming in. Congratulations on your win in Florida. Even though you don't get any delegates, we'll see what happens next Tuesday. We'll see you at the Democratic presidential debate that I'll be moderating in Los Angeles at the Kodak Theater Thursday night. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hillary Clinton, the Democratic presidential candidate, joining us. Let's get some analysis on what we just heard from another Democrat, Donna Brazile, who's joining us in Washington, the campaign manager for Al Gore back in 2000, a friend of the Clintons, friends of Barack Obama. Does Senator Clinton have a point when she says she will try to get those Democrats seated, the delegates from Michigan and Florida seated at the Democratic convention in Denver? Does she have a point? Is she on solid ground? Because you're a leader in the DNC. You basically stripped those two states of the right to seat delegates.
Well, Wolf, the two states can come to the Credentials Committee once that committee is put together to appeal to have their delegates seated, once they come up with a process to select delegates. In previous election cycles, 2000 in Washington State, they had a beauty contest, and a few weeks later they held a caucus so that they could come up with a delegate selection process. So I think Senator Clinton and others should encourage the state of Florida to comply with the rules and to go ahead and come up with a process so that we can seek those delegates come this summer. Look, the Democratic National Committee did not prohibit the candidates from campaigning in Florida. The candidates signed a pledge to the 4 early states that they would not campaign in Florida. But going forward, I do believe that the party will encourage all of the states, not just Michigan and Florida, to comply with the rules so that we can see all of the state conventions and ensure that we'll have a unified convention and a unified party going forward.
Senator Clinton says her win in Florida is a big deal. Senator Barack Obama says it's no deal, no big deal at all because he couldn't campaign there. She didn't campaign. John Edwards didn't campaign. And they all basically got the same number of Florida delegates, which is 0. They all emerged tonight with 0 delegates in Florida. Where do you come down on this?
Well, it gives Senator Clinton bragging rights. It energizes her supporters in the states that will hold contests next Tuesday. It will help her raise money. And quite frankly, it has enabled her to get back on message. What we heard tonight was Senator Clinton's voice. She was talking about the economy. She was talking about what she would do on day one. I think that is what Senator Clinton hoped to accomplish tonight, and she did. So I think going forward, Senator Obama, Senator Edwards, and others, of course, Senator Clinton, must continue to talk about the issues, galvanize people. One other point I wanted to make, Wolf, and I haven't seen all of the turnout figures, but it appears that the Republicans had an edge tonight. 1.6 million Floridians showed up, but with no contest on the Democratic side, over 1.3 million Democrats. That's pretty impressive. That says that the Democrats are still in the game and still in the hunt for those 27 electoral votes this fall.
Our CNN analyst, Donna Brazile, a Democratic strategist. Donna, thanks very much. We'll get back with you. Once again, the big story tonight, John McCain, the winner of the Republican presidential primary, beating Mitt Romney. Rudy Giuliani coming in maybe 3rd, maybe 4th, with 80% of the precincts now reporting Rudy Giuliani still 3rd with 15%. To Mike Huckabee's 14%, but it's clear that this is a huge, huge loss for him. We're standing by to hear what he has to say. Anderson Cooper is coming up right after a quick break with the best political team on television, and we're going to take the road ahead to next Tuesday, Super Tuesday, when perhaps 50% of the country will have an opportunity to get involved in the Republican and Democratic presidential contests. Much more ahead on our special coverage right after this.
One of the many questions tonight that we are following is what happens to Rudy Giuliani. Let's check in with John King, who has some more information on that. John, what have you heard?
Well, Anderson, 2 Republican sources with direct knowledge of the discussions tell CNN that the former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani will endorse John McCain in California tomorrow. To do that, of course, he will end his presidential campaign and drop out of the race for the Republican nomination. Again, this information comes from 2 Republican sources who are involved and familiar with the discussions about making all this happen. You heard Mayor Giuliani tonight conceding the race in Florida. Most of his speech delivered in the past tense. He did not, though, say in that speech that he planned to end his campaign. But we are told, again, by these 2 sources, reliable sources familiar and involved in the discussions, that the arrangements have been made between the McCain campaign and the Giuliani campaign. The mayor will fly to California tomorrow, and we are told he will endorse John McCain in California. We're trying to get the exact details of the event, but obviously this would be a big boost for McCain coming off his big win in Florida tonight to get that endorsement before the big Republican debate you'll be hosting out in California tomorrow night. It obviously removes Rudy Giuliani from the stage once he drops out of the race, but the McCain camp believes it will help in California, where Giuliani was running third, I believe around 13% in our most recent polls, and it will give him somebody with a national profile who we are told from the McCain side of this equation is likely to campaign for McCain in the days and weeks ahead. So Senator McCain emerges from Florida, not only considered by all in his party, but also by most in the Democratic Party, as now the clear Republican frontrunner, and these sources telling us he will get a big endorsement from Mayor Giuliani tomorrow as Giuliani ends what has to be a very disappointing campaign, Anderson. At least $35 million in spending and no victories to show for it.
John King saying it removes Rudy Giuliani from the stage here in the Reagan Library, quite literally removes him from the stage. We have a table built for 5 candidates. Obviously, we will take one chair away. I'm not sure if we can saw off the end of the table or not, but we'll see what we can do by tomorrow night. Gloria Borger, you wanted to clarify something you said earlier?
Yes, I want to clarify something because I stand corrected. John McCain did indeed offer his best wishes to Governor Romney and his supporters. He was quite gracious about it. As you know, that's probably the last nice thing he's going to say about Governor Romney. But on the Giuliani front, those two are friends. They have liked each other. Obviously, as John was talking about, Super Tuesday, New Jersey, New York, 2 very big winner-take-all states that Giuliani can help McCain with. However, there is a little bit of a downside to this, which is what are conservatives going to think? Because Rudy Giuliani is no conservative hero, and they might say, oh, this is a great team. Rudy Giuliani and John McCain, not so much.
Let's check in with Bill Bennett.
I got to be in a radio studio 2:30 this morning, so
okay.
I'll answer that question and I'll go to bed. I'll try to answer it, because advice to John McCain, advice to conservatives. To John McCain, start to do the following kinds of things. Start to talk about people like Senator Coburn from Oklahoma as someone you're thinking about. Have him travel around. Very strong fiscal conservative.
As someone you're thinking about for...
Sure, for vice president. Get the word out. Go to the border. Stand there and say, I know people have disagreed with me on immigration, but we are going to seal this border. We're going to get this thing right, and then we will talk about other things to do. That's a condition of credibility. Seal the border. And then continue to say, as he's been saying, I will defend the country and win this war. And stop talking so much about Rumsfeld and talk more about Democrats who were never for this war or who wouldn't support it. To conservatives, they need to be reminded that John McCain is pro-life. He is a hawk on spending, pork barrel spending, and he is a strong defense conservative. And the other thing conservatives need to realize is he is likely to be the candidate. So they need to think hard about that, and both sides hopefully can meet in the middle.
And of course, that line in the speech when he mentioned judges. I mean, look, I know conservatives don't like the guy, but they're right now sitting 1 seat away from having a majority on the Supreme Court. And if Clinton is a nominee, or even if Obama, let's say Democrats win, the next president may very well appoint 3 choices to the Supreme Court. I just don't think conservatives are going to be that hardcore, recognizing that they could potentially lock up the Supreme Court for the next generation.
Bill Bennett's radio program is Morning in America. I know he's going to take off for that. We'll listen tomorrow morning. We'll hear from you tomorrow night after the debate here on this stage.
Roland, very good point. And notice, in his very short speech, he mentioned judges.
Right.
Roland's on to something very important.
And a lot of talk about Ronald Reagan as well.
Right, but this is all about the way the Republican Party is changing. Here we are at the Reagan Library, but it's moving post-Reagan, and the party's not quite sure where to go, and that's what this is about.
In New York, let's bring in David Gergen, who has joined us for this hour. David, good evening to you. This is the first time we've heard from you tonight. Your thoughts?
Well, I hesitate to disagree with Bill Bennett, but I would like to make one point about John McCain. It seems to me more important than whether he makes gestures to the right or to the left is to be himself. What's really working for John McCain is he seems more authentic tonight, and I think people are looking for authenticity. It makes him a stronger candidate in the fall. You know, he went off to his right at one point and seemed to be pandering to the conservatives in a variety of different ways early on in the campaign, and the campaign spiraled downward, not upward. So that in that sense, I think the notes he struck in that speech tonight were terrific for him, both with the party and with the broader electorate. You know, Churchill had this this motto and defeat defiance, and victory magnanimity. And John McCain was extremely magnanimous in that speech tonight, you know, saluting Mitt Romney, saluting the others, having special words of warmth for Rudy Giuliani. And I think in that sense, what McCain is presenting himself as is a person who can be the uniter. And it was interesting tonight that Hillary Clinton, in talking to Wolf, went back to her warmer, more gracious self, because I think she now sees that that contentious, combative self that says she sometimes displayed and her husband displayed is not very helpful in this kind of campaign.
At this point, though, with all that has been said between Mitt Romney and John McCain over the last several days, the battles back and forth over Iraq, their positions on that, the battles back and forth over who is a real conservative, allegations of each of them by each of them that the other is a liberal, can they go back now to a more civil tone, or is the die cast on this one for between those two?
I have to tell you, I think that for John McCain, if he thinks he has the edge in California and New York, as he probably will, and very importantly, if he can bring in the money, that's going to be the big question, because he hasn't been able to open those spigots so far, but tonight's victory should help a great deal in that. If he has the money and he has the edge, I would think that he does not want to get too down and dirty in a campaign to get, you know, let Romney be the one who seems highly combative. He can go above it and still, and use a stiletto, not a sledgehammer when he goes after Romney.
Amy Holmes, also in New York. You agree with that, Amy?
I do agree with that, but we do know there's so much bad blood between these two candidates, and I think tomorrow night is going to be a pretty sharp discussion and sharp debate, especially that we saw that the voters in Florida thought that McCain was stronger on the economy, so we know Mitt Romney is going to try to regain that ground. But I'd also like to point out that tonight in John McCain's speech, while he was glowing with the thrill of victory, right at the very top, he took proud ownership of winning among Republicans in an all-Republican primary. That was very important for John McCain. And while we talk about his conservative outreach, his conservative appeal, you know, he had started the process. Back in 2006, he gave the commencement address at Liberty University at Jerry Falwell's invitation. So he is trying to make those overtures. But you look at this exit polling data in Florida, and it is very interesting when you look at conservatives. We know that Romney won among conservatives. He won among evangelicals. He tied with Huckabee. Romney won the pro-lifers, even though John McCain has a 100% pro-life record. As everyone has said today, what pushed McCain over the edge was that he won big with the people who looked at personal qualities. And in that all-important area that John King was talking about before on the map, Tampa, the Tampa Tribune and the St. Pete's Times both endorsed McCain precisely because of his personal virtues.
Jeffrey Toobin, it was interesting watching Rudy Giuliani speak tonight, though it was not officially a concession speech. He has not officially announced that he is leaving the race, though reporting by John King says that he will, based on two sources close to the camps. Rudy Giuliani appeared more relaxed and having more fun than I think anyone has seen him on the campaign trail in quite some time.
Yes, I mean, this campaign was a wall-to-wall disaster for Rudy Giuliani. I mean, there was nothing good that happened to him after the fall. And he did not seem all that interested. He seemed somewhat more interested than Fred Thompson, but that's not saying much. And the campaign, you know, was precipitous downhill all fall. And, you know, a big problem is his Republican Party doesn't really exist anymore. There used to be pro-choice people in the Republican Party. There used to be pro-immigration rights people in the Republican Party. They're gone. This is a Southern and Western party now that has a real orthodoxy in it, and there's no room for people like Rudy Giuliani anymore.
I do have to disagree with that point about the pro-choicers. In fact, in Florida, 44% of those Republican voters were pro-choicers. They think abortion should be legal, and John McCain did very well among those voters. But, you know, watching Giuliani tonight, it reminded me of Bob Dole back in 1996. I don't know if you remember. He went on Letterman the night after he lost to Bill Clinton, and all of a sudden he was funny, he was relaxed, he was terrific, and Letterman looked at him and said, "Why didn't you do this before?" So unfortunately for Giuliani, tonight was too little too late.
You know, Giuliani's problem, I think, was that he had to run way to the right, and he's just not a way to the right candidate. At the end in Florida, he was running as someone who would cut your taxes more than any of the other candidates. And that's not what Rudy Giuliani's campaign was about. It was about terrorism. It was about 9/11. And that's his bond, of course, with John McCain. I think this is a fight inside the Republican Party right now that Bennett was talking about. And we're going to see it played out in this election.
And John King, just for those of us, for those viewers who may just be joining, what are you hearing from your sources about Rudy Giuliani going out on the campaign trail? Is it just going to be in the Northeast? Is it more widespread? Do we know?
Well, we know that is part of the discussions tonight, Anderson. The sources who tell us about these discussions say the endorsement will come in California tomorrow, and that in the conversations, the McCain camp is, as part of the encouragement to Giuliani, has said that Senator McCain would very much like Rudy Giuliani to become part of the campaign, to become a campaign surrogate. Where that would take place is an interesting question going forward. You've had all the conversations with Bill and Gloria and David and others about, Rudy Giuliani has appeal among voters who put terrorism first, and he has great personal appeal. He is obviously not known as a cultural conservative, a social conservative, but could he be an asset? Of course, he could be in some areas. He could also help with some fundraising that Senator McCain very much needs right now. So as to specifically where, we know it will begin in California, where you have a more moderate Republican Party, a strong conservative base, but also a moderate wing of the Republican Party, and then we'll see where it goes from there. And part of the calculation here is, remember, 20 states vote on February 5th. So the more high-profile surrogates you have to go to the Northeast, to go to the South, to stay out on the West Coast, the mountain states, the Southwest, and on, the more high-profile surrogates you have, the better.
Anderson, there's just
I got to take a quick break. Okay. We'll have more of this just after the break. CNNPolitics.com is where you can follow county by county the numbers coming in, as we are seeing the numbers coming in from the state of Florida. A lot more coverage continues. We'll be back in a moment.
Here's the big story tonight. John McCain, the big winner in the state of Florida. He captures the Republican presidential nomination with 82% of the precincts now in. McCain with 36%. It's been a steady lead for him now for several hours. 31% for Mitt Romney, 15% for Rudy Giuliani. A huge loss. He's about to drop out of this contest. And Mike Huckabee, 14%. In terms of the numbers that have come in, 646,000 for McCain to 556,000 for Romney. Only 264,900 or so for Giuliani, 242,800 for Huckabee. Ron Paul with 57,818. But here's the important number, 57. 57 Republican delegates to their convention in St. Paul at the end of the summer were up for grabs. Winner takes all. Winner takes all in the state of Florida. All 57 of those delegates will go to John McCain. 0 for Romney, 0 for Giuliani, 0 for Huckabee. John McCain, the big winner in Florida tonight. Let's go over to Abby Tatton, because she's taking a look online to see what John McCain, the big winner in Florida tonight, is saying to his supporters online.
Wolf, this is what the campaign is telling them right now. Thank you, Florida, but the rest of you, we need you to get into gear. Tonight, literally, they're asking for campaign donations this evening before you go to bed that can be used tomorrow. They're saying we immediately have to expand into a nationwide campaign. And you can see on the website here, it's now focused on Super Tuesday. Now, this campaign that has had limited resources has been hitting up these supporters pretty hard. We got an email after South Carolina, after the win there, saying, come, literally pack your bags, come to Florida and come and help us out. So they're asking them again for more donations. He's got the win in Florida, and to look and see how that went down. This is where all the results are coming in county by county. We've got pretty much 100% reporting across the board there at CNNPolitics.com.
Big win for John McCain. He had some significant support. The governor, specifically in Florida, Charlie Crist, supporting him. Mel Martinez, one of the Republican senators. There's a Democratic senator, Bill Nelson, who supported Hillary Clinton, but a big win for John McCain right now. Let's go over to Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider, because they're taking a look at how he did it. I guess that's a big question that we're going to be analyzing over the course of the next days, but you've got some information.
Yeah, the exit polls always really give you a lot of insight on that. Hillary Clinton, when you were talking to her a moment ago, she was saying, well, now the election's moving forward. And so we wanted to look forward to and talk about opportunities and obstacles for Senator McCain. What do we learn from the exit polls about what he has to face ahead? One important question from the exit poll, in fact, was what's more important to you, personal qualities or issues? What do we see?
And the answer is, for voters who said they voted for someone on personal qualities, John McCain came out way ahead, 44-28 over Mitt Romney. David Gergen just mentioned authenticity as one of McCain's real attributes that people responded to. That was a personal quality, and that helped him win, certainly. It was a very personal vote, not issues, not ideology.
Well, here's something that needs some work, I would say. Yes. Shares my values was a question that was put to people who are voting in the exit poll. Horrible number for McCain.
Very bad, and these are values voters. It's a problem for John McCain as he goes forward. Only 20% of the values voters said they voted for John McCain. Romney and Huckabee both beat McCain in this category. He's got some work to do to shore up his support among the values voters in the Republican primaries.
He did well among people who had a negative opinion of President Bush.
You know, all the candidates are talking about change. It's the Obama theme. Hillary Clinton talks about change. Can a Republican talk about change? How about this? Among Republicans who don't like President Bush, and that's about a third of the Florida Republicans, there are a lot of Republicans who want change, too. They voted for John McCain. That could be a problem as he goes forward in the Republican primaries, because a lot of Republicans do like President Bush. But if he becomes the Republican nominee, it just might happen that he could run as a candidate of, believe it or not, change.
A guy who's been in the business for quite a while, yes. A candidate of change. You know, you were talking earlier about electability, who has the best chance come November, and McCain does well there.
Take a look. Among all the Florida Republican voters, we asked, who do you think has the best chance of winning in November? McCain dominated that category. That might have been Rudy Giuliani. He was supposed to be the most electable Republican.
He's at 11%.
11%. That's why he lost. McCain is beating him 4-1 when Republicans are asked, who has the best chance of winning in November? They pick McCain. They do not pick Giuliani by a clear margin.
Isn't that a contradictory number, though, when you consider that the core of the Republican core doesn't like him?
They don't like which?
Don't support John McCain. I mean, that's where his struggle is. We've seen. That's what he's got to reach out to.
Even a lot of people who don't support or agree with John McCain believe he just might be electable because he's shown so much support from independents and even some Democrats. There are some Democrats who love him, some Democrats who hate him, some Republicans who love him, and some Republicans who hate him. He's a very interesting character. And one more thing, Soledad and Wolf, here's a little reminder. The primary season actually has not yet begun. It doesn't officially begin
like that.
until next week. That's when the window opens. That's why the Florida primary is being penalized, because everything that's happened so far is early. It begins next week on Super Tuesday, which might be the day it ends.
Well, it's a good point, because the Democrats stripped Florida of all the delegates. The Republicans stripped Florida of half of their delegates because they moved up before Super Tuesday next week. 21 Republican caucuses and primaries next Tuesday, 22, I think, Democratic caucuses and primaries next Tuesday. Half of the country is going to be voting. That's going to be huge. We're counting down to 1 week to today. Soledad and Bill, stand by. We're going to be getting back to you with more information. Remember, we're now reporting, thanks to our John King, that Rudy Giuliani is going to be dropping out of this race. Now there will be four Republican candidates at the Republican debate tomorrow night in Simi Valley at the Reagan Library. There you see Anderson Cooper and Gloria Borger sitting there. Roland Martin, our contributor as well, before a replica of the United States of America Air Force One, the actual plane that Ronald Reagan used to fly in when he was president of the United States. There were supposed to be 5, but now there will be 4. 4 Republican candidates left, 3 Democratic candidates left. They'll be debating the next night at the Kodak Theater in Los Angeles. When we come back, Anderson Cooper will pick up our coverage. Much more coming up. A big night, though, for John McCain. You can't belittle his win in Florida tonight.
And a remarkable evening of politics. We've been watching from the CNN Election Center and also here from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California. If you have not been here, it is a remarkable facility, and the stage is set literally for tomorrow night's debate between well, we're not sure exactly who's going to show up. I mean, all the candidates will. Whether or not Rudy Giuliani will still be in the race at that point, it seems like he will not be based on our reporting this evening. But of course, that remains to be seen. We will be ready for whoever it is who shows up. We do know John McCain, Ron Paul, Mike Huckabee, of course, and Governor Mitt Romney all will be here on this stage. The backdrop for it is probably one of the most remarkable backdrops of any debate so far in this election year. It is the original Air Force One jet that President Ronald Reagan used while he was in office. This hangar has been built, this facility built around it. You're looking at some shots inside the Air Force One. You're looking back at where we are sitting from inside Air Force One. Truly a remarkable room. This will be the backdrop for a entire night of debate and politics starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time and 5 p.m., of course, here on the West Coast. Gloria Borger, how does the strategy change with Rudy Giuliani probably not here tomorrow night?
Well, I think
how does the debate itself change?
You know, when you think about it, it'll probably be the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so I think you'll see a love fest between John McCain and Mike Huckabee. And I think Mitt Romney will be the odd man out there. Whether McCain and Huckabee will go at it as they have in the past remains to be seen. I mean, here we are in what Bill Bennett earlier referred to this as the Vatican. You know, he said it might. Are these folks going to want to mix it up here in on this hallowed ground? We'll have to see. On the other hand, everything is at stake at that debate. Everything is at stake for John McCain, who's going to be a conservative, I can guarantee you that, tomorrow night, and everything is at stake for
Roland
Mitt Romney.
Martin, if John McCain has received an endorsement from Rudy Giuliani before that debate, does Mitt Romney then try to use that against John McCain, saying you're not a real conservative, that you have this man who's aligned, who is, you know, to the left of conservatism, now endorsing
And at the moment he does that, first of all, he's going to do it. I think when McCain is going to come right back and say, and guess what? You said that you were going to be even more liberal on the whole issue of gay marriage and Ted Kennedy when you ran against him. He's going to use his own words against him. What you have here is a battle, frankly, between old GOP and new GOP. It's no different than 1992 and the Democrats, when they were a party completely confused, lost 3 consecutive presidential elections, and they were trying to break the hold of liberals on the party. Bill Clinton comes in, Southern governor, he does that. In this case here, you have evangelicals, you have hardcore conservatives who've been really running this party, but this party right now has no leader. You don't have a VP running, and so the difficulty now is, where does the party go? I think McCain is really going to stress this inclusive message by saying, look, you might be conservative, but I'm with you. You might be fiscal conservatives, I'm with you. Yep. We need to have a coalition building. He's going to preach that issue as well.
David Gergen, we heard in John McCain's speech tonight, we heard him talk about judges, we heard him talk an awful lot about Ronald Reagan. You anticipate, obviously, he will talk about Reagan tomorrow night, but a message to try to reach out to conservatives?
I think he will try to reach out to conservatives, but not pander. I think that's really, really important that he not go too far over. But he will remember Reagan. You know, there's a wonderful book written about John McCain and some others, and it's called The Nightingale Song, and by Bob Timberg, used to be of the Baltimore Sun. And Timberg argues that a nightingale doesn't actually sing until it hears another nightingale sing, and that's what sort of awakens it. And that was what's true of John McCain. He became, Ronald Reagan was his nightingale. He heard Reagan sing, and that lit him up. And he heard that tribute to Reagan tonight. There's a very genuine warmth in John McCain about Ronald Reagan. I think we'll hear that tomorrow night.
Amy Holmes, your anticipation for the debate tomorrow?
I think it's going to be sharp, as I said. I think that Roland's right, that McCain is going to be pointing out some of the flip-flops. We saw him doing it all week leading up to Florida. And I think you're going to hear, as others have said, that John McCain is going to try to get back to those core conservative principles. That was something that was sort of oddly missing with Giuliani when he was asked, you know, what are your core principles? And he would talk about his 12 commitments. Well, for conservatives, that's sort of meaningless. And you could hear Fred Thompson, however, speak a lot more eloquently about that. I think you're going to hear that from McCain tomorrow night. And on the Romney side, you know, as we discussed before, you're going to hear Romney trying to get back the ownership of being the economic conservative, the true conservative. You heard that in his speech tonight. He started out with this sort of homespun traditionalist, I'm a grandfather, kissing my children before they go to sleep at night, and hearkening back to the 1950s, this golden era of America's greatness, and how he wants to bring that back to our country. So he's going to make that appeal tomorrow night as well.
Anderson, you know, there's a paradox about McCain's success so far. You have What I think is an unstoppable path towards the nomination, as Dana Bash heard from a McCain staffer, I think the word unstoppable is correct. Yet at the same time, he has not won even 40% at any primary so far. Not even 40% has he won. So he has a long way to go to bring the conservatives into the fold. But to do that, he's got to go in directions that the rest of the American people don't share. He's got to deepen his already profound commitment to a very unpopular war. He's got to move right on immigration. He's got to move right on abortion. And that's a difficult thing when he's got to be thinking about the general election soon.
Well, you know, actually, I'm not so sure that he has to necessarily move right on immigration in particular. That issue was, you know, bringing down his candidacy last summer when we thought that McCain was just not going to be able to make it. He seems to have neutralized that issue by, of course, emphasizing border security. The question is, are conservatives going to believe it?
And Anderson, most Republicans, even Republicans who don't like John McCain, believe in this field, Romney, McCain, Huckabee, that McCain is by far the strongest general election candidate. Even many conservatives who say they do not like John McCain, they wish he were not on this path now, where he is clearly the front runner in the fold, believe he is a much stronger general election candidate because he holds the Republican base on security. He would have issues with conservatives when it comes to taxes and the like, but they also believe, and McCain will now make the case because of what he did in Florida, the state that made George W. Bush president, he can reach out to Democrats and independents, and Democrats and Republicans concede that, even though conservatives still don't necessarily love John McCain.
The road ahead to Super Tuesday, we're going to look at that after a short break. Lou Dobbs will also be coming on the set to carry forward our coverage. We'll be right back. CNNPolitics.com, also the site you can follow along at home during the commercial breaks. We'll be right back.
Good evening. Tonight, Senator John McCain can claim unequivocal front-runner status in the Republican race for the presidency after his win in the Florida primary. Senator Hillary Clinton certainly can claim victory. It is a victory, however, that brings few, in this case, no delegates whatsoever, but it does give her bragging rights, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot from her campaign about momentum as we approach Super Tuesday. For now, Senator Clinton and Senator McCain, the winners in Florida. We're going to turn to my colleagues now, Wolf Blitzer and John King at the tally board, to bring us up to date with all of the numbers. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Lou. John and I, we're going to take a look at what's coming up 1 week, John, from today. And this is, I think it's fair to say, in terms of a primary, we've never seen anything like this before.
Never anything like this at all, Wolf. Twice as many states as you normally have had on a Super Tuesday in the past. Senator McCain called it tonight essentially a national primary, and that's what it is. And look at the sweep of it geographically. You have New York, obviously the home state of Senator Clinton, Massachusetts, the home state of Governor Romney. You come down through the south here, Tennessee and West Virginia, then to the heartland of the country, Minnesota, Missouri, then out to the west, Oklahoma, the big daddy of them all, of course, California. And so different candidates have to decide on their different strategy. Now, McCain is leading on the Republican side. McCain is leading in most of these states now, and he will try to run the board. Most of the Republican contests, winner take all. If you're Governor Huckabee, you're going to focus down here in the southern states. You're going to focus here where there's a strong anti-abortion movement, up here in Minnesota as well. Those are places to look for Governor Huckabee to be as he tries to reassert himself in this race. Governor Romney, of course, his home state is out here. He has performed well in the Mountain West area. Democratic side, again, you have Senator Clinton's home state, Senator Obama's home state, California, the biggest prize. Watch Edwards looking for congressional districts. The Democratic rules are different. 15% is viable in most states, and then you go through congressional districts. So it's much more complicated on the Democratic side because of the different rules. But essentially, with a national primary, a near-national primary, it puts an emphasis on resources, puts an emphasis on organization. That is why we will see a key test for Obama. Hillary Clinton, despite her, obviously she won tonight in Florida. It's a beauty contest. She lost South Carolina. That one matters. Institutionally and structurally, she is stronger than Obama in most of these states. The challenge is whether he can make up the ground as he has in the past when he has campaigned. Clinton and Obama both have money for television advertising. That's a key question on the Republican side. Will Romney reach into his own wallet and spend more money? The McCain camp, I'm told, raised $10 million in January. They put a lot of it into Florida in the final days, Wolf, because Romney was advertising so heavily. But they expect to raise a great deal of money, too. And again, what is essentially a national primary? Very expensive to advertise in California, very expensive, as you know, to advertise in New York, some other big states as well. and it will be a blur of a week.
And the fact is that the number of candidates is going down and down and down, the political survivors, if you will. There's 4 Republicans left right now. They'll be on the stage at Anderson's Republican presidential debate tomorrow night at the Ronald Reagan Library. There's the winner tonight, John McCain, Mitt Romney, Mike Huckabee, and Ron Paul. And 3 Democrats are left fighting it out as well. And that's going to affect their strategy going ahead to next Tuesday.
Absolutely. And again, if you look at the polls in most of these states where there has been public polling, in most of these states, McCain and Clinton are ahead in the polls. But things will change. We'll see more polling based on South Carolina, based on the Florida results tonight. Obviously, we'll see more polling as you go. But they are ahead based on their name identification and structural advantage within the party, so they will try to take advantage of that. But it costs money, and you will see a lot less retail politics. You're not going to see as many candidates in small diners lingering and taking voter questions. They're going to be stopping at airports and doing events. And again, as you note, you will target. Again, if you're on the Republican side and you're Governor Huckabee, there are good conservative states right here. Your home state of Arkansas, the Right to Life movement started in Missouri, and you can get up into Minnesota. That's where you'll see Governor Huckabee. You'll see him out in California for the debate. There are some pockets out in California, but if you're Governor Huckabee and you're low on resources, you're going to spend most of your time right here. And if you're on the Democratic side and you're Obama, you want to play out in California. That's where all of the Democrats want to play out for the big prize in California, and then hope if you start moving the national poll numbers. Obviously, Illinois, it's much more of a national race, but the congressional district calculation on the Democratic side will be very interesting to watch. We'll be tracking radio ads in small congressional districts. You'll see candidates appearing in small little districts inland in California. You say, why are they there? Why are they not in the big cities? Because they believe they can get CDs and pick up delegates. So especially interesting to watch the impact of Senator Edwards. Very low on resources. He has to pick very carefully where to go, Wolf. But he can have an impact if he can cherry-pick congressional districts across the country as he goes.
We'll be watching it every step of the way, John. Thanks very much, Lou. And as you know very, very well, not only a week, but this specific week, it could be a political lifetime. If you're taking a look at the poll numbers today, they can change dramatically tomorrow, the day after that. So it's anyone's guess, Lou, what's going to come up next Tuesday.
You know, and I think that's exactly the thought to consider with great intensity here as John lays that out, and I thought laid it out brilliantly, what we can expect in terms of strategy and the demands that will be on each of these candidates. And now the prevailing candidates, in this case from the Florida primary tonight, Senator Clinton and Senator McCain, the dynamics start to change, as John suggested. But there are also unanticipated dynamics at work here, and as we've seen, and whether it be the contest that became rather bitter, petty, and direct between Senator Clinton and Senator Obama, or whether it will be the exit of one of these candidates and the endorsement of another, and an anticipated further exit, it's going to be fascinating to watch. But one thing's for certain. Senator John McCain can now claim absolute front-runner status. And let's go to McCain headquarters and Dana Bash for the very latest. Dana?
Well, you sure can, Lou, and that is obviously the big story here at McCain headquarters. John McCain coming out and making pretty clear that he understands not only that, but he understands that he won here in Florida, and this is a primary that is just of Republican voters. No independents to push him over the line this time. This is a primary of just people in his own party, which is critical for somebody still trying to prove himself with his own party. But that is what happened today. But the big story also is what is going to happen tomorrow. And John McCain gave us a big hint in his speech tonight that it is expected tomorrow in the state of California he is going to get an endorsement from the man who is now his rival, and that's Rudy Giuliani. Listen to what McCain said earlier about him.
And I want to thank my dear friend Rudy Giuliani, who invested his heart and soul in this primary, and who conducted himself with all the qualities of the exceptional American leader he truly is. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, Rudy, for all you have added to this race and for being an inspiration to me and millions of Americans.
Now, this was obviously a very hard-fought primary here in Florida. John McCain and Mitt Romney really going at it in the waning days before today's votes. But John McCain trying to make the case over and over again that he thinks the prevailing issue in this country is national security, and he is the best commander-in-chief. But, Lou, as you can imagine, it was not that simple. He also got a big, big boost from a couple of very prominent Republicans in this state, the governor and, of course, the Senator Mel Martinez. Mel Martinez told me tonight he made a lot of effort to get the people he knows to vote for John McCain. He made some taped phone calls in Spanish that helped him clearly in the Latino community here in the state of Florida. And also, you know, John McCain, they played pretty hardball here in Florida. They had some calls that they put out also to Mitt Romney, I should say to voters about Mitt Romney, making clear that they think that he switched positions on issues, that he supported taxpayer-funded abortion. So there were some tactics that perhaps John McCain had said bad things about in previous contests, but his campaign understood that this was a state that they had to win in order to be, as one official in his campaign told me earlier today, unstoppable. And they do think that he is unstoppable. They think that he's ahead in the next primary states, the Super Tuesday states. And John McCain made pretty clear today, earlier, just here behind me, that he thinks that they still have a hard road ahead, but they think that they are pretty well along to the nomination. We'll see.
Certainly, Dana, 57 votes, 57 delegates closer to their goal, but words like unstoppable and inevitable tend to take on something less of a luster for some reason in this particular primary election season. Let's go now to Mitt Romney, obviously the former governor, the recipient of that tough campaign by Senator John McCain, and Mary Snow at Romney headquarters. Mary.
Well, Lou, this is clearly a big disappointment for the Romney campaign, but Mitt Romney vowing to go on and trying to take the silver lining in this loss. His campaign is pointing out that they believe conservatives are starting to rally around him. Mitt Romney is also going to hit hard the theme that government is broken and that there needs to be a Washington outsider. And he's been taking aim at his chief rival now, John McCain.
You see, Washington is fundamentally broken. And we're not going to change Washington by sending the same people back just to sit in different chairs.
And the way the Romney campaign is now phrasing this is that it's a two-man race. This is something they say that they think will suit Romney because the stage is smaller. They feel he will do better. But also his main theme has been the economy. It was here in Florida, and still he didn't win. So, of course, that is now going to be a challenge. Looking ahead, his campaign says it's going to California. He's going to be targeting areas in California, also states like Colorado and some of the southern states, Tennessee, Georgia, also Missouri, are part of the strategy going ahead. And Mitt Romney has reached into his pockets. The question is, will he do so again to keep going? He made a joke here tonight as he thanked supporters. He's told them they feel like his family, but he joked to them saying, don't expect part of the inheritance. And then he said, I'm not quite sure how much of the inheritance is going to be left after this, but he's pressing ahead. And also the campaign is downplaying the Giuliani endorsement, saying it won't matter all that much in the end. It could hurt McCain by trying to underscore the fact that he's not a true conservative. But they did acknowledge that the endorsement by Governor Christ did help John McCain here in Florida and hurt Mitt Romney. Lou?
Mary, thank you very much. Mary Snow at Romney headquarters. Let's turn now to Rudy Giuliani's campaign headquarters and Dan Lothian. And Dan, obviously the Giuliani endorsement of McCain eagerly awaited by Senator McCain and his campaign.
Certainly, and the question then will be, how will this impact the McCain campaign and how involved Giuliani will actually be in that campaign? Now, this, of course, a very difficult night for Rudy Giuliani. He had been hoping that he would be the victor here in Florida, spent more than $30 million here in the state of Florida, spent almost 60 days here in the state of Florida as well, was hoping to use this state as a springboard going into Tuesday, a Super Tuesday. That, of course, did not happen. Speaking to his supporters here tonight, small group, somber group. He thanked them for supporting him. He also said he was happy that he was able to address some of these critical issues in front of the American people. Here's a little bit about what he had to say.
The responsibility of leadership doesn't end with a single campaign. If you believe in a cause, it goes on, and you continue to fight for it, and we will. I'm proud that we chose to stay positive and to run a campaign of ideas in an era of personal attacks, negative ads, and cynical spin. We ran a campaign that was uplifting.
Lou, perhaps that last bit of sound there, parting shot at Romney and McCain because of the contentious battle that they had been waging here in the state of Florida as he had been dealing with some of his other issues of national security. He had also been talking to the voters and saying, listen, I am the candidate who is staying positive. I am not running a negative campaign. So tonight, as he was using a lot of past tense in his final speech here to his supporters in Florida, was also sort of giving that little parting shot that he did run a negative campaign, ran a positive, campaign here in Florida, but obviously not enough to help him win here in Florida. Lou?
Is there any sense among the staff there at Giuliani campaign headquarters that they wish they had been a little stronger, a little tougher, perhaps a little more negative?
Not on the negative issue, but you know what I did? I was talking to one aide and I said this whole strategy of focusing solely on Florida and bypassing some of the other critical early states, whether or not they were rethinking, whether that's what they should have done. And I was told, there were a lot of unforeseen events that occurred. They didn't expect that someone like a Huckabee would have won in Iowa. They didn't expect that a Romney would have, who was behind, would have all of a sudden gone to Michigan and done well there and gotten both of them getting some momentum and essentially pushing back Rudy Giuliani. So they still felt that that was sound, that the strategy focusing on Florida was sound, but there are a lot of issues that they did not expect.
Okay, Dan Lothian at Rudy Giuliani headquarters. Thank you very much. And we're going to be coming back with our panel. We're going to be discussing what is next for former Governor Mitt Romney now and his quest to stop the front runner, Senator John McCain. What's next for McCain? What's next for two other senators of some note, Senator Hillary Clinton and Senator Barack Obama. We'll continue in one moment. Stay with us. Well, Senator John McCain is the winner in Florida. Senator Hillary Clinton. Senator Clinton, of course, not much of a surprise there. Let's turn to my colleague Wolf Blitzer to bring us the latest totals.
And actually almost all the votes have really been counted, so we can speak with real authority right now. Lou, thanks very much. So let's take a look at the numbers. A big night, as Lou just said, for John McCain, the senator from Arizona. 95% of the precincts have reported in Florida. He's got 36%. It's remained steady now for hours. Mitt Romney with 31%. Disappointment for the former governor of Massachusetts. A huge disappointment, though, for Rudy Giuliani. Only 15%. Mike Huckabee, 14%. If you take a look at the hard numbers that have actually come in, you can see how John McCain did it. Right now he's got almost 678,000 votes to 582,000 for Romney, 275,000 or so for Giuliani, 253,000 for Mike Huckabee, Ron Paul, 60,583. But here's the most important number of the night for John McCain, 57, because he gets all the delegates, 57 delegates. It was winner take all in Florida. Romney, Giuliani, Huckabee get 0% of those delegates, 0 delegates. On the Democratic side, largely a beauty contest because the candidates promised they wouldn't campaign there. But Hillary Clinton is declaring victory, and she did get the most votes among the Democrats with 95% of the precincts in. She got 50% to 33% for Obama, 14% for Edwards. You'll take a look at the numbers and see how she did it. A lot of Democrats did turn out, even though they will not get any delegates at the Democratic convention in Denver because they moved up their primary. But Hillary Clinton came in with 835,800 or so votes. Obama, 555,000 200,000 votes. Edwards, 243,000. And Mike Gravel, the former senator from Alaska, he got 5,151 votes. But take a look at this. The delegates from Florida going to the convention in Denver, 0 for Hillary Clinton, 0 for Obama, 0 for Mike Gravel, because they're not going to be getting any of those delegates. So, Lou, I guess a lot of those voters in Florida, they went out there, they were well-intentioned. I suspect a lot of them didn't know that their vote really was going to count as far as the delegates are concerned, but that's the nature of politics. It's happened in Michigan to the Democrats, and now it's happened in Florida.
Yeah, it's the nature this year for 2 states of politics. It's going to be interesting to see what unfolds as we approach that convention, and of course see the further results in this primary election season, particularly next Tuesday. It might be intriguing to talk with our panel about whether or not these non-votes, non-delegate votes in Florida will stand up, or in Michigan.
You know, Lou, I just want to make one point. The Democrats had a different rule than the Republicans. The Democrats stripped Michigan and Florida of all their delegates. Right. The Republicans only took half away.
That's right. And in this case, I suppose that the Floridians and the folks in Michigan are appreciative that the Republicans were so generous as to only reduce their delegate count by 50%. My guess is you got some people who are a little peeved. What do you think, John King?
Sure, if you're in the state of Florida, especially if you're a Democrat, you're peeved. And I think, Lou, that this is likely to be resolved with this caveat. If you have a Clinton-Obama into the convention deadlocked, nobody has the delegates necessary, then there will be a huge fight over seating them, because obviously if you seat them based on the results tonight, well, Senator Clinton would get the majority of them. I haven't looked at the congressional district vote in Florida. That's, the Democrats have their rules that way, but Clinton won a convincing win in Florida tonight. It is a beauty contest. This would get the lawyers involved and lawsuits involved if you had a fight about seating them. If somebody has a convincing win going into the convention, they will know that Florida is a critical state in the general election. They will say, come on in. We'll give you extra seats as long as somebody has it locked up. But if it's contentious, it will be a big fight.
Is it a fight we should look forward to, Amy Holmes?
As a Republican, yes, I would say so. I think it would be quite a lot of fun. You know, these Florida voters, they may be peeved, but they were also energized. That they would go out to the polls, pull those levers, or punch the chads, whatever they were doing down there in Florida, even knowing that their delegates had been stripped. I think that was pretty extraordinary. Donna Brazile touched on that before. But, you know, John, you said during the break that, you know, one of the caveats here is that when Obama enters the state and starts shaking hands and meeting these voters, he changes the dynamic. So this win tonight for Hillary, while it's important, it gives her momentum, it energizes her, and it gave her, you know, a spot of good news in a very bad news week. It's not necessarily going to be leading to these results be applying to future states. So,
David Gergen, this is over, huh? Obama comes into town and energizes the base, and away we go.
If it were that easy.
The reality here is that we've got a very tight race in both parties.
Both parties.
All of the professionals seem to be straining against the idea this deal ain't done and ain't likely to get done. And we are so used in this country, and so used given recent politics, to having the front runner conferred as the presumptive nominee immediately. That can't happen here, can it?
I don't think so. And I think it's worth remembering in Florida that about a week ago, 10 days ago, when John McCain didn't have much money and Mitt Romney was spending heavily, Mitt Romney was moving up on him rapidly. So one poll over the weekend, a Rasmussen poll, over the weekend had Mitt Romney up 6 points. And then Charlie Crist, the governor, came in and endorsed, and you could see the dynamics of this race changing. I think the Crist endorsement is throwing his arm around him. He's a very popular governor. It's also important to remember, a lot of people came out today, didn't vote just for these candidates. There was also a constitutional amendment on the ballot that Crist was pushing for that would limit property taxes. And there were a lot of people in the National Education Association type on the other side who were trying to get Democrats out to vote against that. Now, Crist won tonight. This was a big, big night for Charlie Crist, and a night that might put him on the ballot as a vice president.
And Crist is, as you say, he is not only a possible nominee for vice president, but he is a very popular governor. And we're going to be talking with our colleague Jeffrey Toobin about some of the implications here in just a moment when we return with our panel. And we'll also be going out to California for the latest from Roland Martin and Gloria Borger as well. Stay with us. We're coming right back. Back to winners in the Florida primary, Senator Hillary Clinton and Senator John McCain. Jeffrey Toobin, let's go to you and just see what are there any surprises, not in the outcome, but that which influenced the outcome in the state of Florida?
Well, I think for the first time now, the Democratic and the Republican races look very different. The Republican race is really John McCain's to lose. It would take an earthquake at this point for John McCain winning Florida, getting Giuliani's endorsement tomorrow, Super Tuesday, just 6 days away.
We've got two of our colleagues here. Amy Holmes has been kind enough to listen attentively, but David Gergen is shaking his head and John King is nodding his head.
Good. Well, that's we're not here for uniformity of opinion. But I think the Democratic race is truly wide open. I mean, I don't have any sense of who's ahead there, whereas John McCain is clearly well ahead now, and that's the first time the races have taken such a different, in my view, direction.
You were shaking your head, David.
I don't think you can count Romney out of this. He's got a lot of money, and money matters, and John McCain doesn't have it right now, and we've got 20, all these states to do. So there are places where Romney can spend, and if he gets the conservatives to come to him as the conservative alternative, you can't count him out of this race yet. I think John McCain is clearly the front runner. I think he's likely to win, but I don't think it's over.
And he has to consolidate a party that is very skeptical of him. And Lou, John McCain gets very crusty about this because he's a proud, stubborn man.
That's one of his charms.
He is a proud, stubborn man, and he thinks it is wrong. Yes, he doesn't lead with God and gays, but he says his voting record is 80, 90, sometimes 100%. Why do they oppose me? He says, I want spending cuts. I'm a fiscal conservative. Sure, I won't do tax cuts at the risk of a deficit, but I'm a good fiscal conservative. He thinks the critics are wrong, and he gets stubborn about it. The challenge for now is to be big and reach out, because David's right. Romney has a chance if he's willing to keep spending his money. He's spent nearly $30 million of his own money so far. If he's willing to keep spending it, he has a chance. If McCain has got 36% of the vote tonight, in a one-on-one, he's got to get more than that.
Dana Rohrabacher, he sums it up this way with a little ditty. He said, if you're a conservative Republican and McCain don't fit, it's your responsibility to vote for Mitt.
I don't think that's going to do it. I don't know.
That's a long vote.
But coming from Dana Rohrabacher, I have to give pause and credence to the ditty, as it were, about Mitty. We're going to turn to our good colleague, Roland Martin, who is always capable of bringing absolute uniformity and consensus to any discussion. You're up, Roland.
First and foremost, I'm amazed when Mitt Romney sits here and blasts John McCain over this whole issue of not voting for the Bush tax cut, because McCain is a fiscal conservative, and he recognized that the deficits were so large. He's saying, wait a minute, we can't have large deficits run up by Republican running the Congress, and then you want to give tax cuts as well. And so, Republicans got to make up their mind. Either you are, for fiscal conservatism, or you simply want tax cuts. That's one thing. But Lou, we've skipped over this issue and danced around this issue all night. This was a stunt tonight by the Hillary Clinton campaign. They are blasting out emails left and right saying, oh, we won the young vote and this vote. We're in the land of make-believe in Los Angeles. You know what this is all about? This was a make-believe election, okay? And Clinton is sitting here talking about the delegates should count, yet she told the Iowa people and the folks in New Hampshire, if they're not going to count, we're not going to campaign there. And so, I mean, stop it. There was no election here. It's ridiculous.
What do you really think?
It's not ridiculous at all. It's not. I mean, 1.5 million people voted. Their votes don't count.
No,
come on, Roland. I mean, she didn't campaign here.
Jeffrey, I understand. Jeffrey, I understand 1.5 million people voting, but the reality is she signed a pledge along with the other candidates. But the other piece is here. If the people in Florida, Jeffrey, if the people in Florida and Michigan, if they really want to be upset, get mad at your governor and your state legislature, they're the ones who screwed you.
I don't care if you agree with Roland Martin or not, you're going to talk about this. You're going to get your word in on this. Please, Gloria.
Okay, I will tell you, I actually, I don't want to disenfranchise the Democrats in the state of Florida, because obviously they have every right to go to the polls, and it shows you how energized they are in the state of Florida because they had no candidates campaigning there. Having said that, I think that what Hillary Clinton got tonight was a talking point. One of her talking points is, as you heard her earlier this evening with Wolf, is that she won this tonight. It was a beauty contest. It wasn't. Nobody had campaigned in the state.
Do you think she won
they
in
had all
Michigan?
pledged.
Do you think she won in Michigan?
No,
I think a good case can be made that she did.
Here's the difference, Lou.
Yeah.
Lou, in Michigan, the other candidates took their names off the ballot. She left her name on the ballot.
And how did that work? How did that work out?
Voted for nobody. 40% of the voters voted for nobody.
I stand corrected.
She wins, and you have an
So, Lou,
energized
this isn't a
Democratic
great
Party in
victory for
Florida.
her.
You have an energized party in Florida. The state party leaders told their people, get out and vote, to send a message to the national party. To your point, they're not going to disenfranchise us. But if you go back 6 months in time, Senator Clinton was ahead everywhere, including Michigan, including Florida. Any place Senator Obama has campaigned, it's been competitive. He's won some, he's lost some. So Senator Clinton has every right to claim victory tonight. There's an enthusiastic Democratic Party in Florida. That's good. What's somewhat laughable is they've put out all these memos. Look at how she did among Latinos. Look at how she did among young people. Look at how she did all these demographics. Well, they don't match up to any other state where there's actually been a competition for votes. So I think they're stretching things a bit to say this means
would do that.
Just a test.
Maybe are you
Look,
shocked?
they needed to change the subject.
Gambling in Las Vegas.
The idea, Jeffrey.
No, they needed to change the subject after. Sorry, they needed to change the subject after South Carolina, Lou.
And Ted
Kennedy.
Yeah.
Well, I think they've at least put enough distance behind them, between themselves and the endorsement. The Charlie Crist endorsement, as David Gergen points out, and driving on the constitutional ballot measure, played a big part in both the Republican and the Democratic turnout. We're going to see much the same interest in a number of other states across this primary season and certainly into the general election. The idea that we have now, but I hear this sort of attempt, whether voluntary or involuntary, as we look at this, to sort of coalesce around 3 U.S. senators, Obama, Clinton, and McCain as the presumptive nominees you sorted out. The fact is, 40 senators have tried to be president, 40 senators have failed.
Well, one of these is going to succeed.
They all better hope Ted Kennedy's right and it's 1960 again.
Right. I mean, if you have 3 senators and, you know, one of these senators
if it's
become
McCain
president.
against one of the Democrats, one streak we know will be broken, which is there hasn't been a sitting senator elected president since John F. Kennedy.
Right.
But this is an unusual year in that we don't have a sitting president or vice president running, which is the first time in decades since that's happened.
80 years, I believe we've all learned to say.
Yes.
80 years. Well, we're going to be taking a look at what Mitt Romney can do to turn back what looks like, at least tonight, a bit of a juggernaut on the part of Senator John McCain. We're going to try to figure out what his next steps are and what the likelihoods are. The likelihood is that he can overcome that momentum. Stay with us. We're coming right back. Well, we're back, and we're going to turn to our colleagues Soledad O'Brien and Bill Snyder to give us some insight from the exit polling as to what the voters, both Democrats and Republicans, were thinking as they cast their ballots and propelled Senator John McCain to the front-runner status in the Republican Party and handed a victory. We'll define later how important to Senator Hillary Clinton on the Democratic side. Bill, Soledad?
Well, Lou, you were asking the question right before the break, which was, what's Mitt Romney to do right now? And I think the exit polls actually give a pretty good insight into that. We looked at the exit polls to see really his strengths and weaknesses as they move forward into Super Tuesday. Let's begin with conservative support. How does it look for him?
This is the base of the party, and if you look at this, you see Romney, 37% among conservatives in Florida today. McCain only 29. McCain's problem might be diagnosed medically as weakness of the base. 29% is not very good among conservatives. Romney does better, but 37% is not exactly a wipeout. So it's going to be a race. Romney hopes to sew up that conservative base as he goes into the Super Tuesday states. He clearly wants to fight McCain by rallying conservatives. He's begun to do it in Florida, but he's going to have to do better.
When you look at the category, top issue is the economy. Those numbers there are very surprising, I thought.
Very surprising, because Mitt Romney is a former business executive. It's his issue, or it's supposed to be his issue, but look at this, my God. McCain snatched it away from him. 40% said they voted for McCain if their issue was the economy. 32% Romney. Romney has got to do something to get that issue back because it's the top issue to the whole country right now, including Republicans.
When the issue was terror, which is really Rudy Giuliani's issue, he did not win in that category. What did you see?
We saw an issue that's really up for grabs, and this could determine the results of this primary race. Take a look at this. Among those who said their top concern was terrorism, Romney actually came out slightly on top, but it looks like a three-way tie. Rudy Giuliani, this was his signature issue, 9/11. You know, someone said he can't, every sentence he utters has a noun and a verb and 9/11 in it. But he came in, it's really a three-way tie among Republican voters who said they were concerned about terrorism, which means that either McCain, who has a lot of national security credentials, or Mitt Romney, who has strong conservative ties, they could both compete to make terrorism their issue now that Rudy Giuliani is leaving the race. But remember, he's endorsing
grab that percentage.
Exactly, but he's endorsing John McCain. We'll see if John McCain can adopt that issue as his.
There are hundreds of thousands of absentee voters in Florida, a huge number. How are those people reflected in an exit poll?
Well, they don't exit the polls.
Right, exactly.
They don't show up at the polls. So how did we reach them? We actually telephoned them. We asked the voters if they cast an absentee ballot. If they did, they were asked the same questions on the telephone that people were asked as they left the polling places. So those, I think about 400,000 absentee voters in the Republican primary and almost 500,000 in the Democratic primary were all included in the exit poll. The absentee voters are there.
An exit poll that shows that Mitt Romney has a little work to do before Super Tuesday.
He does.
Lou?
Thank you very much, Soledad. Bill Snyder, thanks for the insight. I suppose Mitt Romney was listening. He's ready to go with that. It occurs that there are two things happening here that sort of need a little adjustment. One is that Romney, as Amy Holmes was just saying, is running on the economy, the CEO, president, and the economy is the #1 issue. John McCain has been typically pushing his national security standing and positions. The fact is that the war in Iraq has slipped to #4, at least in Florida. This doesn't square up, does it, Amy?
Well, it doesn't, and I think the key to understanding that, again, another interesting finding was that the #1 quality for candidates that these voters looked at was shares my values, and they went for Romney, and yet he lost. I think what explains that is, as Soledad was discussing earlier, was that the voters were basically evenly split on what matters to you, issues or personal qualities. And for the personal qualities, McCain was way out ahead in that. They think that, you know, that he's a solid, authentic, and truthful guy, and truthfulness is something that Romney's having a little trouble with voters.
Even though Romney has this very impressive business background, his proposals are not noticeably different than McCain's, at least as far as I'm aware. I mean, they both support the stimulus package, and they both want to cut taxes. But I don't think Romney has been able to say, I will do X, but McCain will do Y. He just says, I'm more knowledgeable on the subject, which is, I mean, not an extremely powerful argument, I think.
And
we've sort of done that CEO-president thing.
Yes.
Sure, and I would also add, we remember in Michigan, you know, McCain told Michigan voters, your jobs are gone, they're never coming back. That really hurt him. He didn't say that to Florida
It's
voters.
horrible to tell the truth to voters.
I think we still have to wait and see what the conservative community does in the next couple of days. If they really think that John McCain's about to get this and Rudy Giuliani's their last hope, and they really don't want John McCain.
You mean Mitt Romney's their last hope?
I mean, Mitt Romney's their last hope. If they organize around him and get their network going, that can be very powerful in Republican circles. I just don't know whether they're going to go there or not. I think that's his best shot. I also think tomorrow night's debate, he has to take the economic issue back from McCain.
And I don't think Roland Martin and Gloria Borgia that we can ignore the fact that the evangelicals, the Christian right, has been talking about the possibility of a third-party candidate here if they are dissatisfied with the nominee. Let's turn to you first, Roland.
Look, forget that. It's not going to be a third-party candidate, and those evangelicals need to stop that nonsense. Here's the reality. Republicans are one seat away from having a majority on the Supreme Court. Now, if Senator Hillary Clinton is a nominee, ask yourself the question, if it's Senator John McCain and Senator Clinton, and for those evangelicals, who do you want making a choice to choose 3 of the next Supreme Court justices? It's not going to be Senator Clinton. So at some point, they're going to have to suck it up and say, you know what, if he's a nominee, nominee. He's our guy. We stand a better chance at getting him as opposed to Clinton. I mean, they need to recognize the reality of politics as opposed to their hardcore principles.
Lou, what we saw in those exit polls tonight, and this goes to something that David Gergen was talking about earlier, is that people tend to vote for John McCain because they believe that he tells them the truth. They don't vote for him necessarily because they agree with him on his economic plan. Right. They may disagree with him on his immigration plan. They may disagree with him on campaign finance reform. But when they look at John McCain, what they see is an authentic guy. Now, his little tricky thing that he's got to do, and David was talking about this earlier, what he's got to do is make peace with conservatives, but not to the point where he alienates, you know, his true supporters, and where he doesn't look like he's the real deal.
And there's one more point to that, which is if he were to become the nominee, he gets to pick a vice presidential running mate, and that's another area where John McCain could, try to bridge the gap with conservatives, and particularly with evangelicals. People have been throwing around Mike Huckabee. I don't know if McCain would actually choose him, but again, it's another opportunity to reach out to those voters.
It would be interesting. I would think there might be some pressure. There might be some pressure now in the next few days on both Mike Huckabee and John Edwards on the Democratic side to drop. There are going to be strong people who would like, if Huckabee dropped, that presumably would help Romney. I think some of those evangelicals would come more to Romney than they would to McCain. I don't know whether he'll drop or not, but it's just like Edwards. I mean, the more Edwards stays in here, the more Obama has a hard time with it.
The pressure most likely to be persuasive, Wolf Blitzer and John King would be money rather than probably solidarity in the party.
I think that's right.
Let's turn to you, Wolf, and to John.
McCain certainly does not necessarily have the advantage Romney does, because he can go into his pocket and get a lot of money. He's got a lot of money. He spent a lot of his own money, John, and if he sees it getting close to him, he may spend a lot more, and next Tuesday it's going to be expensive.
Romney has spent in the ballpark of $30 million of his own money. He's also raised more than any of the other Republican candidates, to his credit. The question now is, will money come in after this loss in Florida, other people's money, and how much of his own money is he willing to spend going forward, making an investment in Super Tuesday? That is a huge calculation for the Romney campaign. As for McCain, they say they raised about $10 million in January, which for them was a pretty good, strong month. They did spend a sizable amount trying to keep up with Romney's ads, or at least keep relative parity in Florida in the last several days. So their cash on hand going into Super Tuesday is down, but they expect to be able to raise some money. And we'll, listening to that discussion, and it is the question about John McCain is the conservative question. I want to show you a little bit of something tonight that John McCain did make progress tonight. He has a lot of questions still to answer, but Florida, if you look at the results tonight, I'm just going to show you here, these are the Romney counties. This right here, these are the counties won by Romney. Now, this is one of the more conservative places in the state up here, Duval County, where Jacksonville is. This is a pretty big win for Governor Romney. No question about it. He beats John McCain 41 to 27% there. Just south of Duval County. These are smaller counties, but you see again, this is a very conservative area. Romney is winning big. But let's shrink the map down a little bit and come up here. Down here in Orlando, look at that. That was supposed to be a Romney county. This was supposed to be a Romney county. Instead, that's a McCain county. This is a conservative place. The Republican Party in Orange County is a conservative state. A narrow win for McCain, but he beat Mitt Romney in a county Mitt Romney was supposed to win, where there are conservative votes. He also did very well across here, which is an area where the Romney campaign thought it would win here, win right through here. Out here, they knew it would be much more competitive. If you're looking ahead to a general election in a competitive race, this is where Florida is won or lost, the I-4 corridor between Orlando and Tampa. This is the case McCain will make to Republicans, saying, you might not love me on everything, I'm a competitive general election candidate. But to the point earlier, John McCain, let's look at the entire state, he's winning by about 100,000 votes. Where did they come from? They come from mostly down here, Wolf, where you have more moderate Republicans. 75,000 margin of the 100,000 comes from right down here, more moderate Republican voters. So McCain still has a lot to prove among conservatives, but he did better than you might have think. This is not liberal country up here in Florida, and John McCain did quite well.
He won all those counties in the South with heavily populated Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. He did incredibly well.
Right, and more moderate voters here, though. The fact that he won so well up here tells it he can make inroads among conservatives. Still a long way to go, though.
All right, and I know the Democrats are worried about that. They see how well he does down there. They're looking ahead to November potentially, and that's a source of concern. All right, Lou, we're looking at the map. We're looking at a lot of stuff, but I want to go back to you.
Thank you very much, Wolf. Thank you, John. And coming up at the top of the hour, Larry King Live. That means none other than the great man himself, Larry King. Larry.
My man Lou, to share the camera with you is historic.
I feel the same way.
On this historic night, you can feel the energy.
Absolutely.
We're gonna have a bunch of top pundits. I know you love pundits, Lou.
I love pundits.
People who are who know exactly why what happened, how it happened, and what'll happen tomorrow. They know. We'll talk to them for a full hour at midnight, 9 Pacific. That's at the top of the hour. Ari Fleischer, good old Ari, will be back with us, and a whole bunch of other really good guests as we get a look at why Hillary got such a huge vote, even though those delegates aren't going to be counted. She got more votes than McCain, which I find fascinating. And, of course, the McCain victory as well. Lou, that's at midnight Eastern, 9 Pacific.
Looking forward to it, Larry. Thank you very much. Larry King Live coming up at the top of the hour. Let's go out to our colleagues at the Reagan Library, and Roland Martin and Gloria Borgia, and I know that they have been chomping at the bit to straighten us out over here on the on the right coast.
Well, you know, one thing I wanted to say, Lou, we were talking about whether this nomination of McCain looks inevitable now. I agree with David. I would have to say that it's looking really good for John McCain. But I do think that, and Super Tuesday looks really good for John McCain. If you look at the winner-take-all states, if Giuliani endorses him as expected tomorrow, New York, New Jersey are winner-take-all. Arizona is winner-take-all. Those are really good states for him. But I think what we're going to see here tomorrow night is Romney playing up his conservative credentials. And what he's going to try and do, maybe, is get under John McCain's skin, because one of John McCain's heroes in the world is Ronald Reagan. Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan. Those are his two political heroes. And so it'll be interesting here tomorrow night to see whether Romney gets to him that way by trying to say, I'm much more of a conservative than you are, and I deserve this nomination because of that.
And Lou, on that whole issue of a third-party candidate, potentially a evangelical, I want to remind those folks that Bill Clinton, the reason he became president was because you had a third-party candidate who was a fiscal conservative, who attracted all of those those people who were upset with George Bush because he raised taxes, and that's how Bill Clinton became president. That's how he had 2 terms, and so they don't want to make the mistake of running a third-party candidate and literally hand the White House to the Democrats for a second time.
So noted, and we're going to return with our panel in just one moment. Stay with us. We're coming right back. Welcome back to CNN Election Center. The Florida primary delivering front-runner status tonight to Senator John McCain and Senator Hillary Clinton. Wolf Blitzer now able to claim a victory. We can debate what kind of victory it is, and so no delegates will result, at least according to the current rules of the party.
You know, the Obama campaign, their spokesman, Bill Burton, put out a statement. I'll read it to you, Lou, and to our viewers. When Senator Clinton was campaigning in Iowa and New Hampshire, she said that states like Michigan and Florida that won't award delegates, quote, don't count for anything. Now that Senator Clinton has lost badly in South Carolina, she's trying to assign meaning to a contest that awards 0 delegates and where no campaigning has occurred. Senator Clinton's own campaign has repeatedly said that this is a contest for delegates, and tonight Florida awarded 0. That's a statement
I'm
from
a little
Bill Burton.
confused. Wasn't it Senator Obama in Las Vegas in Nevada who was trying to keep the votes moving forward, and he was accusing the Clinton campaign of disenfranchising voters there?
well, Nevada had authority to go ahead.
No, I understand
and
they had authority, but it's interesting that they're on the opposite ends of this disenfranchisement.
This is politics.
Oh, it is that. I wondered what this was.
This is all about
it's
politics.
Ugly, it's partisan, and pure.
What? That's what happens.
We're going to, our colleagues out in California have been insistent throughout this evening that left coast perspective is imperative, and let's turn to Gloria Borgia now and to Roland Martin out at the Reagan Library. Your thoughts, Gloria?
Well, look, this is something that Hillary Clinton needed to do to change the subject from South Carolina, from Ted Kennedy. The reason she canceled all of her cable interviews last night was clearly the fact that she didn't want to talk about Ted Kennedy's endorsement of Barack Obama. She didn't want to answer questions about how is your husband going to campaign for you now. And this is a victory. However, my email box all evening, and I know everyone's been talking about this, has just been sort of filled with these emails from the Clinton campaign, youth vote, women vote, this vote, that, saying, look at this fabulous, wonderful, terrific victory we've had. And to say that it's an overstatement is an understatement.
You know, Lou, a couple of things. First, we have not heard from Senator Barack Obama all night, and so his campaign literally wants to give this impression that, frankly, this meant nothing. That's why you haven't heard from him. But also, I did get this email from the union leader out of New Hampshire, and they said, quote, Clinton coldly and knowingly lied to New Hampshire and Iowa. Her promise was not a vague statement. It was a signed pledge with a clear and unequivocal meaning. It later went on to say, New Hampshire voters, you were played for suckers. And so clearly they're not happy.
Well, that's a union leader, though.
Right.
That's the Manchester Union.
Right, but, you know, it's still
conservative. Yeah.
Throwing it out there. Pretty interesting.
You know, Roland, Gloria, as you say this, I'm thinking about two parties here right now that, whether it is Mitt Romney and Senator McCain in a very difficult contest, Wolf, or whether it's Senators Clinton and Obama in a very difficult contest. This is not going to be, it seems to me at this early juncture at least, this doesn't seem to me like this is going to be that easy a healing process, no matter who emerges from the conventions and these primaries, of course, as the nominees of the respective parties.
Yeah, I think there's been some real, bad blood between Romney and McCain over these past several days, and there's been some bad blood between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. You saw them both last night on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives when President Bush delivered his State of the Union address. They were very close to each other, Lou, but they didn't acknowledge each other, and I don't think that was an accident.
As you say, and the reality is here that we are being treated to a spectacle this year. We knew it'd be wide open, but I don't think anyone anticipated as we began this primary season that we would be seeing quite this ugly a contest, certainly on the Democratic side, and at best a difficult contest.
We'll see what happens tomorrow night and Thursday night at these two presidential debates.
And what network will they be on?
That will be CNN, the cable news network.
And the moderators will be
Anderson Cooper tomorrow night and me the next night.
Wolf Blitzer, all right.
And right here.
And right there.
That's right.
Right here.
And that
with
big
the plane.
707.
Right here with the plane. Right.
Absolutely. Well, it is great for everybody this evening. And up next, Larry King Live. Thanks for watching.
A huge night, I think. A huge night for John McCain in Florida. The winner of the Republican primary just edged out Mitt Romney. Rudy Giuliani came in a distant third. He's probably going to drop out. Hillary Clinton has won the Democratic primary, but no delegates are being seated from Florida. We have all the latest on this very special edition of Larry King Live. We'll have some outstanding panelists with us throughout the hour. Let's go right down to Davie, Florida, though, at Clinton headquarters, where Candy Crowley, our CNN senior political correspondent, is standing by. How are they, I'm sure they're excited about it, but how do they explain that Hillary Clinton got a larger vote than John McCain, and again, as in all other states, more Democrats turned out than Republicans?
excitement. Look, they've been outside the White House for 8 years now, so there is a huge amount of excitement in the Democratic Party. You add to that the fact that you have the possibility of history being made, maybe the first woman to become president, maybe the first African American to become president. So you have all of these things sort of coming together, making for a lot of excitement. And in fact, that's one of the reasons, despite the fact there's no delegates here for Hillary Clinton, that they say the reason this is important is that here in Florida, more people voted, a larger, more diverse voter has voted here in Florida than any of the other caucuses or primaries that we've had so far. So they look at this on the Hillary Clinton side as very good news, and Democrats in general see, in fact, that this is just more of a sign that their voter base, and indeed beyond that, is very energized, Larry.
Also joining us, Candy will stay with us, is John King at CNN Election Center. He's our CNN national correspondent. Wolf Blitzer, who anchored the coverage tonight and will be the anchor on Thursday night of the Democratic debate out here in California. Marcos Mulitsas is in San Francisco, the founder of dailycost.com. That's the website focusing on liberal and Democratic Party politics. And in New York, our old friend Ari Fleischer, the former White House press secretary for President George W. Bush. All right, we'll start with you, Ari, and go around. What do you make of this, before we get to McCain, of this Hillary Clinton vote with delegates that ain't going to go?
Oh, well, I think this is just the usual nonsense that sometimes comes from somebody who's running for office. It didn't count. It's like bragging about spring training. It just didn't count.
So why then did the people go and vote?
Well, I think people wanted to express their vote, but as far as does this matter for who wins the Democrat nomination, it doesn't matter. For the people of Florida, sure, they wanted to play, they wanted to show up and vote. But because the Florida Democrat Party broke the National Party's rules, it doesn't count. If it doesn't count, it's like an umpire saying the game didn't last long enough to be counted in the records. The players showed up on the field, but actually in this case, they didn't even campaign in Florida. The voters showed up on the field, but the ump said the vote doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Wolf Blitzer, is there a possibility they could eventually be seated?
Yes, there is a possibility. Anything is possible within the rules of the Democratic Party. What we're talking about are the delegates who will go forward at the Democratic Convention at the end of the summer in Denver. Right now, the delegates from Michigan have been stripped of their authority. The delegates from Florida have been stripped because both Michigan and Florida moved up their primaries before February 5th, next Tuesday, Super Tuesday as it's called. But you know what? They could change their minds. We'll see what Howard Dean and the DNC decide to do. Hillary Clinton is certainly calling on them to do so, but then again, she won in Michigan, she won in Florida, so that's understandable. And remember, Larry, this is politics.
Well, I'll pick up on Ari's baseball example. Marcos, why would 50,000 people turn out for a game that's been rained out?
Larry, I can't tell you how excited I am, and I think that excitement is really represented in the voters, not just in Florida, but all across the country in every contest we've had so far. Republicans spent tens of millions of dollars in Florida in a contest that actually mattered, had real-world repercussions as to who would be the Republican nominee. You had the governor of Florida, Charlie Crist, who was a very popular governor, campaigning. You had Senator Martinez campaigning for McCain. They went all out, and they still couldn't match the intensity and the desire of Democrats to come out and vote in a contest that did not matter. I think that bodes very poorly for Republicans this fall.
We're going to move to the Republican side, but I got to get John King's thoughts on all of this. What do you make of this Democratic turnout, John?
Oh, there's no question, Larry. We've seen this in every contest so far, that there is more energy at the moment on the Democratic side. That is a fact. Any Republican would concede that. And to make specific note of Florida, state party leaders urged their voters to go out to send a message to the National Party, which had stripped them, as Wolf just noted, of the delegates. And it's fine for Senator Clinton to celebrate the win, but this is a back to the future moment because nobody campaigned there. You have to go back in time about 6 months, where she was ahead everywhere, and that's essentially what happened in Florida. In any state where Senator Obama has gone in and campaigned, though, the race has become competitive. Some he's won, some he's lost, but it's much more competitive. So for Senator Clinton to say, I won in Florida, that's fine. It was a beauty contest. It doesn't count in the nominating contest, but they're pumping out all these memos, Larry, saying we won the youth vote, we won the Latino vote, we did this well among African Americans. That part of it, simply, you cannot look at and carry forward to Super Tuesday because Barack Obama did not compete, did not spend any money. So those demographic exit polls, if you will, are in my mind meaningless heading forward into Super Tuesday.
Is Candy Crowley, is Mr. Romney finished, or has he still got a big fighting chance?
He's still got a very deep pocket, Larry. He's not finished. You know, it depends on how big a check he wants to write himself, because obviously what happens is coming out of here, John McCain is the front runner. To the front runner go the spoils. He's going to be able to pick up some money. Mitt Romney, not so much. There comes a time with all of these candidates where they really have to stop and think, is it worth it? Is it worth it in manpower? Is it worth it in money? And particularly when they're writing their own checks, that comes into play. But he is certainly not out of it at this point, because when you are talking about more than 20 primary contests, money is really going to help, because they can't get to all these places. They can't advertise in all these states. But if you have a lot of money, then you can do that. So it's really up to Mitt Romney as to how hard he wants to play.
Wolf Blitzer will be leaving us after this segment because he's heading out to California. He'll be moderating Thursday's Democratic presidential primary debate in Los Angeles. Look forward to seeing you out here, Wolf.
I'll be flying out tomorrow morning right to L.A., Larry.
Okay, Wolf, what do you make of the victory tonight for our friend from Arizona? What do you?
I think it's a very important win for John McCain. He worked really, really hard, and let's give it some perspective and some due credit to John McCain. Remember, it's only a few months ago, that a lot of the pundits thought it was over for John McCain. He had turmoil in his staff. He was not raising the money. The money that he did raise was simply being squandered. Some of his aides were suggesting they didn't spend it the right way. He was complaining, but you know, he never gave up. He never gave up. He fought and he fought and he fought, and tonight he won Florida. He needed Florida. This is a winner-take-all state. All of the delegates that were accorded in Florida, he will win because he won impressively against Mitt Romney, and Rudy Giuliani emerged as a big loser, and he's about to drop out of this contest, as you know, Larry. So you got to give John McCain a lot of credit for never giving up.
And before you leave us, what are your expectations for Thursday night? The hottest ticket in town.
It's a hot ticket at the Kodak Theater. It's a hot ticket tomorrow night. Anderson Cooper is going to be moderating the Republican presidential debate at the Ronald Reagan Library in front of that old Air Force One. It's really a magnificent sight, as you know, Larry. It really is. I know you've been there. But look, I suspect that both of these contests these debates will be very intense. There's a lot riding next Tuesday. Half the country about is going to be voting, and they've got a lot at stake. It's coming down to the wire, and they're going to be stressing the differences, I suspect, in where they stand. So I would expect some fireworks tomorrow night as well as Thursday night.
Fly safe, Wolf.
Thanks, Larry.
Wolf Blitzer leaves us. Ari Fleischer, Marcos Moulitsas, John King, and Candy Crowley remain, and we'll be right back with more of this special edition of Larry King Live on the way.
Thank you, Florida Republicans, for bringing a former Florida resident across the finish line first. And as I have been repeatedly reminded lately, an all-Republican primary.
We're back. Ari Fleischer in New York. What's your read on the Republican primary tonight?
Well, Larry, I've always been a skeptic about could John McCain do it, because he has never previously done well among Republicans, among conservatives. He always relies on Democrats and independents to win. Tonight, he crossed the bridge. He won a closed Republican primary. Interesting, when you look at the numbers, he didn't cross the bridge by far. He still lost conservatives among those who call themselves Republicans. People can be Republican, but they call themselves independent. He won largely on the independents again, but it was a closed Republican primary. So those Republicans who show up in a Republican primary, Mitt Romney won. So it's an interesting dynamic where John still finally won one that is closed, but not by much among the key vote. So that's where Romney has hope for what comes February 5th. But having said that, the landscape favors John McCain on February 5th. And this is where you've got to give credit to John McCain for coming back from the dead, for running the type of race he's running. And he had the establishment in Florida, which among Republicans is crucial. He never had it before, didn't have it in 2000. He got it in Florida. That also helped put him over the top.
Marcos, as a Democrat, do you fear the candidacy of John McCain?
Well, you never want to take this thing for granted. So I think it's wise for Democrats to fear any of these Republicans. But really, it's Republicans had a choice between a bunch of white old guys, and they picked the oldest one of that lot. We have young, dynamic crew of candidates that look like America. I can't believe that we have 300 million Americans and the best American, and Republicans couldn't put a single woman on that stage, not a single person of color. And really, what I see when I see the Republican field is I see the past. And I think it's very clear that the American people are looking forward, they want change, and I don't think anybody on the Republican side can offer that.
Candy Crowley, if it were a race between Hillary Clinton and John McCain, the reports are that it would be on the issue side and not very vituperative because they really like each other. True?
Well, they do like each other. I have to say a lot has been made about Bill Clinton's remark that it would be a very sort of uplifting campaign because the two of them like each other. He said it right before this Florida primary. Bill Clinton's a very smart man. I often wondered if that wasn't sort of a little push trying to get Florida not to elect John McCain in the sense that liking Hillary in the Republican Party is not a particularly good thing. They are friends. They have very, very different ideas, and I watched enough of these contests, but that the idea that it would not be hard fought and there would not be times of high tension, I think is dreamland. I think there will be some points like that, but obviously people do want them to talk about issues, and there will be some of that as well.
John, do you expect some sort of major conservative movement next Tuesday to turn the tide here?
Well, Larry, I think you'll see a major conservative outreach by Senator McCain tomorrow night. He will be at a debate, and he could not ask for a more perfect setting. He will be at a debate at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. And if the question to John McCain is, will you do more to reach out to conservatives, that is the perfect stage on which to do it. And he will say, as he said in his speech tonight, wait a minute, why are you so skeptical of me? I was a foot soldier in the Reagan Revolution. But those questions, Larry, do continue. Let me show you quickly what happened here tonight. This is the map of Florida. McCain's margin is almost 100,000 votes. And to Ari's point about John McCain needing to do a lot more to prove among conservatives, a 100,000 vote margin, 75,000 votes in that margin came from Miami-Dade County, Broward County, and Palm Beach County. Those are moderate Republicans. Those are not rock-ribbed conservatives, and that is where most of John McCain's margin came from. But to McCain's credit, he beat Mitt Romney in Orange County, Orlando, where you have a conservative Republican base, not as conservative as the rural areas, but this was a county Mitt Romney was counting on. John McCain beat him just narrowly, but he did beat him. And Larry, we'll come back to the entire state. Here's a question mark for John McCain. From a Republican primary standpoint, his side will be very happy that he won so well up here. Mitt Romney won in the Jacksonville area, but this is not moderate Republican territory. This is closer to Alabama and Georgia than it is to Miami. So the McCain campaign will say, look, we won among conservatives in the Panhandle. That's conservative country. And the other thing the McCain campaign will say to Republicans, do you want to win in November? Well, this is where close elections are decided in Florida, right here along the I-4 corridor, from Orlando to Tampa. This was an area where Mitt Romney was supposed to perform well. John McCain beat him, Larry, all the way across. And what John McCain will say is, I got Republican votes in the primary. I can win moderates and independents and some conservative Democrats as well. So he will make the case that I am the most electable. You might want to think again before having a conservative revolt.
Thank you, John King, our CNN's chief national correspondent. Candy Crowley will be leaving us now after another able day and night of work. We always enjoy talking with Candy. By the way, one program reminder, tomorrow night, following the debate, we're going to have a very special program taped in and around the Reagan Library. It's called The Ronald Reagan I Knew. It's a special edition of Larry King Live. It'll air at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific, following the Republican debate. And we'll be right back with more. Don't go away.
Hard-working, innovative, risk-taking, family-oriented, God-fearing, freedom-loving American people have always been the source of America's greatness, and they always will be. so the right course for America isn't to strengthen our government, but to strengthen our people. And to do that, we're going to have to change Washington. And change will begin with us.
Governor Mike Huckabee, thanks so much for joining us. What's your reaction to the results tonight in Florida?
Well, we're just pleased that we were pretty well neck and neck with Rudy, who has spent an enormous amount of time and millions of dollars in Florida. We only had a few days and a whole lot less money than everybody else. But we had a very loyal group of supporters that really worked hard. And right now, what we're looking for is this next round of major primaries on February 5th. That's where we feel like is a big time for us because of all those states that are going to be in play in the South and in the Midwest where we're leading and expect to win next week.
Do you have the financial wherewithal to go that route?
We do. I mean, we're at a point now where we made major changes and cut back as much as we can so we could save for this period of time. We've bought national television, including on your network, so we're on the air, getting our message out there. But more importantly, we're going to be traveling to 17 different cities in about 3.5 days in 7 states, rallying people and getting our message out, which is getting rid of the IRS, bringing back a solid conservative approach to government, and I think people are beginning to catch on that we really will try to be the champion for small business owners and for moms and dads out there just trying to raise their kids.
We have reports tonight that Mayor Giuliani is set to or may endorse John McCain. What do you hear and what do you think of that?
It would be logical that if he did drop out of the race, that's what he would do, because he and Senator McCain have been good friends for a long time. I've never felt that my campaign would be run so much by endorsements of others. I welcome everyone I can get. I'd like to get some more. But the biggest endorsement we still want to have are those folks out there driving trucks and homemakers and homeschool parents and school teachers and all kinds of folks across America who just want a president who understands how hard a lot of people are working, living paycheck to paycheck.
What's your assessment about Governor Romney tonight?
Well, it's you know, still one of those issues where he's had to spend an enormous amount of money, and how much can he continue to spend in order to you know, to be viable? It's not so much that he's done well, but how much he has to spend each time to get there. And I think at some point, nobody's resources are inexhaustible.
Do you think, Governor, you'll have a candidate next Tuesday?
No, I really don't. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think this thing is going to go longer. I think we're going to go into March, maybe as far as April. It could go to the convention, because next week, if you look at the map of where these primaries are, each of us have some strengths we're going to take into it. I came into tonight with the second most delegates. A lot of people don't realize that. We've been in play from the get-go, and we could come out next week with a sizable number. Georgia alone, for example, has more delegates at stake than Florida did.
Continued good luck, Governor. We'll be talking to you a lot down the road, as we always say.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate it.
Hi, John King. Is Giuliani definitely going to endorse McCain tomorrow? And what else do we know?
That is what we were told, Larry. We were told he will fly to California in the morning and that he will endorse Senator McCain. They were working on the logistics of that tonight, so that would be another helpful step for John McCain. Rudy Giuliani is running third out in California right now, and so McCain would welcome that endorsement. It is from a more moderate Republican, so many will still say Rudy Giuliani could not get the votes of conservatives. What does it bring to the table? But it could help this way, Larry. Let's move on. Tonight was Florida, and one quick look here. You look, McCain, those are the counties won by McCain. He did a pretty good job all across the state, but Florida is over, and now we move on. As Governor Huckabee was just saying, here's the road ahead. Well, there's Florida flashing tonight, just one state voting tonight. Well, here we go. Wow. Welcome to Super Tuesday. And you heard Governor Huckabee just a few moments ago. You're going to see him spending most of his time down here, Larry, a little bit up here in the Midwest, and up here where you have anti-abortion voters, some cultural conservatives in the Republican Party. That's where Governor Huckabee is going to spend most of his time as we go into Super Tuesday. And he's right. He has a fairly good chance of picking up some more delegates if he can beat Senator McCain in some of those states. Republican rules, for the most part, are winner take all. Now, where does everybody else go? With Rudy Giuliani out of the race, McCain already was leading in New York, but that's a state McCain will look at. Mitt Romney's Massachusetts is up there as well. And then, Larry, you come across the country, big industrial state of Illinois, Minnesota. This is where Romney has done well so far, in the Mountain West, so it'll be interesting to watch him target out there. Then you have across Oklahoma here, Arkansas, across into the South, and of course where you are, Larry, the big prize for both the Democrats and the Republicans is California. Proportional, so watch the Republicans. They will go mostly for the winner-take-all states. The challenge for Romney and Huckabee, if you're fighting to be the conservative alternative, is who wins this swath right across here. And then for the Democrats, Larry, on Super Tuesday, a completely different calculation because of the party rules. John Edwards will be a factor trying to get delegates. He will go in to some of these rural areas, much like South Carolina. He will be down here playing in his native South, trying to pick up delegates. But again, you have the home state of Senator Clinton, the home state of Senator Obama up here, and then again, the big prize out here. And because of the Democratic rules, Larry, advertising matters. You will see different TV ads on in different markets in California, targeting congressional districts on the Democratic side with radio advertising. But it is a giant swath of the country at play, geographically, ideologically, the economies in these places. So we are going into what is just shy of a national primary. Could put McCain over the top if he can sweep it, but that's a big open question, and the Clinton-Obama race goes into this wide open, Larry, and while Edwards is short on resources because of the Democratic rules, if you can get 15% and win in congressional districts, he can still be a factor.
Terrific work, John. Thanks for being with us.
My pleasure, Larry. Thank you.
John King, as always, right on top of it. When we come back, Ari Fleischer remains, so does Marcos Moulitsas, and we'll be joined by Laura Schwartz, the Democratic strategist, Amy Holmes, the CNN analyst and former speechwriter for Bill Frist, and John Vanderhey, the executive editor and co-founder of Politico. All that ahead on this special edition of Larry King Live. Stay right there.
Like most Americans, I love competition. I don't back down from a principled fight, but there must always be a larger purpose. Justice for an individual, hope for a city, a better future for our country. Elections are about a lot more than just candidates. Elections are about fighting for a cause larger than ourselves. They're about identifying the great challenges of our time and proposing new solutions. Most of all, they're about handing our nation to the next generation better than it was handed to us. This is our opportunity, and this is our obligation as American citizens.
We're back. Joining us now is Laura Schwartz, Democratic strategist, former assistant to the president and White House director of events for the Clinton administration. She's in Chicago. In New York is Amy Holmes, CNN analyst, former speechwriter for then Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist. And at the Reagan Library in Simi Valley is Jim Vanderhey, the executive editor and co-founder of Politico. CNN, the LA Times, and Politico have teamed up to conduct the back-to-back presidential primary debates this week here in California. Ari, what's the endorsement of Giuliani going to mean?
Well, you know, I looked at the results in Florida on that one, Larry, and it's not what you would think. At least in Florida, the second choice of Rudy Giuliani voters was Mitt Romney, by 5 percentage points more than over John McCain. Will that carry out in other states? I don't know. But, Larry, let me make one point about the landscape that lies ahead, because I took a look at the 21 states that are going to vote on Super Tuesday on the Republican side. By my count, 4 of them are solid Romney for 150 delegates of the some 1,000 that are to be decided. 5 states worth 250 delegates are solid McCain. 5 states with 339 delegates are probably a fair fight. And here's the kicker. Mike Huckabee is about to become John McCain's best friend. There are 7 states with 350 delegates, the biggest block out there, where I think Mike Huckabee is going to drain votes away from Mitt Romney, because they're predominantly southern states, and tip it to John McCain. And that's why I think this landscape actually favors John McCain when you look at it. One last detail. There are 8 open primaries to go on February 5th. 8 open. John McCain almost always does well on open primaries.
Marcos, how well do you think Obama can do on Super Tuesday?
Well, it's clear that if you look at the polls right now, today, that Hillary Clinton has a fairly good lead in a lot of these states. Now, it looks like the momentum is swinging Obama's way. There was a poll today by Rasmussen in Connecticut that showed that Obama had come up even. They were tied with Hillary Clinton in Connecticut, in a state that Hillary had led by quite a bit. Now, this could be an outlier, but if it is confirmed, I think it shows that Obama is surging nationwide. And I think we're going to have a real evenly matched contest, and it's going to go way beyond Super Tuesday.
Laura Schwartz, were you surprised at the Democratic turnout in Florida?
No, I wasn't, Larry, because that's the trend that we've seen all over the country, which is so exciting for the Democrats because it shows that there's great enthusiasm now, and especially in a state like Florida that is such a linchpin for the general election. I mean, there were no delegates allotted tonight. You know, they won't be part of the convention when it comes to delegate numbers, but this means a lot for November this coming year. So it's exciting, and I think there's a race on both sides of the aisle.
Amy Holmes, do you think we could possibly go to both conventions without a winner?
It's a possibility. My goodness, and this year, anything's possible, but I think it's less possible for Republicans. We've been talking tonight about John McCain. Is he unstoppable? I don't think any of us is going to make that prediction. We've seen how predictions turn out. He was supposed to not even be in this race as of last summer. But in terms of the brokered convention on the Democratic side, far be it from me to tell the Democrats how to run their party, but it certainly would be interesting.
And Jim Vanderhyde, what do you think these debates have meant?
Well, I think the debates ahead are going to mean a heck of a lot because there's so many voters that are just starting to tune in to these races. And when you look at 20-plus states that are going to vote, and the fact that we're basically down to a two-person race on both sides, you really are going to have, I think, a chance for these candidates to draw sharp contrast and show that you have different brands of politics that they're going to be choosing from. The thing I'll look for in tomorrow night's debate, the Republican debate, is does Romney continue to try to paint McCain as a liberal? Does he continue to look at his support for campaign finance reform, for an immigration bill, and say, listen, he is out of the mainstream of the Republican Party? And if you look at the results in Florida, they show once again he's not doing as well with conservatives as Romney is. So Romney, if he's going to go and spend a lot of his money, he's already spent tens of millions, if he doubles down, he has a very realistic chance to spread that message in a way that McCain can't because he does not have those resources right now.
Ari Fleischer, does Romney take it to him tomorrow night?
Well, I think he increasingly has to. I think Jim Vanderhyde just hit exactly on the right split. John McCain still has a problem with conservatives. He had a nice win in Florida today. He deserves credit. But fundamentally, John McCain's vote is still coming, and the exit polls show it, from those who don't like George Bush, those who are for abortion, and those who don't like what we're doing in Iraq. John McCain's base is out of sync. Now, that makes him a stronger general election candidate, but he still has a ways to go to win. But, Larry, I think it is actually possible that Republicans are going to have their nominee, if not on February 5th, shortly thereafter, in the next week or two. Republicans have their nominee while the Democrats keep fighting. And in a very difficult environment for Republicans where Democrats do have a lot of advantages, the mood is very foul against Republicans out there. Republicans having their nominee early, Democrats fighting, that's a good sign for Republicans. That's a ray of hope that we have.
We'll take a break and be back with lots more on this special edition of Larry King Live. Don't go away.
My friends, in 1 week, we will have as close to a national primary as we've ever had in this country. I intend to win it and be the nominee of our party.
Marcos, on the Democratic side, the New York State chapter of NOW, the National Organization of Women, says that Senator Kennedy betrayed women by endorsing Obama, accusing him of joining the list of progressive white men who can't or won't handle the prospect of a president who is Hillary Clinton. What effect is this going to have?
I don't know. I think a lot of the effect is predicated on how much attention networks like CNN and MSNBC and Fox News give it. It was a stupid thing to say, and I don't think anybody doubts that, even on the Hillary Clinton campaign. You know, it's been interesting because Hillary has been hit hard and in a lot of ways unfairly by the media, and that created a huge sympathy backlash. And I think comments like this threatened to create a huge sympathy backlash towards Obama. So some of the supporters of these candidates, I think, need to tone it down a little bit, because they're not helping their person when they say really ridiculous things like this.
So you think Now made a big mistake?
Oh, it was ridiculous, and it was a New York chapter of Now. I think the national chapter distanced themselves from that comment, but yeah, it was a pretty ridiculous thing to say.
Do you think the Republicans, Laura, want a Hillary candidacy?
Yes, Larry. They have been running against Hillary before she even announced that she was running for president. But I think Hillary Clinton is prepared and equipped with the strategy to knock them down if she becomes the general nominee. I think the same could go for a Barack Obama candidacy. But yes, Hillary Clinton really divides the Republican Party. And it's questionable as to how many Republicans she could get to come over and vote for her in November, because really the magic formula in a general election is to get those independents and bring some Republican over. So it's going to be interesting in the next few weeks. She was very partisan at the last debate in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina on CNN. And I think she may tone down some of that partisanship just so that she can tell the Republicans, hey, I will reach out to you. I will work with the Congress and the Republicans in that Congress. So I think they are gearing up for a Hillary Clinton race, but I think it'll be interesting now that McCain is sort of a front runner over there. She's going to have to really talk about McCain on Thursday night, and Barack Obama is going to have to show his contrast with McCain on the war to make himself look tough and smart.
Amy, do you think that, as we discussed earlier, a campaign between Hillary and John McCain would be civil because they like each other?
I think it would be civil, but, you know, John McCain, he has some pretty sharp elbows, and he's been known to throw one or two. Just ask Mitt Romney. But, you know, at Laura's point, I have to disagree with her. Hillary Clinton does not divide Republicans. She unites Republicans. She divides the general voting population with her extremely high negatives. I mean, at any one point, between 49–51% of voters say they will never vote for her. If you ask a Republican, they would much rather run against Hillary Clinton than Barack Obama, who is inspirational, who does draw some Republican support and independent support. He's a far more formidable candidate for a Republican nominee coming into this next down the line.
Jim Vandehei, of all the candidates we've seen so far, and you're part of the co-sponsor of these next two debates, who's been the best debater?
You know, I don't think anyone has stood out. I mean, Huckabee early on, clearly with his folksy style, was able to connect with conservatives, and I think that really helped him do very well in Iowa. But I think Romney, when he's not under attack, does quite well. I think it is clear when people are really pounding on him and really going after his authenticity, on his conservatism, that he does get rattled a little bit and he looks a little bit defensive. McCain, I don't know that debates have ever been his strongest suit, but he can always revert to talking about his military service and his ability to prosecute the war in Iraq, and that's obviously a top issue for a lot of Republican voters.
Ari, what do you think? Who's the best debater?
Well, I kind of see it Jim's way. I think Mike Huckabee had that folksiness at the beginning, but now it's getting a little stale. People have seen it, and the campaign's in a much more serious phase. They really want to know what you can do on the issues. I don't think any of them are all that great, and I also think debates don't necessarily drive votes. Debates are an informative part of what a voter decides upon, but it's not the be-all and end-all. If that was the case, I think John Kerry probably would have been our president, not George W. Bush. A lot of other factors come into it. And Larry, if I could, on one other issue, to me, the biggest surprise of this whole cycle is Rudy Giuliani's collapse. I mean, if you had said to me that at this stage in the campaign, Mike Huckabee would be in, Rudy Giuliani out, to use a New York word, I'd have said that's mashugana. No one could have predicted this, and I think it's astounding. There's going to be a lot of studies about what Rudy did wrong, why, and how, and that's going to be something everybody needs to take a look at.
Yeah, people forget he was ahead nationally in all the polls, right, when you did it nationally.
Ahead, well-liked, famous, 911 hero, and something really went wrong, and I think probably it was tactics more than anything else, because I think he really could have and should have played more in New Hampshire, campaigned differently in New Hampshire. He never should have gone to Iowa for anything, and he could have done better if he had a better earlier showing.
And don't forget, he was also well-liked. He was ahead among evangelicals, so that he squandered, you know, that goodwill during this campaign is really astonishing.
Let me get a break, and we'll be back with more. Don't go away.
I think that comes from the great American philosopher Yogi Berra, right? It's not over until it's over.
We're playing all 9 innings of this ball game.
Our victory might not have reached landslide proportions, but it is sweet nonetheless.
Jim Vanderhyde, Politico, you'll be one of the questioners tomorrow night at the Republican debate that Anderson Cooper will moderate. Janet Hook of the LA Times is the other. What are you expecting?
Well, it'll be interesting because we're going to have the whole Reagan setting, and I wonder if the candidates are going to be a little reluctant to really draw those sharp contrasts that we were talking about earlier. But I think Mitt Romney's really going to view this as maybe his last great stand to make his case to a huge audience that, in fact, he is the authentic conservative. He's really trying to make this a race about ideology because he's looking at the same poll numbers we are, and he sees that conservative continue to favor him over McCain. And he knows that if you look at that map on February 5th, that there's a lot of areas where he could do tremendously well if conservatives turn out in big numbers for him. The big question, though, is what I'd love to do is get inside his head and find out what is he going to do with all that money. The guy's worth a ton. He's already invested, by some estimates, $40 million. If he doubles down, that is a tremendous asset and one that John McCain does not have access to.
Yeah. And apparently there'll only be 3 in that debate, right?
Well, there'll be the 4 because Ron Paul will be in the debate.
Oh, Ron Paul continues.
The debate, not to do a CNN commercial, but the setting for this debate is magnificent. David Borman from your shop has put together this amazing scene where you have Air Force One in the backdrop, and you have all these candidates sitting there knowing this might be as close as they're ever going to get to it.
Yeah.
And it's a nice plane, Larry. That's the small one. That's the old one. The new one's a 747. They're all nice.
I think Bill Clinton was the first one to get a 747. This is a DC-8.
Right. Yep, it was great.
And we were there Sunday for wraparounds for our special. It's coming up tomorrow night at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific on the Ronald Reagan I Knew, and you see a lot of that library at the special. So Ari, where Ari? Give me some focus here. Does it look like Clinton, McCain?
I don't think anybody should make guesses like that because this has been such a volatile season. What you can expect in the next week is an increased tempo and increased pace, a lot more sharp elbows, especially thrown by Mitt Romney, because he needs to now. The end could be in sight for him, so he's going to have to really sharpen those elbows. The debate could be more important than a typical debate because I think it is Mitt Romney's last chance to make a big impression on viewers as they increasingly tune in. But especially on the Democrat side, Larry, I think this thing is just going to go down, down, down to the wire. Republicans are much more tidy. I think we'll settle this in the month of February, maybe earlier than later February. Democrats, I think they keep going.
Well, and we
what
know
about Senate? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that on the Republican side, you have more states that are winner takes all. The Democratic side is a lot more messy. And I think we can expect tomorrow night that Mitt Romney's going to hit McCain hard on immigration. He was doing that down in Florida. And conversely, John McCain is going to be hitting Mitt Romney, you've heard him, on the trust issue. You know, we've all seen the internal polling data that shows that that's one of Mitt Romney's weak points, one of his soft spots, his vulnerabilities. And I think you're going to hear McCain hit that time and time again.
I think you'll also hear John McCain tomorrow in Ronald Reagan's library talk about Ronald Reagan's 11th commandment, thou shalt not speak ill of other Republicans, as a way to kind of brush Mitt back.
Marcos, what about Senator Edwards?
Senator Edwards is, I think right now, is actually helping Obama. I think his voice is a good one, should stay in the race. I hope he's around for a while. I think he brings a viewpoint that isn't heard as much. Ultimately, what's really, you know, I know Ari's talking about how the Democrats are going to be divided maybe longer. Difference is that Democrats are united in their vision and their philosophy and their values and what they see as the Democratic Party's role in people's lives. Republicans are in civil war mode right now, trying to figure out if the theocons versus the neocons versus the corporate cons. There's this entire civil war over who runs the party. Democrats may be divided in which personality they want to lead the party, but they're united in what the Democratic Party should do and what it should look like and what it should do to help this country.
We'll be back with our remaining moments of this special edition of Larry King Live right after this. want to tell you about Friday's show. It's a wild one. Snoop Dogg is here, and boy, does he have a lot to say about everything, including politics.
What do you make emotionally as a black man about the Obama-Clinton race?
To me, I feel like they both are great candidates because they both have strong situations to support him. As far as Clinton, her husband was in office, and when he was in office, we had a great time, and she was his backbone. Anybody knows that every strong man needs a woman to be his backbone, so she basically probably was the mind and soul behind him being the president.
Don't you emotionally, though, have a tie to Barack Obama?
I do, because I am a black man in America, and I know that he relates to everything that I'm going through, but, you know, politically correct, I just want to see somebody win that's in the best interest of America, whether it be him, a black man, whether it be Hillary, a woman. Either one, to me, is a great move for America because we need change. We need somebody in there that's going to be about listening to the people and representing the people, and I feel like both of those candidates will do that.
That's Snoop Dogg and me, quite a pair, Friday night on Larry King Live. Laura Schwartz, what do you expect in the Democratic debate? Are we going to have another ruckus like we did in the last one?
No, I think they both learned their lessons because both Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton dropped a few points. John Edwards gained a few points. I think you're going to see a much more pointed debate to the issues. I think Barack Obama's going to try to put some more meat on his message and really, again, draw that contrast with Hillary Clinton when it comes to John McCain. Barack Obama did not support the war. Hillary and John McCain both supported and voted for the war. I think that's a contrast right there. Right there, I think Hillary Clinton will try to stick to the issues more than personal attacks. She's going to try to leave her husband out of it until she talks about the economy, because the Clinton years were great years for the largest economic expansion in peacetime history, 20 million jobs created. She's going to want to focus on that since the economy has become the #1 issue of this campaign.
Amy, what do you expect?
Among the Democrats, I think Laura is right, and I think that Hillary did learn her lesson, from the tone that she took in South Carolina. I mean, she lost by 28 points. It was quite, and then you saw Ted Kennedy's endorsement of Barack Obama this week, in part because of the Clintons' behavior towards Barack Obama in South Carolina. Something that was interesting that was reported this week, I think it's kind of dangerous for Barack to be attempting, but that he might try to draw a distinction with Hillary on driver's licenses for illegal immigrants, that he's losing badly to Hillary among Hispanics in California, 3-1, and he thinks this is an issue that could help him. It may help him in a Democratic primary, but it certainly wouldn't in a general election where this issue is deeply unpopular with American voters.
Thank you all very much. And Jim Vanderhyde, good luck. You'll be one of the panel asking questions tomorrow night in that wonderful setting at the Reagan Library. Thanks for being with us, Jim, and good luck tomorrow night. Larry. And don't miss tomorrow's show. It's a Larry King special called The Reagan I Knew. It's at 11 o'clock. Eastern, at 8 Pacific. We got quite a lineup of guests, including Nancy Reagan, the president's sons, and candidates, and they'll talk about the 40th president's influence and impact then and now. It airs right after the GOP debate from the Reagan Library, Wednesday, 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific on CNN.